Well, you here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fams, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Safety first on our little space journeys. Without the adequate precautions, you could go floating off into that deep, dark void. Whoopsies, what's going on? Don't do this. We were good. We were working fine together, and now you're being a dick. And that's unacceptable. Oh, let's hope that doesn't fuck me. Alright. Try that again. Okay. There we go. That's good. We're good there. Switch. Yep. Okay, good. So good and so great. Okay, here we are, people. It's Saturn Day. The weekend is officially started. As I mentioned before, we got a hell of a lot to talk about here, but before we do that, I better do some shout-outs. The Lucky Minute, Mozart, and... Wait, why in one list do I have Christopher Tablante? Oh, I'm on Top Chat on one. I guess Christopher Tablante actually third, Bob Carmody a very close fourth. So close, I was very confused. So confused, I thought that he was third for a second. Chuck L, also here. BCat, Look Bovine, HBX. And that might be it. That's everybody. Hey, okay, short list. Good to see all of you people here. I know I put the stream up like 20 minutes ago. So the people didn't have a lot of time to get into the chat for that initial shout out. But like I mentioned, we have a lot to talk about today. Hasan. That's right, the one, the only Hasan Piker. He's got a lot of stuff to talk about with Hasan, but the Proud Boys coming for Hasan? What does that mean? We'll get into that. We'll talk about why Charlie Kirk was shot. I have newly discovered video of Tyler Robinson speaking to police in 2022. Talk about the media response to all of this, the Disney related situation. Disney calls for cancellation of Disney, backlash growing out there with the people over the cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel. Talk more about the authoritarian push from the Trump administration, a horrifying flash flood hitting California, leading to at least one person dying. Venezuela, Israel, and Gaza. U.S. planning to transfer $6.4 billion worth of arms to Israel on the request of the Trump administration. And much, much more. But let's start in that usual place, the United States of America. Fuck yeah! With the one and only Hasan Piker. This came off the Hasan YouTube channel, the official HIC Hasanabi page 2 days ago. Is this the end of my road on Twitch? What? No. No! The end of Hasan. You don't say.
My assessment of the situation, I think, is they'll probably drop me as a sacrificial lamb.
What's happening?
Instead of genuinely trying to push back against this. This is a real push that's taking place. The House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, Republican from Kentucky, invited the CEOs of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit to testify on the radicalization of online forum users. The reason why they added Twitch on to this specifically.
God damn it. Well, just hold on. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Sorry, we are having technical difficulties, everybody. Okay, hopefully we're better. I'm not sure what caused that. Let's try this again. What do you say, chat? Second time's the charm, I'm sure. Take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
My assessment of the situation, I think, is they'll probably drop me as a sacrificial lamb instead of genuinely trying to push back against this. This is a real push that's taking place. The House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, Republican from Kentucky, invited the CEOs of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit to testify on the radicalization of online forum users. The reason why they added Twitch onto this specifically is even though Twitch has no factor in this investigation whatsoever, whereas Reddit, due to the profile of the roommate being prominent on Reddit, Steam, due to the Steam shooters, the shooter's Steam profile, and Discord, due to the fact that the alleged shooter was on Discord. Those are three platforms that have been mentioned in the investigation. Twitch, on the other hand, has not been mentioned in the investigation at all. And if the conversation is actually about broader online radicalization, then they would obviously factor in Meta, YouTube, Kick, Rumble, Gab, and numerous other right-wing and right-wing adjacent platforms, Facebook, Twitter obviously being a primary one. The reason why they are mentioning Twitch in this is because of the active efforts by those on the right, on Twitter, and all around to try and deplatform me.
In the past, there's been a coordinated pressure campaign against Twitch advertisers with some success. But while some sponsors have no doubt left, there's still enough remaining that Amazon has not been forced to intervene. I am encouraging you guys to pressure advertisers, to pressure Amazon, to pressure Twitch.
What's your progress going forward with Twitch? I have congressional meetings set up. Okay? That's like with more than one dude.
More than one dude.
Obviously.
More
than
one
dude.
dude.
Congress of the United States House of Representatives
how you know
Committee
it's
on
official.
Oversight and Government Reform sent to Dan Clancy.
That's how you know it's official. More than one dude. That's an official meeting. Okay? One dude? I mean, come on. Let's get serious. But more than one dude? Oh. That's serious.
The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform requests your testimony at hearing on Wednesday, October 8th, 2025 at 10 a.m. in room HVC 210 of the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center. The hearing will examine the radicalization of online forum users, including incidents of open incitement to commit violent and politically motivated acts. To confirm your appearance at the hearing, please contact the Committee on Oversight Government Reform staff at 202-225, whatever. The Committee on... You will have the opportunity to provide a 5-minute opening statement prior to answering questions posed by members. The Committee on Oversight and Government Reform is the principal oversight committee of the U.S. House of Representatives and has broad authority to investigate any matter at any time under House Rule X. Thank you in advance for your cooperation to this inquiry. Now, in the past, there have been investigations such as this one. I believe it was about like Russiagate, where people just didn't show up. So why are they factoring Twitch into this if they're not going to factor in all other social media platforms? I think you all know why. There is a broader conversation to be had about radicalization that's taking place online, which would, of course, include Twitch as well. If this was being done in a fair and balanced way, I totally would understand it. To have all platforms, specifically ones where radicalization very clearly unfolds in front of our eyes in broad daylight, specifically Twitter, when it comes to every single neo-Nazi shooter, for example. That would be understandable. But the reason why they're not doing that, and the reason why they're doing this instead is because this is directional. And the only platform that is mentioned in here that is not relevant or pertinent to the investigation whatsoever is because they want to use the Charlie Kirk assassination to target people like myself. I recognize this. This was an initiative that has been circulating for quite a while. This is an initiative that has been in the background due to Israel, due to my anti-Israel commentary for quite a while. And now they're using, instead of using the
Wow. So they're coming. Yeah. I mean, if Hasan is correct, all these right wingers are coming after Twitch for one and one reason only: Hasan and his existence on the platform, offending their sensitive ears, having to hear things like Israel is bad.
Israel reasoning. They are using the he is fomenting political violence narrative in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting, which I think is perhaps one of the worst angles of attack, considering that there is nothing I've said that is even remotely violent, especially directed towards Charlie Kirk. And also, I myself was slated to engage in spirited discourse, back and forth, debate in a public setting against Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was asked why he wasn't willing to debate Nick Fuentes as opposed to someone like Hasan Piker, who he was set to debate less than 2 weeks after the day he was shot. According to Kirk, he saw Hasan as an honest, genuine, good faith actor. This is true, right?
You know, it's funny. I personally do not give a platform to bad faith actors. And I had a whole open about this. And by the way, a really important thing is not to lie and to not bear false testimony. It's fine. I'll answer your question. You know, you said, oh, you know, I want to have a question about Turning Point events. And you obviously lied about your question. Doesn't surprise me because you have deceit. But you know what? Honestly, I'm asked that question all the time. I don't platform trolls. And I don't platform and I don't discuss people or I don't debate with people that are not good faith actors.
So, Slasher says the government is scapegoating social media, chat, and video games under the guise of political de-radicalization as a way to censor the internet. Meanwhile, all the free speech guys cheer this on because they want certain streamers banned over personal vendettas. It is pathetic. They don't understand it. There is a reason why I have, especially in the aftermath of October 7, consistently said, whenever people go, hey, shouldn't this person be deplatformed? I've consistently said, I am not going to advocate for deplatforming anyone, especially because I know that the crosshairs are on me first and foremost. Of course, that hasn't stopped Asmongold, Tectone, and numerous others.
I've been pretty reasonable about this for a long time. I think they should ban him.
Hasan finally got banned. 2 weeks ago.
That's hilarious.
That have actively advocated not only for deplatforming, but for the government to literally take action.
I mean, really reveling in that. I don't know their beefs, and honestly don't even know who the fuck this guy is, but he's really excited about this.
2 weeks ain't enough. This better be a month. Minimum.
That have actively advocated not only for deplatforming, but for the government to literally take action, which would be obviously a direct violation of the First Amendment, direct violation of freedom of speech, beyond like cancel culture and whatnot. And now it's unfolding. Not that it matters. Moral consistency in this regard does not matter. When you call for violence, yes. See, everyone is going to try and make this seem as though this is a sincere request. That's all this is. Right-wingers that want to enact out a personal vendetta over a Twitch streamer that they dislike will try to turn around and say, no, dude, you've been calling for violence. You're radical. You've radicalized people. And the reason why they can't associate me with anything related to Charlie Kirk is not seemingly stopping them from continuing along with this narrative. Now, of course, as I've said already, ban me all day, every day. That's not going to stop the truth.
Is that Tectones? Yeah, I don't know anything about that guy. I don't know anything about that guy. I've never watched his stream before.
If you were to ban me, that's not going to, if you were to get me deplatformed successfully off of Twitch, I'll find a way. But even if I were to, even if my career were to be over, right? Even if I had no platform whatsoever to speak on issues that I think are important to address, that still would not change your life. If you are a right-winger who is excited about the prospect of making the government take care of someone who you find to be a nuisance, someone who you despise, make no mistake, this will eventually harm
He cried on stream because his dad was outed as a PDF and he wasn't able to bring him on stream anymore. Jesus Christ. And now he's turned around. He's like, actually, cancel culture is good so long as it happens to the people I don't like.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
You as well. Not only will this eventually harm you as well, because of course they're going to come after you too, because this is about broad censorship. There is going to inevitably be an opinion that you have, whether it be on Israel, for example, or any number of different reasons. And the government will say, this is political dissent. We don't like it. And they will come after you too.
In Germany, they came first for the communists. And I didn't speak up because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the Jews. And I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Jew. Then they came for the trade unionists. And I didn't speak up because I wasn't a trade unionist.
I quoted this the other day.
Then they came
poorly,
for the
but I quoted it.
And I didn't speak up because I was a Protestant. Then they came for me. And by that time, nobody was left to speak up.
I know it's very difficult for you to comprehend that right now because you're too excited at the prospect of imagining a world where you've taken a scalp, where you've successfully been able to deplatform this woke Antifa guy. Having said that, however, this is not going to put more money in your pocket. This is not going to make you more likely to retire at a reasonable age. This is not going to make your health care more affordable or free. It's just not going to fix any of the real issues in your life. The issues that I fight for every single day. Your former podcast host and Dan Stalkman are the main cause of this? Absolutely. This has been an ongoing initiative in the background for the past 2 years, since October 7. And a lot of people have actively aligned themselves with right-wingers because they know right-wingers are the only ones who would actually be crazy enough to push for this kind of deplatforming, to push for this kind of initiative, but it does not matter. The very same people that always said cancel culture is so stupid, using like age-old things that are taken out of context to associate a person's entire worldview with like a 10-second soundbite is so stupid, are very clearly utilizing that and weaponizing that entire thing, as they have done so over and over again. But that's the goal. People who don't want to fight.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is the Republicans have 180'd on practically everything, you know? It's no longer, don't tread on me. Oh, martial law is coming for us. It's now, oh, sir, please tread on me. Martial law is good, actually. We should have military in all cities and towns. That's all very good. I like that a lot. Deficits are actually great. Can we add more trillions of dollars to the deficit, please? Because I don't think it's high enough. Our children should have to pay more money later on in taxes. We should raise taxes. And actually, free trade is bad. We don't like free trade, actually. We should have mitigated trade mitigated by the federal government, by the president. Whoever happens to be president should be able to dictate free trade and how trade is actually regulated.
To feel better about, so they need some small wins. No, I think that's exactly what it is. But the left wing did the same thing, but now the shoe is on the other foot. It's just how these things work. No, that is incorrect. Especially for someone like myself. If you're coming to me and telling me that, you're definitely wrong. As a matter of fact, the reason why there's a lot of radlibs who hate me is because of my consistent advocacy for reform, rehabilitation, and my lack of interest in hyper-focusing on culture war issues that pertain to cancellations and things of the like. Do you understand? Whenever people come to me with demands of deplatforming people, I always say, I'm not interested in that. That's a big part of it. Yeah, these guys don't realize you talked to Asman the literal day after he made those genocide comments. You weren't trying to get him banned. The exact opposite occurred. Exactly. And many people yelled at me over it. They said I was actually whitewashing and laundering his reputation. If you recall, there was never a moment where I actually advocated for deplatforming. Now, that doesn't matter, right? It's clear that that doesn't matter. Taylor Lorenz says, The government is using the shooting as a pretense to censor the internet and deplatform progressive creators, and Democrats continue to go along with it. They're going to jawbone all day, ram through COSA, repeal Section 230, and worse, unless we fight back hard to protect online speech. A big part of this equation is anti-Israel sentiment. I promise you, if I was a pro-Israel progressive, okay, which obviously is oxymoronic, but if I was, this wouldn't be as major of an issue. 100%. There would be no calls to deplatform someone such as myself by...
Yeah, and by the way, we were talking earlier about... I think we were tangentially talking about COSA earlier. Something that I was not that familiar with. And I've dug more into it. Like, we watched that hearing that was in Congress where witnesses were testifying about what was happening on Facebook's metaverse platforms, but if they try to use that example as a way to ram through this legislation called COSA, which is short for Kids Online Safety Act, which will essentially force every single person for basically every single social media account have to upload a copy of like a government ID, like that would be massively problematic.
ADL.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hasan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
There would be no call.
Oh, Hasan, always saying that people should genocide Israel. Literally has never said that. It's kind of incredible. What a claim. I can't think of a single thing, let alone some sort of repeated thing that Hasan is saying that is somehow genocidal towards Israelis. It's such a wild claim.
There would be no liberals turning the other cheek when they see this initiative coming from the right. This is punishment directed for that issue first and foremost. You can try to find any way to cut it in your mind to make it seem as though there's other reasons for it. Oh, he deserves it, this and that. They're trying to make an example of you because you put Zoran and Cuomo was attacking with the 9/11 statement. Exactly. I've had liberals who have also put the spotlight on me in a negative fashion, like Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams. This is a real fear for some people. I mean, obviously, Richie Torres was the first guy who pushed for this long time ago, leading up to the election. This was before the election. But you didn't do anything wrong. Why are they going after you? It doesn't matter. I need you to understand, it's not about doing something wrong. It has nothing to do with that. It's because of my perspective. It's because of what I advocate for. And this is, unfortunately, something that I have considered from day one. It was an inevitability that once it got to a point where my audience grew to a certain level, my platform grew to a certain level, that inevitably people in positions of power would find that to be dangerous and would want to do everything in their power to take me out. We're there now. I will be honest, I'm shocked that it didn't happen sooner. It's going to be 100% about the clip chimps. Have your context counter arguments ready, of course, but it doesn't matter because there is no way that there's no way that I will be able to, even with like a big media push or whatever, be able to overcome the faucet of right-wing propaganda paired up with the official organs of the government taking the initiative to slander and smear a singular Twitch streamer. Part of the reason why they're doing this is so that they can get media attention to it. Here's a corresponding piece. Laura Loomer, Elon Musk, and virtually every single right-winger since the moment of Charlie Kirk's assassination has actively put the crosshairs
right to jail,
myself.
right away.
That's wild. How is Hasan Piker not in jail? What does that mean? What did he even do? He didn't do anything. And this is just a shot from that clip that is clearly not an actual call to stab people. I know I've seen this clip too many times now. This is just a clip that's just so out of context like intentionally clipped out of context to make it seem like Hasan is calling for violence. It's one of the most disingenuous things ever. And yet Lord is like, look, this right here. This is clear evidence for why Hasan should be in jail.
Elon Musk and virtually every single right-winger since the moment of Charlie Kirk's assassination has actively put the crosshairs on myself and some other members of the left as well, or people that they foresee as being a part of the Democratic Party's messaging operation. I'm the most visible and the most accessible left-wing content creator in North America. So, of course, I would be public enemy number one. Media Taps Twitch star told viewers that kill Republicans for comment on Charlie Kirk's assassination. Hasan Piker was previously suspended from Twitch after the suggestion people should kill Florida Senator Rick Scott, which is, of course, not the case, as you guys know. And this is part of the reason why I keep telling you, like, context doesn't really matter in this regard. Context and clarifying these sorts of things do not matter. That wasn't even a joke. Like what I was saying in that situation was not a call to assassinate Rick Scott. I mean, it clearly wasn't. And it's one that I've clarified as well, but they still keep pushing it. And of course, the reason why they put kill in air quotes is so that there's a little bit of plausible deniability. Piker has openly supported communism as an honorable goal in the past, has a history of using violent language to stream against political opponents. Earlier this year, Piker apologized after being suspended from Twitch for urging people to kill Senator Rick Scott while on stream. Republicans are not tackling providers. They're not actually going after false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. Fraud is not happening at the point of the recipient. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, he said. Now, this is what I mean when I say Fox News can't get away with just like pure libel. Someone said, you're going to jail. Yeah, dog, I didn't even get a phone call from the Secret Service for this, because everyone with two working brain cells, even with this quote, can understand that I was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans, something that I also apologized for as well. This is not like a call to action, a call to assassinate a...
Yeah, it's kind of wild how Republicans have just embraced cancel culture in full. It took like literally no time for it to happen.
Immediately, if not sooner.
They have fully embraced it. All right, I'm going to start a goal a little earlier than normal, mostly because I started the stream later, so I just want to get on top of this now. Don't worry, we'll still have 4 full hours to complete the goal. You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Like, when I go to do videos about Hasan, like, there are no, like, regular pictures of this man on the internet. Like, almost none. It's like photos like this. There's like a couple events that he's been to where people took normal photos, human photos of him, but every other photo of Hasan has a microphone, like, just in front of his face. Like, and the fact is he's on camera constantly, and yet there's just like all photos of Hasan just have a microphone in front of its face, or are from a professional photo shoot. Unless you follow his Instagram, and then I guess there are some technically. But I don't use Instagram, and it's very annoying to me.
Fish, I feel like the masses won't care about a meeting on political radicalization on social media. It'll be just roaches of the world. Yes, but I do think that this is a part of a broader initiative, and therefore it's up to, therefore, it is up to the administration. If they actually push for it more aggressively, it will become a bigger problem down the line. Now, here's the thing. I need you to understand something. It doesn't even feel like Trump has his heart in this. It doesn't even feel like Trump has it in him to make this a broader issue, considering that he skipped the vigil, and every single time they ask him, because he's such a self-important, narcissistic madman, he literally doesn't think he's involved enough in the story, so he just moves on to the
He just gets bored.
Or you find him doing dances at the Yankee Stadium on the night of 9/11, only a day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. It's very obvious that he doesn't give a shit about this beyond.
I can't celebrate life. I'm just celebrating life right now. Charlie would want me to have fun.
Miller and J.D. Vance want to use as an opportunity to prosecute all political dissidents and erode the First Amendment. And the last part of this
it is a good
story
point,
that
though.
I want to address is that
it really is a good
overwhelming majority.
Donald Trump is calling for just all of this wild shit over Charlie Kirk's death, but he's just like having a ball. He's not grieving at all, not even kind of grieving. He's more interested in talking about the new ballroom and dancing fucking baseball games. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Of violence from nonpartisan independent investigations and even the Department of Justice. The overwhelming majority of political violence and domestic terror has happened in the hands of the far right. Far right anti-government extremism is responsible for the overwhelming majority of domestic terror incidents outside of 9/11. And there have been shooters that have detailed their ambitions, channeling the right-wing rhetoric that you hear from prominent right-wing content creators, all the way from Tucker Carlson to even Tim Pool and Ben Shapiro. And yet, no such initiative has ever been taken against those commentators. And the reason for that is because it creates a dangerous environment of censorship that liberals and Republicans alike understood. Up until this moment. We are now moving in the direction of the government taking a heavy-handed approach in silencing political dissent. And a lot of people on the right do not understand what they are doing. Unironically, when they come for you, what are you going to do? Maybe the DSA guys could provide some amount of protection. No, they can't. No one can. The reality of the matter is the American government is immensely powerful, especially when it comes to dealing with domestic affairs. And if the American government is actively taking the initiative to go after left-wing content creators, left-wing advocates, left-wing organizers and activists, there's not much we can do. The only thing we can do is hope for the best and hope that these institutions that are holding on by a thread at this point will still apply some semblance of justice. The House Oversight Committee technically has no power. The House Oversight Committee does these kinds of shows of force in an effort to bully and ridicule people. So as long as the company doesn't capitulate, but there is, of course, no protection afforded to someone like myself in that regard, as long as the company doesn't capitulate, it doesn't go anywhere. But
that's what's incredible right now is that we are the what do you want to call it? Like the last line of defense is multinational, multi-billion-dollar companies like Twitch. It doesn't feel good when you say it out loud. We're counting on people like Twitch, people like Google, YouTube, right? Twitter /X, Rumble, TikTok. That's who we're counting on to not capitulate. And that gives me great concern. At least in terms of the independent media space. ABC is obviously not an independent media, so I wasn't really looping them in with this situation while we're talking about Hasan potentially being canceled. All right, let's go here. Now, Antifa, of course, has been declared a terrorist organization by Donald Trump. Fascinating development, since Antifa is not an organization. Let's see what Hasan's saying about this. That's right, we're doing a lot of Hasan stuff today. Well, the fact is, we're not even done. Like, I think he talks to some degree about this situation during this video. And the next one is about the Proud Boys. Although I really should do this in a different... order. Actually, no, this is perfect. No, I figured it out. Okay, yeah, we'll do it this way.
Donald Trump has said he will designate Antifa as a major terrorist organization in the wake of Kirk's assassination. There's no indication that this person, Tyler Robinson, was Antifa or anything like that, right?
In this new social...
We hope that the people within the institutions will uphold some semblance of morality. I do too. I really do. I'm just a little bit skeptical. Skeptical and concerned about whether or not that will actually happen, considering what we've seen from so many already. But perhaps the big backlash will at least add pressure.
Media post late last night, overnight UK time, says that he will be recommending that the funding of Antifa be investigated. But based on current laws on the books and First Amendment protections, it's unclear how this would work, what the administration can really do here. Also important to point out that, based on experts who study these groups, even the former FBI director, Antifa is very decentralized. It doesn't have a hierarchical structure, so it's really unclear how he would go after this group.
So 2 things on this. First of all, this is long overdue. It's not just an ideology. If you remember the Summer of Love,
this is ridiculous.
That was many of those people were Antifa.
And he talked about doing it then.
That's exactly right. And now he's back in the presidency to make it happen. They're domestic terrorists.
We don't even prosecute the Klan in this country. What are we talking about, dude? We don't even prosecute neo-Nazi groups. Like, think about that. Think about that. We don't prosecute Nazis. We don't investigate these groups, but we're going to investigate something that's not even a group at all. Antifa, anti-fascism, is not an organized body. It is by design something that you do. Anti-fascism is an ideology. Anti-fascism is an action. Anti-fascism does not have a disciplined formation. Fascism requires constant discipline. Anti-fascism does not. Anti-fascism could be anti-racism. All this talk, especially coming from this show, by the way, as far as violent language goes, is really interesting because Brian Kilmeade last week straight up said we should euthanize the homeless. We should kill them all. And he didn't like that he accidentally agreed with that, as a matter of fact. It was on camera. Caught in 4K. This is thought crime. What are they going to do? The point is illegal. And the reason why I don't actually worry as much, or I'm not as scared, is because we still have some semblance of laws in this country. We have a constitution in this country. And more importantly, we have a bunch of people who I believe, regardless of their political deviations, regardless of their ideology, will respond negatively to this. I am not so certain that people from all different backgrounds, all different walks of life, will be excited at this. I know you look at Twitter, and I know you see those tweets go viral on the fascist platform run by a white supremacist monster like Elon Musk, and you think, no, there's a lot of people who are excited at this. There's a lot of people who are salivating at the prospect of this. Make no mistake. I told you that people, once they realize Donald Trump was going to do mass deportations, once those mass deportation initiatives came knocking down their doors, would not like it. And that's precisely what happened. And I'm telling you once again, even those who currently celebrate these initiatives do not realize that they will hate it when it's implemented. It is up to us, if the Democratic Party is not going to do this job, it is up to us to educate people on what that looks like. It is up to us to convince our neighbors that this is completely unjustifiable. You say, dog, the majority of people are sleepwalking through this shit. I agree. I recognize that. I understand that. It is up to us to explain to them what's going on and to shake them out of the stupor that they found themselves in. We have to wake them up. That's it. And obviously, if this wasn't something that the administration feared, they wouldn't be going after people. They wouldn't be going after people like myself, for example. If I was just an irrelevant personality in the same vein that I've billed myself as for my entire career, and I still do think that, by the way, make no mistake, but I don't think the administration sees it as such, they wouldn't be actively stamping out this any sort of political dissent. Do you understand? Only a weak administration engages in these kinds of punitive measures. A strong administration that has the popular mandate doesn't care. They don't care. I mean, you did call the violence, man, shut the up, dude. Jesus Christ. No, I did not. Okay, I did not. If that gets you more excited at the prospect of stamping out political dissent, good luck to you. But it will you one day as well.
You know, I mean, Hasan is absolutely right. I mean, these are the actions of weak and fragile people. Unfortunately, those weak and fragile people have access to the most powerful military on the planet and have just created internal police force, Gestapo-like group with the budget larger than most modern militaries.
This same administration will eventually fuck you as well, because your life is not improving. And eventually, there will be a moment where you wake up to the reality that your life is not improving. And there will be a moment where you say, hey, can we make housing more affordable for people like me, the average Joe? And when you actually ask that question, you'll also get prosecuted. Ignoring this kind of stuff does not make it go away. It's not going to go away. You have to address it head on.
When Christopher Wray came out and said Antifa is an ideology, it's not a group, we're about to find out if he's wrong or right. Because we don't really have a category for domestic terrorist organizations. Al-Qaeda comes here in our country. Right. They're a terrorist organization, but it's a foreign organization in our country. So this is new. When
is the last time you heard any talk of Al-Qaeda doing anything in the United States? What is Brian talking about? Al-Qaeda's here doing what? Huh? What? Even Uncle Lawrence looks confused over here. What is it? What is Brian talking about? Al-Qaeda. What is Al-Qaeda? When is the last time anybody here heard about Al-Qaeda doing fuck all in the United States? It's 2025. I haven't heard of Al-Qaeda activity in the United States in over a decade, I want to say.
I would just, these pasty-faced kids that go into Starbucks and wreck the place in Seattle and Portland.
Oh, all these kids wrecking up the Starbucks. Why these pasty children? Pasty-faced children? You mean white children? White children are just ruining Starbucks everywhere? Oh my God, the white children. Dangerous to America.
So you sit these kids down, a lot of them are overprivileged, and you sit there and go, who funded you? How much you getting paid?
Wait, so the privileged white children, the privileged white, what did I just do? The privileged white children are in fact the actual problem? And they're taking money. Wait, so they're privileged. They're very privileged. They have a lot of money, but they can't, they're still going to take money to do this. They're going to still wreck these Starbucks. They're going to get paid money to wreck the Starbucks. Why? How? What? If these are a bunch of rich kids, privileged rich kids, what do they need a bunch of money to wreck up a Starbucks for? I'm very confused. I'm very, very confused. Because it would make sense if they were poor kids, right? If they were like, oh, these are a bunch of impoverished children. They're being taken advantage of, George Soros is giving them money. But it's a bunch of privileged white kids who are taking the money. It's like, what? Yeah, a bunch of privileged white kids driving G-Wagons who live in the suburbs, coming and wrecking up Starbucks in the city. They're getting paid to do it, as it turns out, by some sort of clandestine organization.
one who called you? How did you guys form? Why do you all wear black? And then you find out what's behind it. And I think it's going to go to a...
Why do you all wear black?
A lot of them are...
Brian's got so many great questions on it. Like, oh, this guy should be the lead investigator on this.
In Seattle and Portland, I would like to see you sit these kids down. A lot of them are overprivileged, and you sit there and go, who funded you? How much you getting paid? Who did it? And just build it like that. Who's the one who called you? How did you guys form? Why do you all wear black?
Why are you
and then
wearing
you
black?
find out what's behind it. And I think it's going to go to a certain funding.
And find out what's behind it. Why is this happening? These kids can't actually be against fascism. There would be no reason for anybody to have any sort of ideological objections to fascism. This must be some kind of cabal, some sort of dark moneyed ideological forces causing people to object to fascism. We got to know what's behind it. And why are they wearing black? That's an important question that we need answers to. If we don't find out why Antifa is wearing black, oh God, we'll never get to the bottom of all this.
These guys aren't rioting for free. They're all getting paid. That's why it's important.
Well, real quickly before we move on,
all these
to your
privileged white
point, you're
kids.
right, Brian, that we don't have the domestic terrorism in that sense. But the past administration, they were looking at mom groups.
I know.
They were talking about, by the way, we got new revelations about them targeting Turning Point, FBI, going after them. Pro-life groups, they were labeling them as domestic terror. By the way, there was no evidence of this happening.
There
White
was no
supremacist
evidence.
groups that they were claiming in the military and all that as domestic terror.
He's talking about
There was-
Atomwaffen,
there
and
was
the only reason why
mountains of evidence that abortion rights groups were doing domestic terror stuff. That's a fact.
In the military and all that as domestic terror.
he's talking about Atomwaffen, and the only reason why Atomwaffen was ever targeted was because it was a neo-Nazi group that actually did instances of domestic terror. They recruit from within the military. And the only time when the government actually takes action against groups like Atomwaffen is when they steal explosive ordnance from a base that they used to actually work at and then try to blow up train tracks or some shit. What do you mean? That is insane. There is a reason why people like the Proud Boys, like the 3%ers, the Oath Keepers, and numerous other neo-Nazi formations all the way from Patriot Front to a million different groups can openly exist on U.S. soil. The Klan, for example, in spite of the reality that they are responsible for a ton of domestic terror incidents and violence, hate crimes, and the like. Because as long as they are demonstrating peacefully, even though we can have a conversation about what their peaceful demonstrations are actually trying to invoke, but as long as they are demonstrating peacefully, it's still legal under the First Amendment. Donald Trump turning around and designating Antifa, which is not even an organization like the ones that I am mentioning, as a terror cell is not only ridiculous because there is no organized unit that you can point to. You can just like invent one potentially and make it seem as though they are, but it's also ridiculous because it goes against the First Amendment. It leads to what Republicans used to say is thought crime.
Then they're not just an ideology, they're a violent group. This was the right move, right?
Well, yes, it was. Lawrence, I will caution that, this is a move that the president actually made near the end of his term in 2020, though at the time that he made it, there wasn't really the opportunity to lean into it the way that I believe this second administration is going to. Namely that Antifa, to your point, is not just some vague ideology, as we were told by Christopher Wray and others at the time.
Right.
It's actually an organized group, and they've performed organized activity across the country.
Yeah, this is intentionally vague, by the way. They're saying they know that anti-fascism is an ideology. Okay, it's a good ideology, as a matter of fact. We should all be anti-fascist. We were all taught to be anti-fascist. Our grandparents were anti-fascist when they fought the Nazis. But the reason why Ben Domenech, who is completely aware...
You think the Klan are monitored? It is possible... I think you might be right that some groups like that are monitored, but I think what Hasan is saying is that they're not being rounded up for questioning en masse and investigated in the way that the Trump administration is talking about doing with Antifa and the supposed left. But I do get your point. I think you just misunderstood what Hasan was getting at.
Organized unit is because that allows the administration, if implemented, to target whatever group they see fit as organizing protests. And they're doing that already. They're going after PSL, for example, Party of Socialism and Liberation. If you've attended any of the ICE protests all around the country, you most likely attended a Party of Socialism and Liberation organized protest. If you attended any of the Palestine protests, Palestinian Youth Movement is another organization that they're going after. These are all anti-fascist organizations. It's true, but they're not Antifa in the way that these guys design it. They're going after these organizations that are real organizations that do more than just anti-fascist action, but they're doing so because they oppose the administration. It's that simple.
Ben, why do you think there was hesitance from the politicians as well as not the rank and file law enforcement because they know it, but the political appointee law enforcement to do this?
Well, I think that one of the things that has been an item of awareness for quite a long time is that this last administration under Joe Biden leaned heavily into targeting various conservative groups, Christian groups, and the like for all sorts of investigation. Really,
Yeah, no. The Department of Justice's very own analysis showed that the overwhelming majority of political violence and acts of...
Yeah, and not only that, this. I don't know if Hasan's going to get to this, but this. The Justice Department removed that study from the NIJ's own website, literally within 36 hours of the killing of Charlie Kirk, while they were in the middle of creating a narrative in front of our own eyes that this was all left-wing, caused by left-wing extremism. The coincidental nature of that is pretty stunning in terms of timing.
Domestic terror came from, and this might come as a surprise to people if you only watch mainstream news, you hear the exact opposite of this. It came from far-right anti-government extremist groups, many of them white supremacists, white nationalists, and the like. Shocker, I know. And of course, for good governance purposes, the law enforcement authorities for a brief moment actually decided, while they were still doing the black identitarian extremism too on the side with like black Israelite groups they were targeting, or people that they thought were affiliated with like black Israelite groups or Nation of Islam and the like. For every 2 or 3 people that they nabbed from those groups, there were hundreds that they were investigating on the far right that were directly responsible for acts of domestic terror. It's so ridiculous. Illegal. Is joining the PSL or Answer Coalition a bad idea? No, of course it's not. I think not being a part of any sort of organized movement at this point is a bad idea rather than a good one. The moment that you think, joining any organization that...
What did Biden do to Christian groups? Not very much, honestly. I think there was one anti-abortion group that I can't remember exactly the details of it, but they were prosecuted for having done something to a clinic. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember if it was a bomb threat or if they physically chained themselves to the doors or something. I cannot. It feels like it was so long ago now. I cannot remember it. But Merrick Garland, I believe the DOJ prosecuted them for it. I mean, they were arrested initially by local police, I think, but it wound up making its way all the way up to the DOJ. But it's not like Biden did that. It wasn't like during the Biden administration, Biden wasn't directing everybody. That's the fascinating thing about this. The narrative around Joe Biden, to me, is that people are claiming, Joe Biden was he was waging lawfare against Christians and Donald Trump and all these other people who just did nothing wrong. And that he was directing all people like Merrick Garland to go after Christians specifically. And it's at the same time, for the last 5 years, we've also been told that Joe Biden is asleep and incapable of formulating sentences or thoughts So I just don't understand how he's waging this mass, like this, a war of such a scale against Christians and right wingers, of which there's basically no evidence for. You know, there was no like outsized amount of prosecuting against Christians during the Biden administration, but beyond that, it's like so Biden was in fact he's like he's a mastermind, a genius, some sort of evil leftist genius, but also completely asleep, Sleepy Joe. Auto pen this, auto pen that. My guy couldn't even crush a gnat.
Good one. The moment that you think, oh, joining any organization that resists the Trump administration is bad, the moment that you let that fear set in is the moment where they've won. You're obeying in advance. It's ridiculous. Do you want these pedophilic, drunk, perverted assholes to win? Americans are spineless. Fascism has already won. Stop coping. All right, dude. Let's just sit around and wait for the admin to come in and put us in concentration camps. Like, this kind of attitude is so stupid, dude. Do you think you're edgy when you say this kind of nihilistic bullshit? Is that what you think? Do you think this is a productive attitude to have right now? In this very moment, when there are a lot of people who are angry but don't know exactly how to channel that frustration. When you come in here and say dumb bullshit like this, Americans are already fascists. Americans are spineless. Fascism has already won. Stop coping. All right, we should just give up. You can say the same about Gaza.
Yeah, this sort of, I totally agree with Hasan on this one. I think this sort of nihilistic version is like it's a nihilistic version of capitulation. It's like, look, it's already over. Fascism is won. We can't do anything. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's because it winds up with the same result, right? Same result. Might as well just capitulate. Might as well just pre-comply with all Trump potential desires, you know? Like, you just have to, in your mind's eye, you have to always have supreme leader in, you know, the top of all the hierarchy of your thoughts. Because it winds up with the same thing. Can't give up. Got to keep on fighting. And I think on the same, I'm not sure if this was on the same day or not, but I think it might have been, mostly because Hasan's wearing the exact same thing. But let's go here. This is the Socialist Hub. 2 days ago, Hasan on NBC interview talking Antifa. My God. Hasan is about to be the face of Antifa on NBC.
Donald Trump has said. One last note that I wanted to give on the Jimmy Kimmel issue, obviously, is that, what is this? Kimmel and its consequences. Like, all these people fucking talking about Jimmy Kimmel, whether people are angry about Jimmy Kimmel being fired, which is a clear-cut violation of the First Amendment, or whether people are defending it. I think one of the craziest things that people are failing to consider here is that the standard for free speech erosion was set prior to this. Okay? Wait, hold on. Hello? Wait, what time? Well, it's 5 p.m.
Come on!
But no
Come
one
on,
sent me a
Hasan.
link. Can you send me a link on Discord?
You are...
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah.
You are in the middle of the stream. Why are you taking phone calls?
Can you send me a link on Discord? Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I see it now. Okay. Oops, sorry. I'm going in right now. All right. I have an interview with NBC. What? That I forgot about.
I have an interview with NBC that I forgot about. You know, Hasan lives a strange life. He really does. Who forgets an interview? Like, Hasan, That is what is incredible. Hasan's stream is so big that he forgets interviews with NBC. He's like, "Oh, right, that. Yeah. Send me a link on Discord. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. No, I'll be on there in a second." It's fucking hilarious. Mid-stream, he's like in the middle of the stream. He's just like, "Oh, right, that. Yes, of course. Right. I am in the middle of a stream, but no worries. I'll definitely jump on and do that interview now." Oh, Hasan.
So I'm joining right now to do that interview with NBC. Crap.
Dana, thank you. And it's been over a week
What I
since
do
that
love is
assassination,
that
just over a week. And it played out almost live on so many times.
it would seem that the first person that NBC thought of when wanting to talk about Antifa is Hasan. For what reason, I don't know.
There's a strong chance that you saw.
All right, Hasan, we're like 4 minutes away from you.
Okay.
Over and over and over again in just 2 hours. That
The
video was
producer
viewed more
sounds
than
like a
11 million
a flight attendant. All right, Hasan. We'll be ready in just a few.
Over and over again in just
We're
2
going to be
hours.
taxing
That
into the
video was
runway in
viewed more
about
than
5
11
minutes.
million times on X alone, and any death, like, it is hard to process if you see it with your eyes, but this felt amplified in a way that is really difficult to understand. So we want to take a moment to try to work through what kinds of impacts this can have on the human mind. Let's bring in David Rand. He is a psychology professor over at Cornell. Thanks so much for being with us, Professor. So seeing such a horrific murder over and over again.
Are you nervous?
Psychologically
No.
speaking, like, how do
Why
you
would I be? I've
process
done this
this?
show before. Also, I have more people watching me
It's
right
hard.
now.
I mean, I think many people
I have
didn't
more
want to
people
see
watching
that,
me in
but
here
graphic
than
videos like
on
that,
TV.
they
What are you
spread
talking
because
about?
shocking emotionally content grabs your attention and it's rewarded by the algorithm.
Damn, Hasan just... Oh my god, just shitting on NBC over here right before his interview. While he's on the line with the NBC... I would just like to point this out. He's on the line with the NBC producer right now. Right? Like, she's in the Discord call with him right now. And he's going, "I don't give a shit about this. The NBC has less viewers than I do right now on Twitch." It's fucking wild.
A lot more people currently watching me.
How rude!
Oh god.
He was watching you on Twitch on his laptop. What this guy
that they
was?
didn't want to see, and this was one of the most sort of powerful examples of that. I mean, the clip itself was real, and a real tragedy happened.
Oh,
and
the host
so
was.
There's
Oh, he
sort of
probably
trauma that
was,
arises from
'cause
that. But also,
the reason why
I
the
think
host
the
was
bigger
probably watching
harm
me
is the
is
narrative
because
layer.
I'm
a lot of
stupid and I was
false or
supposed to be
misleading
live
claims
at
and
5 with them,
conspiracies that
but they
piggybacked
didn't
on
send
that
me
clip,
information,
and then
or I didn't
influenced
see the
what
information they
people
sent me at the
happened
time.
or the way people
So,
interpreted those events.
For that reason, he was probably
And
checking
then
in
there's
to see what
like,
the fuck I was up
I
to.
mean, this feels wrong to say, but then there's like a dopamine element to this too. Like, this is happening on
A what now?
gamified social media applications, right? And there is a weird dopamine hit that comes from the seeing of the video, the way that it plays. Like, does that make things even
Will
more
you go on
complicated
air
and I
with
guess
this embarrassing shirt?
uncharted
Wait,
here?
What? My shirt is not embarrassing. It's perfectly nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, if things are shocking, they grab your attention.
Chatter.
Also, things that are really emotionally arousing.
Damn, Chatter's coming for Hasan's wardrobe. That does seem like a perfectly nice shirt. Little Indiana Jones, perhaps, but a nice shirt. I think they're being unfair.
And that the combination of emotionally arousing and linked to politics and identity and things like that really grab people's attention. So even if you don't want to see it, sometimes it's hard to look away. And then the ranking algorithms on social media really reward that content that grabs eyeballs. And on X in particular, they didn't really have any moderation policies related to it, and it was pretty much a free-for-all. Whereas some of the other platforms like YouTube or TikTok or Meta did more to either remove copies of the video or put age warnings on them. Still wasn't super effective, but they did some attempts.
You
Where
have
on
a
X,
fake
it was
name for
really
radio?
just
How dare
throw the floodgates wide. And so that kind of content by its basic nature grabs eyeballs. But again, a lot of people didn't want to see that. And there's evidence from research that we've done that if you just kind of like prompt people to think before they share, that can reduce the sharing of content that's undesirable or misleading or things like that. And so again, I feel like There's
Oh, that
the
is me. Look,
emotional
right
component
there.
of the video, but there's also the consequences of being exposed to it and being exposed to
He got
all
me
the
on
narrative
the second
and so on
monitor.
that came along with it. And so I think that you know, a really key aspect here is trying to separate the facts of what happened from the conspiracy theories and false claims that went along with it.
Y'all do not know how to behave.
Okay, Hasan, stand by.
Come on! Professor, thanks so much for joining us. Meanwhile, the president posting this on social media, on his social media platform today, that he is designating Antifa, which he calls a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. Something he has said before during his first term, but is this time going to be different? And what is his working definition of Antifa or terrorist organization? Because legal definitions carry a lot of weight, and Antifa, as it's collectively known right now in society, that seems to just stand for anti-fascist. And as soon as all of this came out, there was one person online that I just saw being dragged right through all of this, his name getting tagged by a lot of people on the right saying, hey, look, investigate this guy, none other than this
right to jail, right away.
Man named Hasan Piker, political commentator online. His Twitch stream is going right now. I know it's going on your end, Hasan. I mean, your mentions are pretty wild any day, but today, like, hearing and seeing what the president said, what was your immediate reaction?
I mean, it's, like you also pointed out, it's not new. He has tried to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization in the past, and I'm not exactly certain what legal limitations exist there. But one thing I can say, as the Antifa headquarters CEO, I guess, is that anti-fascism is a movement. It's an act. It's an ideology. It's not an organized structure. It's not an organization. So therefore, there is no real way to potentially prosecute this group as a domestic terror group. Now, of course, there's also the other unconstitutional element here, which is that you're not supposed to go after and target domestic political organizations in general. This country has rarely ever prosecuted the Ku Klux Klan. This country has rarely ever prosecuted numerous far-right groups that have actually successfully pulled off targeted acts of domestic terror. And therefore, not only is anti-fascism not a cohesive, organized group that you could tackle, it also is, even if it was, it would still be unconstitutional to go after it in this way.
Yeah, Hasan, yeah, I mean, I just all of a sudden flash forward and I'm like, oh no, seeing this clip where you're saying I'm the CEO of Antifa, like being played in, I don't know, some court somewhere or some congressional hearing. Let's hope like.
Oh my God. Let's hope that joke you made doesn't get used in court. Oh my God. This guy's like, oh, you didn't capitulate in advance. That's a bad idea, Hasan. You sure you want to do that? You know what's fucking with me? I don't know if it's the same for everybody in chat. I think I saw someone mention it, but like the 3-second delay, like watching two different Hasans talking, but one is 3 seconds behind the other ones. It's fucking with me. Oh, holy Nikes. Whoa, dude. I don't know if this person wants to be recognized. I assume they would like to be kept anonymous, but if not, if you feel free to let me know. I will certainly give you credit for this, but holy cow. Wow. Just for that, I'm going to change the color of the confetti. I'm feeling crazy. Let's go there. More autumn, sort of autumn-like, almost, well, getting a little bit more autumn. Got a little orange in there. Look at that confetti, people. We didn't get a single super chat. We didn't get a single super sticker. No new members on YouTube. But one person on PayPal took it upon themselves to donate an incredible amount of money. Such an incredible amount of money. I am overwhelmed to begin with. Wasn't expecting this. Goal is officially completed. That's done. So I'm going to end that. 42 minutes in. I'm going to remove that. Maybe I'll start another goal for extra confetti later. But not only is the goal finished, we are going to do this. Watch this. Watch the screen. Keep your eyes out for what's about to happen next. Oh, look at that. Something just disappeared. Where'd it go? What is it? Oh, she feels weird. What's going on here? I'm looking. Something is missing from the screen. That's right. The galactic deficit goal is gone. How is that possible? That's right. We were $200 away from completing the galactic deficit goal. And with 10 full days left in the month, we're taking the goal down. Taking it down, that's it. That's it. We should have the funds necessary to pay the bills in October. Look at that. We're way ahead of schedule. That's beautiful. I'm just, wow. Just everybody take a moment and bask in the truly glorious moment in which we find ourselves right now. Truly incredible. Epic. Great. So great and so good. Wow. I don't know what to say, chat, but an hour and 15 minutes into the stream, we have officially completed the galactic deficit, and we can now rest assured that every little bit of galactic content that I had planned for this Saturday stream is going to be presented to you by me today. Okay, wow. All right, I'm gonna take just gonna give you all another just a little bit longer to bask, to revel, to witness the awesomeness of our combined efforts in recent days. And in this, on this particular day. Truly great. Okay, all right. Let's get back focused. Focus in on the content. No more confetti. Get the robots to clean that up later. Let's go back to Hasan on NBC. Hold on, just so we can kind of remember what was going on. I'm just going to move back slightly. There we go.
Domestic political organizations in general. This country has rarely ever prosecuted the Ku Klux Klan. This country has rarely ever prosecuted.
By the way, everyone, it's not just you. The volume is in fact low. It's this clip, terrible volume levels. I have it jacked up on every single metric I can, including the feed back to my headphones because I can barely hear it.
Numerous far-right groups that have actually successfully pulled off targeted acts of domestic terror. And therefore, not only is anti-fascism not a cohesive, organized group that you could tackle, it also is, even if it was, it would still be unconstitutional to go after it in this way.
Illegal. Yeah, Hasan, yeah, I mean, I just all of a sudden flash forward and I'm like, oh no, seeing this clip where you're saying I'm the CEO of Antifa, like being played in, I don't know, some court somewhere or some congressional hearing. Let's hope, like, who knows what's going to happen in there. But, you know, just to clarify.
This guy is such a little turd. Oh my God. He's like, Hasan, I mean, I don't know if you want to say that right now, buddy. You want to go back on that joke you just made about being the CEO of Antifa, pal? I mean, oh, God. Awful.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Was NBC Trump-approved media now?
Like, who knows what's going to happen in the future? But, you know, just to clarify the record here, how do you define
NBC.
Antifa and
now stands for nothing but capitulators.
do you see yourself as part of an organization called Antifa?
No, that was a joke, of course. Like I said, there's no organized unit. Anti-fascism, like I said, is an action. I do engage in anti-fascist action, and I'm sure many of us have done so. If you call out someone who is behaving like a white supremacist, that's still technically someone engaging in an anti-fascist action in that moment. And as far as organized anti-fascist action goes, a lot of our grandparents, as a matter of fact, engaged in organized anti-fascist action in World War II. So I guess, we've come a long way from what this nation used to represent when we fought the Nazis, because obviously the opposite of anti-fascism would be fascism. So it does seem like this administration is moving in that direction.
Hasan Piker, appreciate your perspective. We'll let you get back to streaming. We've got a legal guest to talk a little bit about all of this on the way out here. But Hasan, thanks. Let's go over to NBC News, a legal analyst.
Thank you so much, Hasan. You're clear. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Where we just left off, there's so many legal.
Oh, someone in chat is claiming to be the CEO of Antifa.
What?
As well as the interim Prime Minister of Australia. Wow. Wow.
Questions like,
big time
can you designate an ideology as a terror group?
I want to see what they say.
Seriously.
Yes and no. The
yes
president,
and no.
more specifically,
immediately goes to, yeah, actually it is a terrorist organization. They bring Hasan on, talk about how he's the CEO of Antifa. And the next guy that comes on is like, yes, CEO, yes, Antifa is in fact a terrorist organization.
You designate an ideology as a terror group?
I want to see what they say.
Yes and no. The president, and more specifically the secretary, direct the Secretary of State to designate foreign terrorist organizations. There are an array of statutes that allow the executive branch to do that. They don't really allow for designation of.
Hasan, you can't be making jokes on the news, B? Bro, staying on the Zoom call? Yeah, I am. I think you scared him, Poppy? No, it's fine. Why would you make that joke? Because it's stupid. And also, I will continue not only making that joke, but also saying it sincerely as well. Of course I'm an anti-fascist. I'm never going to stop saying that I'm an anti-fascist. I don't give a fuck how fascist this government gets. That is crazy. That is actually crazy. Comedy is illegal. Don't do that again. No, comedy is legal now.
Illegal.
They cut us short because you were late. Well, I mean, this is a quick news hit. Okay, calm down now. Nephew, you're going to get us all brought up on RICO charges. He did ask you a targeted question trying to claim association with Antifa. Yeah, I'm the CFO of Antifa. We have a meeting shortly, Hasan. True.
Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine Hasan's chat? Hasan's chat being brought up on RICO charges as some sort of oh god, that's fucking hilarious. That one chatter's like, look, Hasan, I think you've put us all in great jeopardy. As dedicated chatters, we're all now going straight to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
It's all your fault. Now, of course, that would be insane. But it's just like this fictional scenario that I just find to be hilarious. Just thinking about it, the absurdity of it. You know, like just Chairman Piker 15687. What do you have to say for your crimes? I'm sorry for shitposting in the Hasan Cord as well as on Hasan's Twitch chat. I've been a very bad boy. Okay, let's talk about those Proud Boys. Hasan's official YouTube channel, Hasanabi, yesterday burst the Capitol building. Now me. Oh wait, this is probably going to be normal volume. I should probably turn this down first and this down before I blast my ears out. Turn this back up.
I am going to read this new article that came out from Ollie Breland. The Proud Boys love cancel culture now. Inside the far-right network that is working to get people fired for what they say about Charlie Kirk.
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys.
Stand
back
back
and
and
stand
stand
by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa.
I didn't want to leak this. I gave some quotes to Ollie about this last night, but he informed me that the Proud Boys, when he was interviewing me for this, in order to get a quote from me, he informed me that the Proud Boys are actually actively coming after me, and that they have been looking for anything and everything they can, alongside many of these other conservative groups, obviously. It's just funny because it's the Proud Boys, right? Like they did January 6th. But apparently they are looking for anything and everything they can in my background to get me deplatformed, which is really funny because, like, when you say the Proud Boys are coming after me, one would assume they're trying to, like, violently and physically apprehend me and kill me or something. No. Instead of their trigger fingers, they're using their Twitter fingers. When Enrique Tarrio picked up the phone, the first thing he wanted me to know was that he was pushing through a 4-day hangover. This was on Monday, and he had just returned to Miami from Westfest, an annual pilgrimage to Las Vegas in which Proud Boys from around the country gather for hard drinking and general debauchery. Basically a frat party, he said. But with that out of his system, Tarrio, who has long been one of the far-right group's key leaders, found himself stirred by a more pressing preoccupation: all the people he wants to get fired. Over the past several days, Tarrio told me, has activated an extremely effective network of Proud Boys to scour the social web, find posts celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk, identify the individuals involved, and persuade their employers to fire them. Oh, God, they are soy boys, dude. Such pussies. Oh, my Lord. Fed activity. In many of these groups, people celebrate over growing tallies of firings in which they refer to as scalps. He told me. It's funny because this was a tactic that was used on us from 2017 forward. We got deplatformed, debanked. He told me it sucked for us. I always said I wouldn't do it back to anybody, but since then, I've been incarcerated for something I didn't do. Tarrio
I like how
said,
he thinks
referring to his conviction of seditious conspiracy for his role at the Capitol
What I like most about this claim from Ricky...
Those are the guys that are after me.
All right, shut up. Hasan, shut your mouth. Okay. The thing I love most about this claim from Ricky is that he's conflating him and the Proud Boys literally physically storming the Capitol building, all geared up and attacking police officers, and in fact killing one police officer. I'm not saying that the Proud Boys themselves, but they were part of the riotous insurrectionist group whose actions led to the deaths of Capitol officer. As being the same. This is the same thing, right? These guys physically, like them being brought to court for assaulting and killing an officer, storming the Capitol. It amounts to the same thing, like as them calling for the jailing of Hasan for a guy who says words on a political stream on the internet. That's the same thing. Like that, and this is giving them, with very much like a huge grain of salt, the claim that somehow Hasan has called for violence, because of course he hasn't called for violence. He hasn't called for violence. He hasn't celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. He's done none of those things. So it's just really, they're basically saying Hasan's existence is the same thing as us physically assaulting police officers. It's the same thing.
At the Capitol insurrection, yeah, those are the guys that are after me, by the way, on January 6, 2021. So I'm in a different mindset now, an eye for an eye right now. In 2023, when officials announced that Tarrio had been sentenced to 22 years in prison, they emphasized that no organization put more boots on the ground on January 6th than the Proud Boys, who were, under Tarrio's direction, at the forefront of every major breach of the Capitol's defenses, leading the on-the-ground efforts to storm the seat of government. In January, Tarrio was released from prison as a part of Trump's blanket January 6 pardons. In recent days, Tario told me, he and the rest of the Proud Boys have been mostly focused on targeting employees in government and higher education. But his white whale is far more prominent. The left-wing influencer Hasan Piker. Tario told me that his campaign to get Piker kicked off Twitch wasn't about anything in reference to Charlie. As my colleague Spencer Kornhaber recently wrote, Piker condemned the shooting and anyone who attempted to justify it, though he has at times used his own violent rhetoric in the past. Piker was temporarily banned from Twitch earlier this year when he said people who truly oppose Medicare for all should kill Senator Rick Scott. Still, okay, come on, Ollie. I gave you the full quote. Jesus Christ. I guess, it's fine for brevity. Still, Tario seemed to sense that the post-assassination cultural climate would be friendly to an attempt to go after Piker. I was banned from Twitch, he told me, and I didn't say half the shit he did. Tario told me that he and the other Proud Boys have teamed up in a group chat with other right-wingers who all want Piker to get kicked off Twitch by running a bigger and more sustained version of the other active mass firing campaign. They have been circulating Piker's past controversial statements to companies that advertise on Twitch in an attempt to pressure the streaming platform, he told me, which, of course, is something that I worked on or is something that I've been dealing with for the past 2 years. Once again, not exactly sure if Ali put that in the article when he asked me, but I did talk specifically about Destiny and Dan Saltman's attempts to do this exact same thing over Israel. So I've been dealing with this for the past 2 years from Ethan Klein.
I'm encouraging you guys to pressure advertisers, to pressure Amazon, to pressure Twitch.
From Destiny, from Dan Saltman, and numerous other right-wing groups that are now also involved. What the f do I do? Asmongold is another dipshit that is also engaged in this.
I've been pretty reasonable about this for a long time. I think they should ban him. I do.
And the more they attempt this and the more it doesn't happen, the more insane they get. I thought you greatly disliked The Atlantic. I like Ollie Brelin. He has covered me in the past. That's why I chose to give him a quote. The Atlantic is far from my favorite publication. Let's be real. Yeah, Richie Torres, Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, Ethan Klein, Destiny, Asmongold, Dan Saltman. What the f are ADL? What is happening? What the f is happening? Elon Musk has gotten to a point where it feels like if you're not like, bring some goddamn Marxist Leninists in there too and throw them in the pile too, Just what a rotation of people who have decided that ideologies aside, we can all get together, shake hands, and take out the true evil.
I can't wait for Xi Jinping to come out and call for the arrest of Hasan Piker for his dangerous radical Marxist views that have led to the death of Charlie Kirk. It's going to come any day.
I have to have my China.
American society. The CEO of Twitch is set to be interrogated by Congress alongside other CEOs in an effort to suppress leftist speech online. Ethan Klein's H3 subreddit can't figure out if they like this. The consensus is we wanted fascist censorship, but it was only supposed to be for Hasan. You would think this moment would be a wake-up call that Ethan had been pushing an inherently fascist agenda when he screams about how dangerous, un-American, extremist, tanky leftists need to be deplatformed and silenced. But no, they think it's Hasan's fault for existing. Yeah, you got it, guys.
That's exactly what it is.
H3, foot soldiers, you got what you wanted. Why?
That is exactly what it is, though. Hasan, that is literally what I just said. People are just upset about Hasan existing because they can't find any evidence of him actually celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, calling for the death of Charlie Kirk, or any kind of violence to fall upon Charlie Kirk.
Celebrating. It doesn't make any sense. Isn't this what you wanted? What do you think was going to happen? I disagree with that. They love this. They're not conflicted. These are the few dissenters. Hasan and other radical propaganda should be banned from Twitch. However, this being a government action and not an action taken at the platform's sole discretion opens an extremely ugly precedent. Also, those Republicans won't stop with people like Hasan and use this to go after any and all people, even slightly left of MAGA. This is not a good thing. They didn't realize that when they were propping up Asmongold as an alternative, highlighting his active attacks against me. What happened? Dan was telling Lonerbox he regrets it because he didn't actually think it would ever happen and that Destiny and you are both targeted by politicians now. Oof.
I feel like my YouTube is going to get permabanned soon because I got broad demonetized yesterday for that I didn't even cite a video. So, I don't know. I'll appeal it. We'll see what happens. But
yeah, I saw that too. What happened to all those trips to D.C. lobbying Republican congresspersons for them to come after me and deplatform me, for them to go after Twitch? What happened?
I have congressional meetings set up, okay? That's like with more than one.
Okay, there's clips in this that are also from the earlier video that we watched. I don't want to watch the whole thing. I could have sworn that he talks more about the Proud Boys at some point during this. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, I think it's around here. Right?
Threat here for discontent, and they do not want discontent to exist. I cannot believe it, dude. Aligning with Republican congresspersons for this? The f do you think was going to happen, dumbass? Your butt buddy is like infinitely more violent in his rhetoric towards Republicans than I am, and now he's experiencing the repercussions. Tario told me that he and the other Proud Boys have teamed up in a group chat with other right-wingers who all want to get Piker kicked off Twitch by running a bigger and more sustained version of their other active mass firing campaign. They've been circulating Piker's past controversial statements to companies that advertise in Twitch in an attempt to pressure the streaming platform, he told me. That's one more federal agent that's coming after me, Piker told me over the phone late on Tuesday night, talking about Tario's reported history as a federal informant. Tario previously told Reuters that he did not recall ever having worked undercover in this way, but today he told me that he never denied it. He added, as a matter of fact, I said it on my podcast. In May, Customs Border Protection briefly detained Piker, a natural-born U.S. citizen, when he returned to the country from an overseas trip. He did not seem particularly concerned by the Proud Boys campaign against him. Piker said he has weathered attacks from groups with a lot more institutional persuasive power than the Proud Boys. I also asked him about the comments that got him booted from Twitch earlier this year. It wasn't a call to assassination, Parker said. It was an attempt to say Rick Scott shows that Republicans don't actually care about Medicare fraud. The Proud Boys' efforts are a part of a larger campaign to punish Kirk's critics. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I think it's because it's the Atlantic. The editorial control was placed on this article. Sorry, that 100%. I think Ali's a great journalist, but I don't see some aspects of my revelations here. The reason why I didn't seem so concerned about the Proud Boys campaign against myself is because I told him that I was dealing with the ADL on a daily basis due to my anti-Zionist advocacy. But of course, this is the Atlantic, so I suspect that they cut that part from my quotes. Anyway, the Proud Boys' efforts are part of a larger campaign to punish Kirk's critics and those who have celebrated his killing, called him out, and hell, called their employer, Vice President J.D. Vance said on Monday while guest hosting an episode of The Charlie Kirk Show. Trump wants more, he tweeted out. Great news, America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel show is now canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers. On fake news, NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. President
Very bad ratings.
DJT. I'm going to be honest, I never thought it was going to be this whack. I did not, for even a brief moment, assume that modern American fascism was going to be this lame. Like, I knew it was going to be awful. I knew it was going to be harmful. I knew that there was going to be a lot of horror. But I did not think that it would be conducted over petty grievances and narcissistic desires being enforced. I'll give you one example. Big balls. I didn't think that big balls getting beat up by two teenagers, one teenage girl and one teenage boy at the age of 15, was going to be the testing ground for a military deployment on an American city, the Capitol. I didn't think so. It's so lame. I didn't think that the president's favorite podcaster being killed would lead to the opening up of the floodgates of the erosion of the First Amendment. He is the Horst vessel of this admin. Charlie Kirk is being presented as the Horst vessel of this administration, something that we pointed to literally the first day. We are entertaining the dumbest fascist takeover of all time. Isn't it up that even Charlie would probably disagree with this cancellation of Kimmel? I mean, yeah, he wasn't exactly the biggest fan of the First Amendment, but I think even he had the wherewithal to understand that this doesn't look good.
Okay. Well, there we go. That's going to be our Hasan coverage for today. Proud Boys coming for Hasan, but in a way unexpected. When I first heard that the Proud Boys were coming for Hasan, I kind of assumed it was going to be some sort of gun battle. But no. Nope. Proud Boys embracing cancel culture, apparently. Scraping the internet for supposed evidence of Hasan's being a bad boy, and then getting him canceled, sending it to employers and media organizations all over the country. So cute. Aww. It's so cute how Republicans have just embraced cancel culture in such a blatant and obvious way. They're not even trying to pretend that they have it. I mean, a couple people have been like, is this good? Like Ted Cruz, I think, came out and was like, should we be doing this? I don't know. But it's like two people out there that are like, yeah, this is maybe a bad idea. Let's go here to the serfs with Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance, whatever. I don't know what. Does Lance? I think Lance doesn't have a last name. He's just Lance.
So about a week ago, I uploaded a video explaining the potential motives behind the bullet casings on the shooter who shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And now people on the internet are saying that it aged like fine wine, or perhaps milk, because apparently wine gets better as it ages. I wouldn't know. I just ordered the cheapest thing on the menu. I'm not really sophisticated. But now more information has come out, including the leaked Discord messages, which show a lot of things. And most importantly, that it is important to keep trying to debunk what the mainstream media is doing, because they have not been able to understand a lot of this stuff, specifically when it comes to internet memes or spreading a narrative that the shooter is definitively a left-wing Antifa super soldier, when the truth is far more complex. But bringing this all back, what do we actually know? Well, for starters, the fact that the shooter is once again, as is often the case, a white cis male. In this case, the shooter happens to come from a registered Republican family, a family of ex-military, ex-cops, and preachers. These are right-wing individuals. They were heavily into guns, they had a lot of legal firearms, and they were into guns training for their children. So beyond that, we don't actually know what the motivation is. And it's the magical word you sometimes hear on the internet: nuance. So yesterday, Benny Johnson says cover-up. Discord initially claimed Charlie Kirk's assassin never used the platform to plan or promote violence. Judd Hoffman, the Discord VP of Trust and Safety, said they'd found no evidence that the suspect planned this incident or promoted violence on Discord. This morning, Cash Patel and Dan Bongino confirmed there was a Discord chat with 20+ members, and new reporting out just reveals that the...
Oh, Lance's last name is from the serfs. That makes sense. Lance from the serfs, everybody.
Sent a final message to the group admitting his guilt and stating that he was turning himself in. This information came directly from Discord and was shared with law enforcement. The public demands accountability and transparency. Discord must be fully investigated for covering up and potentially attempting to destroy the evidence in a criminal investigation. Which isn't what they're accused of doing. In fact, Discord is obviously being very cooperative with the FBI and state officials because it's a massive corporation and they don't want to have any legal liability, so they're turning over everything that they have. What the Discord messages are revealing, though, is that the media has once again got so much of this story wrong. So for starters, the angle that the shooter was in a relationship with a trans person or potentially gay or bisexual is something that a lot of right-wingers are now running with as proof that they happen to be a leftist. As if you can't be a right-winger and also be gay? Whether it be Elijah Schaefer, who's been multiple times accused of having homosexual relationships or bisexual relationships at CPUSA events, or the fact that Benny Johnson accidentally posted a Google ads talking about gay cruises and a lot of his fans had to point out, that's based on your search history, dude. Or the fact that Nick Fuentes has broadcast gay porn to his audience. Or that Alex Jones has been caught looking at trans porn. Or the fact that Joe Rogan has admitted out loud that he enjoys watching trans pornography.
Like, she was recommending, like, keep, you know, you can still be a woman, just keep your cock.
Have you watched Trans Chick with Porn? Because it's pretty great.
Have I not watched it?
It's pretty good, because you get the dick and two women.
Yeah, but then you're kind of whacking off to somebody with a dick. Yeah, that's an issue.
But aren't you always?
I love that knee-jerk reaction from Shane Gillis. He's like, but then you're kind of whacking. Aren't you kind of whacking off to a guy? Like his like knee-jerk like homophobic reaction is like, wait, but then there's a dick. But then there's a dick and you're whacking it. Then you're whacking it and there's a dick in the shot. It's like, pal, have you not watched straight porn in your entire life, or what's going on here? You're telling me there's never been a time where you were. I'm confused. What's happening?
Somebody with a dick. Yeah, that's an issue.
But aren't you alwathis? If you're watching a guy fuck a girl?
No, I'm not.
It's the least gay of, because you got a girl?
No. Joe gets it. This guy gets it too. He seems incredibly excited about this discussion. He's like, yeah, Joe over here, he gets it. He gets it. More tits. Wow.
tits.
Fucking a girl.
Exactly.
Added tits. Yeah, double girls.
Double tits.
Or what about the
More
overwhelming amount of data that shows that the redder the state is, the more interested they are?
What I love most
in a
about that
trans
discussion is that this is basically 4 dudes in a room who are at least like in their late 40s or early 50s discussing this. Like they're just about they are literally just a bunch of children. They are just a bunch of children. They might be bald, but some of them might be bald, but that doesn't mean that they are adults.
Fucking a girl.
Exactly.
Added tits. Yeah, double girls.
Double tits.
Or what about the overwhelming amount of data that shows that the redder the state is, the more interested they are in looking at trans pornography? It's the forbidden fruit, after all. Whether they're closeted or whether they're simply fetishizing something that they're also trying to vilify, or in the case of Michael Knowles, believing that sissy hypnotic porn is somehow capable of converting straight people into trans people, or straight people into gay people, or gay people into cis people. I don't know what he's all about. At the end of the day, it seems like right-wingers, whether they're closeted about it or not, are very, very interested in looking at LGBTQ plus people in a very sexual way. What is important is the actual facts on the ground, and thanks to the reporting of Ken Klippenstein, we now have the leaked Discord messages that were inside of that chat group. Exclusive. Leaked messages from Charlie Kirk's assassin. The accused shooter's politics are not what the government and media say. Charlie Kirk got shot. Dead. I just saw the video, holy shit. RIP, I guess. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Sad. And now the statement of the shooter. Hey guys, I have some bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you all for everything. The picture that emerges bears little resemblance to the media version. Robinson, I am told, though quiet, was a well-liked person with a supportive family. The friend group who we interacted with on Discord, far from some kind of militia camp or Antifa bunker, as it's been portrayed, represents a range of different political views but mostly talked about video games. Yesterday, FBI Director Kash Patel said in an interview that the shooter subscribed to left-wing ideology, citing his family's remarks to the investigators, but those close to the shooter said there's a lot that his family didn't know about him. Their ideas are based on someone they didn't fully understand, the childhood friend told me. Though the family was generally supportive of the shooter, a claim corroborated by his mother's Facebook account, brimming with praise for him, they didn't seem to know about his relationship with a trans person named Lance, the friend said. When I asked if his family would have been accepting, the friend replied, I don't think even the shooter knew the answer to that question, which is why he kept it so low-key between themselves. I just want to add at this point, we don't know in fact if the person was trans, and we don't know in fact if the shooter himself was gay, bisexual, pansexual. The evidence in question is coming from a testimony by the mother, and also a picture that is being circulated online, as well as a lot of other media outlets, showing Lance to be using an AI filter of a woman. But that's not evidence that someone is trans.
Yeah.
And in fact, even in the response...
Yeah, that's kind of insane to suggest that using an AI filter to make you look like a woman makes you trans. Does doing an impression of a woman, like comedically or for whatever other reason, does that make you a woman? I mean, does but this is even more loose of a like. I mean, it's just grasping at straws. It's like, oh my gosh, look at this. This has got to be the proof. We have been looking for weeks now for proof, and maybe this is the proof that it actually is a trans shooter. Oh God. Seems like such tiresome work being this hateful, being this desperate. So much time dedicated to trying to come up with these ridiculous theories.
The comments in that photo, the same person says that they are in fact not trying to look like a woman, that it was a mistake that was happening. But all that being said, were they in a romantic relationship with each other? Very potentially. A lot of the evidence is pointing towards that. And at this time, it's not confirmed if he was a bisexual, a pansexual, or someone who was straight who was involved with a trans woman. This wasn't some cookie cutter lefty position.
Absolutely. Lance is right, and this was a great breakdown here. And the fact is we don't know why Charlie Kirk was shot. We have effectively zero actual information on that. We just have a bunch of political statements being made by the president, the FBI, and others in the Trump administration. And that is all we have, really. We have like little scraps and bits of testimony from people, but it's all second, third-hand information, effectively, or what have you. And like Lance goes to the Discord, and we talked about the Discord already, which is why I felt we don't need to watch that part of it. But like the Discord is just it's just a fucking normie Discord with people talking about You know, like it's like literally it's just video games and cat memes, music stuff. Like this is not a fucking political Discord. Like somebody went through the deep dive on the Discord at one point. We looked at it. Donald Trump's name and Joe Biden's name come up one time each throughout the entire Discord server, which is pretty wild. Even for a non-political Discord server, that's incredibly apolitical, if you ask me. All right, let's go here. We have newly discovered footage from body cam video of Tyler Robinson speaking to a police officer after some kind of a traffic incident. This is from 2022.
Who's driver? You the driver?
Yep.
Robinson. Can you tell me just really quick what happened?
I was coming this way and he was just passing through and he pulled out from here.
Oh my God, this guy sounds like a good old boy.
Do you remember which?
I mean, holy shit. I think this is the most words we've heard this guy say. He said like 2 words in court. That's all we've heard. This guy seriously sounds like a good old boy. Like, you know, like just, he's got that country accent.
From here, or no, from there, I think.
Do you remember which lane you were in?
I was in one of those 2 lanes going this way. I
He's
think
a
in the
country
right,
boy.
yeah, in the rightmost lane coming this way. Okay. And he would have been there going left. And as I was coming through, he turned in and I T-boned into the side.
Okay. Do you remember looking at the light?
Yeah, it just turned yellow as I was getting into the intersection.
Gotcha. Okay, are either one of you injured in any way, shape, or form? No, nothing hurts? Okay, do you have your registration and proof of insurance on your vehicle?
I'm just gonna scoot to the end of this. I watched. There's not a lot of. From what I could tell, there was not a lot of interesting stuff that came out in this video. It's just him talking about this traffic accident that occurred.
The light?
Yeah, I was looking up at the light just before getting there.
Okay.
I saw it shift yellow, and as I get into the intersection, he pulls. There was a vehicle in the lane between, like the leftmost through lane, that was forward some.
So people on the side of you were slowing down to a stop.
I had seen someone slowing down, and I wondered why they had slowed so much.
Okay.
But
why do you think that they were slowing down?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Maybe because the light was turning red?
Well, I was close enough to the light that I would end up in the intersection if I had tried to brake from that speed.
Okay.
I was going the speed limit. I just made sure.
Okay. How long was that? Like, when did you last check your speed?
Probably back, like, maybe halfway down that road to that where it curves. Maybe halfway down that distance. I just looked.
Gotcha. All right. 1 second. Is your mom almost here? Or?
I'm not sure. She had the shuttle from where she works to the car.
Is she not able to just send you a text message of a picture of the? I just need a picture of the insurance card.
She just pulled in. Did she just pull in?
Okay.
That's her.
Perfect. All right, buddy, here's your information back here. So this is a driver exchange form. This has all of his vehicle information and all your vehicle information, okay? The most important number on this piece of paper is this one right here, top left. This is your case number, incident number, all that stuff, okay?
Okay. Well, honestly, I mean, not a lot happens in this video. Like, it's just like they seem very fucking normal. This guy's got a real country boy sort of like accent, but beyond that,
when you
like,
contact
there's
your insurance company,
nothing crazy about this.
They're going to ask for right there, okay? So I am not issuing citations today because I can't prove one way or the other about exactly what happened, okay? So if your light is yellow, then he didn't yield. If your light was red, okay, and you sped up to make the red light, then that's your bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I have a third-party witness. There's just, we're like seconds. I just can't, I'm not comfortable with citing anybody because I don't know exactly what happened, okay?
All right.
So, do you have any questions about that?
No.
No? Okay. Mom, do you have any questions since you'll probably be taking care of this?
I will be taking care of this, and this is all new for me, but
Okay.
we'll figure it out.
All right. But basically, just call your insurance company. Let them know he's involved in an accident. They'll ask for this number, okay? And then just kind of go from there. They'll help you out.
There we have it. That is, I think, the most that anybody has heard from Tyler Robinson as of yet. Now, of course, I don't know what bearing it has on what's happened, but it does give you more of a picture of him, who he was, and of the family, the mother. Okay. How are we doing on time right now? Oh, I knew it. I had a strong feeling. We are nearly 2 hours in. Why is there a fruit fly on the space station? This is unacceptable.
This is ridiculous!
Okay. Before we go to break, I'm going to start a goal. It's just going to be, just a... Oh my god, this fruit fly... Oh my god, go fuck yourself, pal. What are you doing? Why are you here and how? I'm gonna get weird with it. I'm gonna start a goal, all color goal. That means any sized super chat is gonna count towards it. I'll give you like 3 hours because we definitely have 3 more hours, and it's gonna be just a confetti, just for the confetti. For the confetti, just because I know we all love confetti. And in theory, it would only take $5 to complete the goal, because I think you could do a $1 super chat 5 times. That would count. That would count. All right, but we gotta go to a quick galactic intermission. Don't worry, they'll be right back. We got a hell of a lot more to talk about in the second half after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you do not miss a single episode of the Galactic Spacecast. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar. That's right, you could be sitting poolside or at one of the other break screens. Things like the bar, the lake, and of course the street, all available for your patron avatar choices. All you have to do is tell me what you want your avatar to be, and I'll put it on the screen. But that's not it. Also, you can get a shout out at the end of every stream, along with people like this. But that's not all. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much more. That's right, the low price of $3 gets you all that. All right, people, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, Space Fams, you know what that sound means. It means that it's time for us to get to the stream once again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So, you had better get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of the second half. Which, as it was just mentioned, is going to be in immediately, if not sooner. We left off talking about... what did we leave off talking about? Right, Charlie Kirk, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Watching that newly released video of Tyler Robinson speaking to police back in 2022. Now let's talk a little bit about messaging around all of this. Specifically with a message that supposedly Van Jones, incredibly annoying CNN anchor, had to apparently received from Charlie Kirk one day before his death.
I've decided I'm going to do something. I'm going to share something personal that I wasn't sure I was going to share.
Oh.
But I think it's important. Charlie Kirk and I were not friends at all.
Not friends.
In fact,
but he had your number.
His life, we were
not friends. Totally not friends.
Beefing online. Beefing.
Me and Charlie Kirk, not friends, but we had each other's number. He had my number. He had my number. He could text me at any time, and he did text me. But we weren't friends. Okay.
Last week of his life, we were beefing hard, beefing online, beefing on air. But the day before he died, he did something that shocked me. He sent me a personal message, calling for personal dialogue, wanted me to come on his show.
Oh, I guess it was okay. All right, I take it back. We didn't actually text him, I guess. Although, wait, then what is this text message back here? Wait, hold on. Why is there a text message underneath this? What is this? There's like a text message underneath it. I don't understand what's going on. But okay, or maybe no. Okay, I see what's happening. No, this is just this blown up. It was not a text message. You didn't have Van Jones's number. This is a. I think this is Twitter DMs. Does Twitter have DMs? Or is this Facebook? I honestly can't tell what platform this is.
Personal dialogue, wanted me to come on his show. He said we could be gentlemen together.
Oh.
He said we could deal with our disagreements agreeably.
Agreeably.
And in the past week and a half, just watching people talk about civil wars and censorship and all this stuff coming out of his death, I just thought it was important to let people know, don't put that on Charlie Kirk, because the last day of his life, he was reaching out to have not more censorship, more conversation.
We can't put anything on. We can't put anything on Charlie Kirk because the day before he died, he texted you saying he wanted to have dialogue. Okay. It doesn't change who Charlie was. Like,
who honestly was one of his adversaries, me. And I just want to share that with the world. And I hope that maybe it might help somebody on both sides deal with issues more like he did.
So Van Jones, because he received a message from fucking Charlie Kirk the day before he died, he wants to tell us, wants to tell all of us to deal with things more like Charlie did. Wow. Let's talk about how Charlie dealt with things in life. How's that sound, Van? Does that sound good to you? I mean, we want to embody. I mean, I wouldn't want to disrespect Van.
How rude.
So let's be like Charlie. Let's embody Charlie. Let's investigate who Charlie was as a person in life and the things that he stood for. That Van thinks is it'd be good if everybody could be more like.
And I'll tell you one more thing that's on my mind tonight, and conservatives everywhere. The idea that people are saying, well, he was an extremist, or he was a racist, or he was a Nazi, or a misogynist, whatever. Charlie Kirk was a mainstream conservative Republican. He had views that are held by tens of millions of people, including more than half the country in the last election.
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. It begs the question, when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. And in the spirit of affirmative action, we have Ramon and Cadillac are your two pilots. They've never flown before, but they are black. I
mean, this stuff is just so wildly racist. It's incredible. It is incredible just how racist he was. The things that he felt completely comfortable saying. Oh, Ramon and Cadillac are here to fly the plane. Everybody run.
Are qualified. And in the spirit of affirmative action, we have Ramon and Cadillac are your two pilots. They've never flown before, but they are black. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. The war on white people continues. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. We are raising a generation of weak people like Simone Biles. LeBron James is a self-interested, narcissistic.
You're raising a generation of weak people like Simone Biles. Simone Biles is a medal-winning Olympic gymnast. What has Charlie Kirk done ever that's so strong? Or did? I mean, wow.
Like Simone Biles. LeBron James is
just unbelievable.
Raising a generation of weak people like Simone Biles. LeBron James is a self-interested, narcissistic, and we know he's not very smart. You're representing your nation. You're selfish sociopath. Not very bright, not wise, not somebody of good character. She is a shame to the country.
Blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today. Data shows they were actually better in the 1940s.
Let's get loud for Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm also going to offer some context and some nuance about the death of George Floyd that no one dares to say.
Let's get loud for Kyle Rittenhouse, everybody. Welcome. Guy who committed political violence, everybody. Please welcome him. Wow. Seems like Charlie really hated political violence. That's why he was hosting political violent extremists like Kyle Rittenhouse at his Turning Points events. That's super weird.
Shows they were actually better in the 1940s.
Let's get loud for Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm also going to offer some context and some nuance about the death of George Floyd that no one dares to say out loud, which is that this guy was a scumbag. Remember what BLM stands for? Burn, loot, and murder. Now, does that mean it deserves to die? That's two totally different things. Of course not. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. There's no such thing as white privilege or racism. So black people are allowed to talk about black culture in a way that white culture cannot. Black people can go up and say that there's a baby mama problem in black America, and white people are not allowed to say that. Oh, I just did. So what are you gonna do, cancel me? Black people are allowed to say, black people are allowed to say. I'm a grown man, I got way black people are allowed. Skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. Oh wow, look how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. Thomas Sowell and Justice Clarence Thomas are far better black role models to celebrate than Martin Luther King. This guy is not worthy of a national holiday. There's a mythology around MLK that does not warrant the reverence that he gets treated with in America. We have a federal holiday to a guy that talked about race all the time. Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. We celebrate the Civil Rights Act more than the American founding. The country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. The Democrats are not lifting a finger to remember the well over 100 people that have died in Texas Hill Country. The death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't for DEI.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is what your country looks like on critical race theory.
You're gonna remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian?
Ketanji Brown Jackson is an embodiment.
Jesus Christ. It's a never-ending stream of hate that Charlie Kirk put out there. Oh, what, black lesbians can't take out your appendix, Charlie? They wouldn't have been qualified? That is so wildly racist. It is insane.
Of the tyranny that we currently live on.
And the fact is because of people like Charlie Kirk, black women, women of color who are in what is already, or at least for a very long time, was a completely male-dominated field, have felt like they've had to go above and beyond their peers just to prove themselves because of just disgusting comments like
trial to mesh with machines. Interestingly, I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree.
Whoa, why are we lagging? Why are we lagging right now? Hold on, I'm going to bring it back a little bit because I noticed what happened. I have no idea what just happened. That was super weird. That was super weird. I have no, also, like, my phone stopped. I think there was something wrong with my internet connection maybe for a second there. Nah, shit, that was very strange. I'm just going to go back, like...
Wants to be the first ever black woman on the Supreme Court, yet she won't even admit that she's a woman.
The transgender movement is an introductory phase. These doctors need to be put in prison to get you to strip yourself of your humanity. A Nuremberg-style trial to mesh with machines. Interestingly, I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree.
Reject feminism.
Young women need to get married at a younger age and start having kids. Like, don't, like, I'm studying sociology. No, you're not. We know why you're here.
Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge.
You will find a husband if you have the intent to find a husband.
You got to change your name. If not, you don't really mean it.
Democrat women want to die alone without children.
A lot of them are on birth control too. And birth control like really screws up female brains, by the way.
It's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. We should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Every single one of you need to make sure that your loved ones are not on birth control.
So materially insane to think that 1 in 5 American women will be raped in their life.
It is, I agree.
No, meaning that they're lying about being raped.
You're comparing abortion to the Holocaust.
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse.
Wow. That's... Wow. Charlie's like, look, there are statistics and then there are my beliefs, and I think that all women are lying. No one's being... Wow. Wow, Charlie.
It's worse because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies. And by the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many appeals. It should be public, it should be quick, it should be televised. Well, at what age should you start to see public execution?
16. I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12.
I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. A lot. I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled Alzheimer's.
Wow, super weird. Charlie Kirk agreeing with murdering children at 12 for political reasons, executions of 12-year-old kids, but they also that one makes me, I mean, it's disgusting, but I'm trying to get past that because the fact is these fucking guys, like, did you hear how much stuff he just talked about trans children? Like, where's the disconnect? Why are they so concerned about protecting kids from being trans, but it's fine to execute them at 12 years old? Where is that? I mean, the chasm between, like, it's just insane. It's fucking it's like wild. Like, how do you get there?
Wait, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many.
Like, how can you live with such, like, a massive hypocrisy? Like, I just don't understand it. Like, it truly, like, like, there's like a schism going on in his brain. Like, I don't know how it's possible he's able to separate those two things.
His policies. By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many appeals. It should be public. It should be quick. It should be televised. Well, at what age should you start to see public execution?
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12.
I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. A lot. I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled, Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and/or given the death penalty for his crimes against America. The Democrat Party believes everything that God hates. Like, we're dealing with maggots, vermin, and swine here. These are not good people. They're not even a little bit good. In fact, I know people that went to Haiti passively as like agnostic atheists, and they came back searching for Jesus because they saw like legit demonic activity. Kamala Harris wants to see the elimination of the United States of America. Democrat Party supports everything that God hates. There's not much you can do, folks. You have a government that hates you. You have a traitor as a president. Buy weapons. I keep on saying it. As top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. If some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. Native-born Americans, you better buy weapons, everybody. Have a lot of guns at your disposal. I would never leave your home without a weapon. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. We actually need looser gun laws, because I think that oh yeah, they said if we have more guns at the Turning Point HQ than you can imagine. Yeah, if anyone ever tries to come, that will not end well. Oh no! Imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson.
I am channeling the emotions of millions of conservatives who are angry. They knew Charlie. They loved Charlie. They viewed Charlie as a mainstream conservative Republican.
I mean, it's incredible. Van Jones wants us to embrace that. That's good political discourse and dialogue. He's a good faith guy. He wanted to talk to me the day before he died, says Van Jones. Oh, the guy who says that you shouldn't get on a plane with a black pilot, or that a black lesbian couldn't possibly do a surgery, or that women should not be in college or in the workplace, shouldn't exist in society, essentially, with if they're not actively pleasing men and making babies and dinner. They're useless. That abortion is genocide. That actually all women are just lying about rape. That, like, I mean, that immigrants are invading the country and trying to ruin America. That Haitian people are demons. And, talking to people like Kyle Rittenhouse at his events, calling for people to bail out the man who violently beat Paul Pelosi. That's the guy we're supposed to. That's the good. This is good. This is good political discourse, according to people like Van Jones and all these other fucking idiots. Like, this is who we should embody. This is who we should look to for freedom of speech, intelligent political discussion. Let's see what Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had to say as the House moved to resolve to have a resolution on to pass a resolution to honor that man who said all of those things.
I thank the gentleman, Representative Green, for his graciousness. Today, the Republican House majority brought to the floor a resolution honoring, quote, honoring the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's assassination was a horrific and vile attack and incident of political violence. And condemning the depravity of Kirk's brutal murder is a straightforward matter. one that is especially important to help stabilize an increasingly unsafe and volatile political environment where everyday people feel more at risk. We can deeply disagree and come together as a country to denounce the horror of this killing. And it is not a license for the abuse of power and whitewashing of American history. Today's resolution only underscores the majority's recklessness by choosing to author this condemnation and honoring on a purely partisan basis, instead of uniting Congress in this tragedy with one of the many bipartisan options to condemn political violence and Kirk's murder, as we did with the late Melissa Hortman. Instead, the majority proceeded with a resolution that brings great pain to the millions of Americans who endured segregation, Jim Crow, and the legacy of bigotry today. We should be clear about who Charlie Kirk was. A man who believed that the Civil Rights Act that granted Black Americans the right to vote was a mistake, who after the violent attack on Paul Pelosi claimed that, quote, some amazing patriot, unquote, should bail out his brutal assailant, and accused Jews of controlling, quote, not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans, far from the working, quote, working tirelessly to promote unity, unquote, asserted by the majority in this resolution. It is equally important that Congress does unite to reject the government's attempt to weaponize this moment into an all-out assault on free speech across the country, all in the name of Charlie Kirk. President Trump and the FCC are now cynically threatening to shut down ABC and any outlets who give airtime to the administration's political critics.
Immediately,
this
if
is
not
a
sooner.
disgusting attack on the American people and the very First Amendment rights that define us as a country. It is also the ABC Corporation's responsibility to refuse to embolden and participate in this corruption and escalation of censorship. We continue to pray for Mr. Kirk's family and loved ones in the wake of this terrible act. I am thinking especially of his children and his wife, whose grief cannot be measured.
There you have it. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Pushing back on this desire to honor Charlie Kirk in the House of Representatives. A man whose legacy, as we just saw, was filled with just flagrant, horrifying examples of racism, misogyny, calls for political violence and or supporting those who do political violence on the behalf of people who share his ideology, and numerous other horrifying stances that he seemed to stand, that he stood for in life. And I think that's good. It's a good thing to remember. Now I'm fairly certain this movement, this resolution passed the House, because they all support his white nationalist agenda of hatred. Now, of course, we have been talking recently about Jimmy Kimmel and his shows being pulled by ABC, whose parent company is, of course, Disney. As really every single one of our mainstream outlets is owned by some sort of entertainment company, whether it's Disney or otherwise. It's not really about the journalism, but let's go here. Start this conversation off. Live now from Fox 2 days ago. Disney, ABC face boycott calls after suspending Jimmy Kimmel.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am AD Mac. We're continuing our coverage of the fallout following Jimmy Kimmel being pulled off the air indefinitely by ABC and Disney. And we're going to touch on the possible financial impacts and effects of a boycott, potentially against Disney. We've seen other politically charged boycotts, this one coming as other companies making real impacts in recent months. For more on the backlash following this, obviously very developing story since yesterday, I do want to bring into the conversation from Market Watch, Lucas Alpert. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live and Now from Fox. What do you make of this decision? How will it impact the financials? And do you think people will ultimately try to boycott Disney?
Well, there is definitely a push, if you look in social media, for people to...
People are already boycotting it at this point. I mean, these guys... This was 2 days ago, so this was like the first inkling of it that the media had gotten. But things have, in fact, sort of evolved in the last 48 hours. Just going to point that out.
Cancel their streaming subscriptions to Disney Plus and Hulu and ESPN Plus. It could have an impact. Yeah, certainly. I mean, if in the media world now, digital streaming subscribers are like the coin of the realm. And if you have a quarter where that number goes down, that's not good in the eyes of investors. And
they lost volume. They lost the feed. Great stuff. Live
Lucas,
now
are you still there? We might be having...
Yeah, we might be having some problems here. We kind of suck at our jobs, even though our parent company is worth billions of dollars. We can't even manage to get these calls done properly. Aww. Okay, let's go here to CBS News from yesterday. Another company that's been in the limelight for its cracking down on free speech. It's company there. Now, of course, CBS owned by Paramount, another entertainment company. We should force all these companies to just do journalism. Have them rolled out. What do you call them? Not rolled out. There's a word for this. Spun off. Spun off from the parent company.
Late night hosts are rallying behind Jimmy Kimmel after ABC suspended his show over comments Kimmel made about the response to Charlie Kirk's death. Now, Disney, ABC's parent company, is facing a growing threat of boycotts. CBS News reporter Jared Hill is here with the latest on all of this. Jared, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Errol. I was just looking at Google's trend tracker, and they're showing a recent increase in searches for the phrase cancel Disney Plus since ABC suspended Kimmel's show. Now, from fellow late night hosts to folks behind the scenes, there are conversations about government-influenced censorship. The Trump administration, though, maintains it's an issue of fairness.
But tonight, we are all Jimmy Kimmel.
From late night peers to legends like David Letterman.
You can't go around firing somebody because you're fearful or trying to suck up to an authoritarian.
A resounding rebuke of ABC's decision to indefinitely suspend Jimmy Kimmel Live after Kimmel's comments about the alleged killer of conservative activist Charlie Kirk in a monologue.
The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Two major TV station groups, Nexstar and Sinclair, quickly announced they'd preempt the show just hours after Trump-appointed FCC Chairman Brendan Carr threatened broadcasters who failed to take action against Kimmel. Nexstar is currently seeking FCC approval for a $6.2 billion merger with another media company. Thursday, Carr suggested it's just the beginning.
This is a massive shift that's taking place in the media ecosystem. I think the consequences are going to continue to flow.
We have to start giving these people consequences, okay? And I don't mean, the talk show hosts. I mean the companies that are capitulating to Donald Trump and the Trump administration itself, because this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable direction. The FCC is not intended to be here to make political decisions on censorship. This is insane. This is nonsense. This is full-on 1984 state media bullshit. That's what this is. Welcome to the Big Brother channel. Hope you enjoy your officially state-approved media. Do not change the channel. Changing the channel could result in imprisonment.
Right to jail, right away.
All right, let's go here. Park Rose Permaculture. Not familiar with this channel, but watch this video. And this lady broke it down on the Disney freak out. As their choice to cancel Jimmy Kimmel has created a huge public backlash.
All y'all yesterday who were saying that Jimmy Kimmel getting canceled was the death of free speech in the United States, I want you to sit back and watch what's happening now. Because see, here's the thing. Anytime a would-be autocrat, anytime a petty tyrant like Donald Trump tries to crack down, take away your rights, trample all over our freedoms.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Yeah, it sucks. It's meant to scare you. It's an intimidation tactic. They do it to see how you respond. They do it to see whether or not you push back. And if you don't push back, then they're like, okay, cool, we can advance a little bit further here. Every time they try shit like this, it creates space for something called the backlash effect. It creates space for people to be like, oh, hell no, absolutely not. We are not standing for that.
Gonna do it.
And that is
Wouldn't
what
be
we've
prudent
seen
at
in the
this
last
juncture.
24 hours on so many different levels. Walt Disney, they are freaking the fuck out. They did not anticipate the scale of the public outcry, the way that is hurting their bottom line, and also all kinds of other public figures who are speaking up and speaking out about Jimmy Kimmel getting canceled. Y'all understand, I know I said this in a video yesterday, but you understand the reason that this is happening is not because like Donald Trump is taking away your free speech rights. This is happening because Disney thought it would profit them. They thought that if they did what Donald Trump wanted, if they, catered to his fragile ego, then the FCC would change some rules. They would give them some special...
I'm seeing some impressive Nightbot coding going on over here. Adcom, Command Kirk, it's been $eval d = date dot now. Open at close parentheses dash date dot UTC. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, you got it down to the wow. You got it down to the date and time math floor. D divided by 86,400,000. Parenthesis closed plus in quotation marks days since Charlie. Wow. That is some serious Nightbot coding going on here.
I want to say dispensation, but they would allow this Nexstar merger to go through. They were like, okay, quid pro quo, we will cancel Jimmy Kimmel because this is a thing that Donald Trump wants to use to chill dissent, but y'all are going to let us have our way. You're going to let us expand our business empire. Right, this is about corporations fucking over all of us in the United States, fucking over our democracy because they think they will become bigger and more powerful under a fascist regime because they think they can do a big fat capitalism and get away with it. They think that, rightly so, the checks and balances are being eroded, that it's absolutely about cronyism, it's about corruption. Donald Trump's entire regime is about corruption. And corporations, they are not moral entities, y'all. They just want to make money. This whole thing that went down with Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, sure, Donald Trump is using it to advance his agenda. This is about Disney. This is about corporations thinking that they can maximize their profit. This is about billionaires thinking that they can get richer and richer and richer by cozying up to fascism. This is about Disney selling you out. And they thought they were going to get away with it because really, again, this is about the chilling of dissent. They want you to be afraid to react. They think that they're going to do whatever they're going to do and you're going to be too scared to do anything about it. That you're just going to cower in your home and you're going to let them trample on your rights. And they will get their big fat merger and Donald Trump will expand his authoritarian plans in the United States and the super rich will get richer and richer. They did not anticipate the backlash effect. We're seeing reports all over the place today that Disney is freaking the fuck out. Indivisible and other grassroots organizations are calling for a boycott of Disney products. Cancel your Disney Plus, cancel your Hulu, cancel your membership to Disney theme parks. We're not fucking buying a single goddamn thing from Walt Disney Corporation. If they want to be collaborators with fascism, if they want to betray American democracy, we're not fucking buying a single damn thing of theirs. We're not watching any of their shows. We're not subscribing to their services. We're calling and saying, I want a refund on my Disney Plus, and here's why, you fascist motherfuckers. Disney didn't think that was going to happen, and the executives there are having a real hard time today because they are really worried about their bottom line. People are canceling their Disney memberships. People are royally pissed over this. What do you mean? What do you mean you are going to support Donald Trump's fragile ego and his whims, and you're going to fire Jimmy Kimmel? People can't make jokes in the United States? Really? Really, Disney? Really, ABC? Really? This is what you think is acceptable? Oh, you're doing it because you think it's going to get you your merger that you want, your acquisition that you... Okay. Fuck you. So big mistake on Disney's part. And then it's not just American consumers, and not just American consumers.
Yeah.
I've had so many people...
That's a good point. That's a good point. And the fact is, Donald Trump is not very popular worldwide, and these kind of things. A lot of people are looking at the United States and saying, what the fuck is going on here? Why is democracy collapsing in the United States in such a fashion? They too might decide to say, fuck it. No more Disney Plus. Goodbye, ESPN Plus. Goodbye, Hulu.
In my comments, especially on my YouTube, about from Canada and from Europe, who are like, I'm canceling my Disney Plus. Absolutely. This is how I show my solidarity.
Yeah, and at this point, I'm prepared to basically stop watching ABC News. One of the only problems is, though, that they still are one of the biggest news organizations in the country, and on some stories, I literally have no other choice, and it's very frustrating. Where, like, finding the other choices is, like, a massive, like, pain in the ass to me. And that frustrates me. But, yeah. No, we got to do what we can to fight back against this.
The American people who are fighting for democracy, I'm not supporting Disney. Please understand that when a would-be dictator tries dictator shit and they try and trample on your rights, the response that we need to have is not, oh shit, I guess he gets to do that. It's all terrible. We're cooked. It's over. No, the response is, cool. This is going to come back to bite you. We're going to make sure that it comes back to bite you in the butt big time. We're not going to stand for this. Absolutely not. You understand the regime is trying shit, and they're seeing whether it gets a rise out of you or whether you just comply, whether you obey, whether you let them do their terrible, awful things. They are looking at your reaction. This is what is crucial right now. Everything the regime does, we have to create a backlash effect. It has to be something that they try that turns popular support against the regime. It has to piss people off. We have to communicate to our fellow Americans and to the regime, this was a bad move. This was a real bad choice. What happened with Jimmy Kimmel is making Donald Trump look extreme. Not just extreme, but right, it's making his ego look extremely fragile. It's like, you can't handle a joke? I thought you were the party that called us snowflakes. I thought you were all big and powerful, but you can't handle somebody making a joke? Not only are we seeing the American people around, regular, ordinary people all around the world being like, fuck no, Disney, absolutely, never seeing another penny of my money again. They have lost me as a loyal customer. I sure as hell am going to let them know why. But not only that, we are seeing powerful, wealthy, influential people who are like, this is not a good deal. This is a bad scene. Right? Former Disney boss Michael Eisner is speaking out against this. What? Where has all the leadership gone if not for university presidents, law firm managing partners, and corporate chief executives standing up against bullies? Who then will step up for the First Amendment? The suspending indefinitely of Jimmy Kimmel immediately after the chairman of the FCC's aggressive yet hollow threatening of Disney company is yet another example of out-of-control intimidation. Maybe the Constitution should have said Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, except in one's political or financial self-interest, by the way. For the record, this ex-CEO finds Jimmy Kimmel very talented and funny. Yeah, More of this. Unexpected ally. We'll take it. Wealthy, powerful men who you would expect
ally.
to be collapsed.
Ex-Disney CEO Michael Eisner.
Follow the rich white man.
Operators with fascism speaking out against what Disney and the Trump regime are doing. Yeah, that is the backlash effect. And more than that. Yesterday, somebody in my comments said, yes, I don't sweat the crackdown on corporate media that much. The right-wingers who understood that there is life after Trump are also not happy with this. Also, you have centrist rich guys like Scott Galloway talking about economic resistance. The regime is pissing off too many people. Seeing conservative podcasters and pundits expressing concern about the attempt to quash free speech. Right? Aren't y'all all the ones who decried cancel culture while we defended Charlie Kirk's right to say horribly offensive, hateful things? Is this really what you want in the United States of America? The president silencing.
Yeah, because that's the thing that they just seem to continue to pretend like is impossible. That being Democrats or leftists ever taking power again in this country, and then using all of the same tactics that they have been using against Republicans' favorite things and institutions. Maybe we start charging churches taxes. I don't know. Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
Make abortion just legal everywhere. Just start handing out Plan B pills like at school. I don't know. Just do crazy things. CRT starting in kindergarten. All right, let's see some of the reactions to the firing of Kimmel. There's been more things coming out. I mean, we covered a bunch of the reactions, but more and more people are coming out and speaking out against this decision to pull Jimmy.
While I'm here, I do have to ask you about your buddy. I know you and Jimmy Kimmel have been good friends for a long time. I'm sure you've heard about the show being pulled, suspended indefinitely because of his comments over Charlie Kirk's killing. What do you make of it, Jason?
Well, it's troubling to say the least, and we all have to really take a moment and figure out how we feel about this type of thing, especially people doing what you do. It's I'm sure there's going to be some sort of collective move to respond to this, but I'm not smart enough or powerful enough to be the one to do it. But I imagine there's plenty of conversations going on to do something, because you just can't stand by and let stuff like that go on.
Stuff like?
Well, Jimmy getting his show pulled for, freedom of speech.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget.
Yes, indeed.
It's a great day for being sad.
Star Jason Bateman speaking out against ABC's pulling Jimmy Kimmel from the air, capitulating to Donald Trump. But we've got more reactions from big stars all over the place. CNN 2 days ago.
Jimmy Kimmel has been muzzled and taken off the air by his network ABC.
He didn't end the Ukraine war or solve Gaza within his first week, but he did end freedom of speech.
This
immediately,
is government
if not sooner.
Censorship. This is the Trump administration coming after people who speak out against him.
Hey, for those of you who pray, now's the time to do it. Love you, Jimmy.
This is what authoritarianism looks like right now. In this country, it's happening.
It's weird the right, who's free speech, never known hate speech in their life, is suddenly getting people fired from their jobs and shows canceled.
This is the United States government silencing voices that they disagree with. Look, if they can come for Kimmel, they can come for anybody.
comedians took to social media to share powerful thoughts and reactions to Jimmy Kimmel's show being abruptly pulled from air by Disney's ABC. The decision to pull the show came hours after Federal Communications Commission Chair Brendan Carr publicly pressured the company to punish Kimmel for recent comments he made about the reaction to Charlie Kirk's shooting.
Okay, all right. We got more reactions from people out there to this. And let's go here. See what David Cross had to say. Starting with Jason Bateman, ending with David Cross. What is this, an episode of Arrested Development?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
This whole thing about, taking people off the air.
I just blued myself.
Point of view is.
There's got to be a better way to say that, BCat. There's got to be a better way to say that.
This whole thing about, taking people off the air because of a point of view is cancel culture. That's what the right has been talking about. And so the hypocrisy and double standard is glaring. It's Nova bright.
Oh my god, these fucking creepy Christian nationalists. Oh my fucking... Oh, we must pray. We must pray to Charlie. To God for Charlie. This terrible time. Oh my god. So creepy.
Don't be creepy.
Yeah, he's a martyr. He's a religious martyr.
Jesus, I say that.
Kimmel didn't say anything negative about Charlie Kirk.
All right, hold on. Wait, people seem to not be familiar with this quote that BCat brought up and I commented on.
And that's when he found what he thought was a support group for depressed men. Tobias, meanwhile, discovered that what he thought was a support group turned out to be a team of bald men painted blue. Michael was out of options. And knowing that his father had a penchant for hiding valuable things in walls, considered one last desperate gambit.
This is crazy. What am I doing? Using a hammer to try.
Why does the screen look like this? Stop this. No, there we go.
Are you crazy?
Are you blue?
Only in color, Michael. Only in color. It seems I might have stumbled upon an acting opportunity.
As a member of the Blue Man Group?
Oh, no, you're thinking of the support group. I made that same mistake myself. They're called the Blue Man Group. But it's funny, if I hadn't sought out a support group, I never would have gotten this gig as an understudy for a performance art group.
Okay, wait, hold on. This is, I didn't mean, I can't find where the exact quote is. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I'll just click this. This has got to be.
I do have to ask them for help.
And I have to ask for an audition.
Do you have an audition yet?
Oh, no, I'm not in the group yet. No, I'm afraid I just blew myself.
There's got to be a better way to say that.
Phrasing? Tobias rushed
There you go. There's an explanation of that that Arrested Development reference for those of you not in the know.
Kimmel didn't say anything negative about Charlie Kirk. He didn't say anything negative about Charlie Kirk. He said that the Republican Party is going to try to pin this, desperately make it seem like it was anything but a Republican-minded person. And he said that when we didn't even know anything about the killer. But that's all he said. And then he made fun of Trump's and made fun of it by just highlighting his lack of empathy for the situation. That's it. He didn't even say anything negative about Charlie Cook. Let's remember that.
Kimmel stays! Kimmel stays! Trump must go!
Jimmy Kimmel stays! Trump must go!
Jimmy Kimmel stays! Trump must go! ABC, grow us fine! ABC, grow us fine!
It's a direct action which is threatening to free speech, and it's also one of the most clearly, blatantly anti-American things that have happened in a long spate of them. This is, at its core, absolutely anti-American. He wasn't fired for good cause. He was.
We got to read this tweet. Great news for America. The ratings challenged Jimmy Kimmel show is all caps canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has all caps 0 talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, 2 total losers on fake news NBC. The ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. President DJT.
He wasn't fired for good cause. He was fired because Disney has a deal in the works, or ABC, part of Disney, has a deal in the works. Same thing with CBS. And they did this to appease the president of the United States for financial reasons. And I don't think any of the people at ABC or Disney give a shit about Trump, personally. I think they did it because it's business. That's where we are, and it's capitalism meets authoritarianism, and that's the result.
Yeah, that should be all set up. Excuse us.
Hi, guys.
People have been asking, is there going to be any trouble this year? Is there going to be any violence this year? And we certainly hope not. But if there is, I think the decision to go with a champagne carpet rather than a red carpet.
Right here. And a happy couple right over here, please.
Jimmy is an awesome, beautiful person who cares about people, who has empathy and sympathy, and his heart is in the right place. And he'll be back. He'll be around. He'll be around. I don't have any. I hope Jimmy and Steven get together and do something. So that'd be pretty great.
There you go. And I tried to find this full interview. I don't know where it came from. Like, I literally could not find it. I actually put time into trying to find it. There you go. David Cross, comedian, actor, hilarious dude who sometimes blues himself preemptively, unexpectedly. Yeah, basically half the cast of Arrested Development coming out and condemning ABC's terrible decision to cancel Jimmy Kimmel. But you know who's fine with all of this? Republicans. You know how I know that? The great, great Harry Emden has the numbers. Come on, Harry.
This morning, we are waiting to hear from and possibly see Jimmy Kimmel and also see what his next move is as the fallout grows from ABC's sudden move to pull him and pull his show off the air. The controversy and the fallout shining a light on some key data that is catching Harry Enton's eye this morning. And he's here with me now. What are you seeing, Harry?
Yeah, there are rare points in which I see a piece of data and it just sort of jumps off the screen at me. And this is one of them because I really just think it tells the entire story. And this is among Republicans. The media is biased and should be punished. Look at this. 71% of Republicans agree with the idea that the media is biased and should be punished. Republicans are absolutely loving what is happening right now to Jimmy Kimmel. Absolutely love the words that are coming out of Brendan Carr's mouth. The bottom line is that they believe that the media is biased and
Media's biased, and therefore the president should be allowed to do whatever the hell he wants. The vast majority of Republicans, 7 in 10, all totally fine with this. Do it. Do it, Trump. Do it. That's fine. Federal overreach into freedom of speech actually sounds good. But I would say there's something of a whispering on the interwebs of some people starting to question.
What's so funny is Trump is using the argument
whether or not this is good, whether this is a good thing or not.
That we were talking about when it came to cancel culture. Basically saying that a private company had, or whatever it was called, cancel culture, that a powerful man or someone powerful who was sexually assaulting somebody or who was inappropriate, that these private companies have to weigh whether or not they're going to do business with that person. And that's not a First Amendment issue. That's a response by these private companies to social pressure. Trump is now saying that that's what's happening here with Jimmy Kimmel, when it's actually the thing that they were saying was censorious previously. They're always projecting and then doing what they say the left is doing. That's Trump expressly trying to limit speech with the government power. And do we have that really quick clip of those podcasters? Because it underscores the point. You had it up there. Just briefly, because I just think this fits into it so well. These are like the Andrew Schultz universe guys, right?
Yeah, they're all on the flagrant whatever.
Who are all on the free speech train. And they were, for 4 years, these free speech people were talking about how basically the cancellation of maybe a comedian that you liked was this grave threat to free speech. And yet now they're coming around to like, maybe it actually has something to do with state control and power and authority.
This seems like a big attack on free speech. And yeah, I think we've been pretty staunchly in favor of free speech. And it is funny to watch right-wing people just become left-wing people. Because I said something about how you're a snowflake if you think you should be. If you agree with this, that's some snowflake shit. And somebody was like, you clearly don't even know what the First Amendment means. And that's exactly what left-wing people used to tell me. Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. Right. So y'all have just switched.
Yeah.
Now, again, this has nothing to do with what happened to Charlie Kirk. That's a fucking horrendous thing.
The thing is, the government was not directing anyone to be canceled. You know, they weren't saying, "Oh, you got to cancel Charlie Kirk because he's saying racist things, because he's inciting violence." It wasn't happening, right? Like that's not what happened. It's a completely different situation. The FCC, under the directive of Donald Trump, literally directed a company to fire an employee based upon free speech.
Let's get that out of the way. But in terms of censorship, freedom of speech is more under attack now, honestly, than I think it has ever been.
Like, it would be a completely different situation if ABC had decided of their own volition without the pressure of the federal government if it was for the same reasons, it would still be problematic. If it was like just because they viewed what Jimmy said about Charlie Kirk as being problematic and canceled him without any consideration of the Trump administration, that whatever, like the upper management had some like objection to it personally, that would be a different thing technically. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
I don't know if that's me being hyperbolic.
Maybe. I mean, as far as what Jimmy said, I think it's untrue, or at least unfair.
I don't agree with what he said. I don't like what.
I mean, I'm sorry. This is
such
stupid.
fucking so stupid. These
what
idiots.
He said was right.
First off, no, people haven't switched. People haven't switched. There's a difference between the government doing this and private enterprise doing it. It may be censorious in the sense that a company doesn't like it. It may be censorious for us to do that, to do this video and criticize them and say, don't watch them, they're idiots. That may be censorious, but the idea of free speech in the context of law and the system is that you don't have government interfere. And then the idea that this dude, the hockey shirt dude, is like, well, it was a lie. Listen, what? What?
I know.
Now all of a sudden you're holding comedians to being 100% factual to maintain their job in the face of government intervention. Like,
yeah, seriously, like if this was happening under the Biden administration, then why wasn't Joe Rogan fired by Spotify for all of the goddamn literal misinformation and disinformation that he put out there about COVID, about ivermectin and all this other garbage? Like, where was that? Didn't happen. That's right. He continued to make millions of dollars a year working over at Spotify, not fact-checking anything he said, bringing on people who were not qualified to talk about the things that they were talking about. I mean, that is literally, you know, like a perfect example of all this. He just like no consequences whatsoever for Joe Rogan. FCC didn't come after him. Didn't come after Spotify.
Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, Kimmel, like this guy's now citing that as a mechanism as to, well, how about your stupid podcast? When are they going to take Joe Rogan off the air? I mean, are you kidding me?
Seriously.
Yeah. Good.
I think it's untrue, or at least unfair.
I don't agree with what he said.
This is the guy in the middle is the one we suspect of being probably the biggest Kirker. Is that right, Brian? Okay, yeah.
I don't like what he said. We should also say that. I don't agree with what he said. I don't like what he said. He should be allowed to say it in this.
I think it's super dope when, like, you know, middle-aged dudes wear like uniforms like of sports teams that they don't play for. I think it's like the coolest thing that you can do.
We should also say that. I don't agree with what he said. I don't like what he said.
Like I get the desire. Like wear a normal shirt. Stop pretending to everybody that you're an athlete that plays. You don't play for the fucking Panthers, okay? All right. So stop lying to us and to yourself. All right. Like it's fine. Like wear a normal shirt like that supports the Panthers. I'm not gonna complain. But stop wearing fucking jerseys. You're not about to go out there onto the fucking gridiron and fucking and score a touchdown right now.
He should be allowed to say it in this. And what happened to Charlie Kirk is worse. Charlie Kirk should have been allowed to say the things we didn't like. Jimmy Kimmel should be allowed to say the things we didn't like. That's just what America is.
Yeah.
And freedom of speech, I've seen it truly under attack in India.
And no, I'm not suggesting that the Panthers play football. Okay, just to be clear. I'm just saying, like, generally speaking. Like, when I see people wearing, like, actual, like jerseys, I'm like, Jesus Christ, really? Really?
Where it's like, you can go to jail. This is closer to that than...
Deported?
I think what the left was doing.
Yeah.
Which is like the FCC putting... As much as we didn't left-wing shit...
Where did Mahmoud Khalil end up? Where was
right
he?
to jail, right away.
When he was released, where was he released from?
Detention center in Louisiana, if memory serves.
Go ahead.
FCC putting, as much as we didn't like left-wing shit, like far left policy or far left whatever thoughts, it wasn't like Joe Biden was putting pressure on somebody to get canceled for saying retard. You see what I'm saying? That's what makes this different and scarier to me and closer to what India has. Then that's what makes it an actual attack on free speech to me.
Okay, but my guy, it's not about getting someone canceled. Trump is locking people up for their speech.
These guys are unable to see outside of their comedy.
I understand that it's
no,
like,
just,
I mean, I guess Jimmy Kimmel is the first.
They're just not equipped to be able to actually see the the implications of this beyond their very narrow view of the world. Like they only understand things through their own lens of life, being sort of quasi comedian online personalities. Like that's the only thing they see this as being. They don't see the broader trend. They're like incapable of it because they don't spend time like actually going over that shit. Something they're reactionaries, right? They're not. Like, these guys are not doing any investigations into anything, right? They're not doing any research. Producers or whomever is in charge of the discussions on this podcast, they're just putting topics in front of them. They're like, this is bad.
Victim of free speech in this administration, now that it's a comedian and a rich guy and in their industry. But like, as much as we stand with Jimmy Kimmel here, I am a little like kind of outraged that this is when people start to bang, the free speech drum here, because when it was the targeting of pro-Palestinian activists, when it was the targeting of people here who were on visas or who are contributing to our society, who are at other educational institutions, maybe from a different country, and dare to exercise their free speech, they're okay with that? What, because they're non-citizens? What, because they're opposing genocide? It's just, I know it's lazy.
No, but Emma's absolutely right, and this is the problem, right? Is with people like this who do not see themselves as like overtly political, who have no solidarity with, like, they don't even understand the concept of solidarity, right? That you can't wait until it affects you. Like that's just how they live. They're just living in this fucking bubble and are incapable of making any sort of actual critical analysis on this shit.
You could just see how our media class deems one kind of person worthy of sympathy and other people, well, that's just the casualty of the state and the casualty of having the bravery to oppose one of the worst crimes in the history of humanity.
Remember when Dylan Mulvaney was getting all the attention from conservatives at the supposed time where they were the free speech champions and the left was the ones that were all like censorious or whatever? But also, like, we've let comedians and I would say unscrupulous writers basically colonize the idea of free speech and use it to like sell tickets or Substack subscriptions and stuff like that. And these guys literally don't even know what McCarthyism was. Like to say like this is the worst time in history. Like this is among there, but I don't.
No, absolutely.
Like, you would at least nod to.
That's the thing. These guys, they're not doing historical analysis. They're not. They are just reactionaries who are like, oh, this is bad, this is good. I don't actually have an opinion based upon an ideology or an understanding of the history or of the geopolitics or whatever thing that they talk about. It's always just like, oh, the vibes. It's just a lot of vibes coming from. That's really all that it's about. From so many of these sort of Rogan adjacent podcasters, it's never when the guys who come out of that Rogan sphere. Right? Because like the center of that universe is Joe Rogan, a man who doesn't fact check, who even when he is fact checked live on the stream argues against the fact checkers, right? Like that is what we're talking about. It's people who are just vibes based. We're like, well, this suits my narrative. This suits my personal identity, like more, right? Like my view of the world. Since this like lends itself to that. I'm going to believe it without evidence or even with contrary evidence being presented to me. And then I'm going to just repeat that to millions of people. That is what it is. That is what is so disturbing, I think, about it to me, is that all these guys have millions of followers on whatever platforms they happen to be on and are operating in this way. Just contrary to reality. And they're being rewarded for it and are perpetuating other people winding up with these ridiculous sort of beliefs. Not based upon anything. Sort of outrage. Really, it's just outrage culture. You know, they claim that the left was always just out, but really, I mean, when you think about it, when you actually dissect it, it's quite clear who it is that's outraged over particular, like, identitarian issues. All right, let's go to one of the worst takes from media figures that I think I have seen yet. Sure, Van Jones was bad, but this next one is something else. Stephen A. Stephen motherfucking A. Smith went on to CNN to give his thoughts on Kimmel's suspension.
I am incredibly alarmed about what appears to be our First Amendment rights being attacked.
Oh.
This is what I...
Oh, Stephen A. is alarmed. Oh, no, we better... Oh, what should we do, Stephen A.? Please tell me. Oh, it's alarming. We all should be alarmed. Oh, God. What's the solution? How do we solve this? How do we stop being alarmed?
For a living, I don't like that.
How do we stop? Oh, yeah, we hate it. Oh, it's terrible. So somber. That's even. Look at him. Look at him. Looking down.
Man is coming.
Oh, it's being thoughtful. Oh, I need a moment. This is big. Oh, I gotta look down. That's what I'm about to say is very serious.
But you know he's coming. The man is coming.
And what do we do?
And you have to adjust accordingly.
Oh, sweet. Nice.
Well, that was Stephen A. Smith talking about the Jimmy.
Prepare yourself. It is about to get worse somehow. But so Donald Trump is coming, and so we have to capitulate immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner. Kimmel situation, and when I heard him say that, I thought to myself, what exactly does he mean?
Yes.
Well, he
that's
was
a great
kind of
question.
accepted an invitation, and he's with us right now. He's also the host of the new show Straight Shooter with Stephen A. on SiriusXM Wednesday nights from 6 to 8. Stephen A., welcome back. I'm glad that you're here. I want to dive right in because you said the man is coming and you have to adjust accordingly.
You gotta adjust.
Tell me what you mean by that. And
You gotta change. You know how you are right now? Stop being that way, okay? You have to adjust your personality to suit the president's whims, okay?
that is different than, say, pandering or self-censorship, and you think just the right move?
Well, listen, I think it's obvious that the president is on a vengeance tour. He's out to exact retribution against all naysayers, all critics, anybody that he deems necessary to go after. And he's made no apologies for it. He's told us on numerous occasions that is what he intends to do, and that's exactly what he's doing. And when you look at Jimmy Kimmel and the stance that he took, do I believe that it was the wisest thing to do? No, but it's certainly within his right to do so, and it should be with.
Was it the wisest thing for him to do to criticize Republicans? That's all he did is criticize Republicans. And Stephen thinks that was unwise. That was unwise of you to criticize Republicans for trying to politicize this murder immediately. Oh, God, Stephen.
That it was the wisest thing to do? No, but it's certainly within his right to do so, and it should be within his right to do so, as is the case for Stephen Colbert,
it should be,
Jimmy Fallon, or anybody else, because as our former President Barack Obama articulated, these kind of matters are at the heart of a democracy. First Amendment rights, the right to free speech, no matter who it is. And when you're trying to use government influence like Trump has done with the FCC, Mr. Brendan Carr, and you're trying to force your will upon folks from a government's perspective. That's problematic.
Oh, it is problematic. Oh, that's so problematic. What do we do about it, though, Stephen?
Exactly against First Amendment protections. And so the fact that President Trump has been willing to take that stance, has been unapologetic in doing so, definitely points the finger of, trying to infringe upon our First Amendment rights. I was just of the mindset, however, that he's made it very, very obvious for quite a long time that this is exactly what he was willing to do. Stephen Colbert was obviously an example before Jimmy Kimmel became an example, and I was of the mindset that Jimmy.
What I found so fascinating about this diatribe from Stephen A is like he's getting so much of it right. Like the analysis of what it's actually, he's capable of understanding what's happening in front of him. Like he's listing off actual facts about what's going on. And I agree with what he's saying. I'm like, okay, all right, so you're making sense, Stephen. What the fuck do we do? And I mean, his conclusion on this is just incredible to me. I just don't understand what kind of fucking moron you have to be Stephen A. Smith. The fact is, this guy should just get the fuck out of politics. Like, I'm honestly sick of him. He's just, he's a former sports person. He's not even former. He still does sports personality shit. But then he randomly decides to get himself involved in all this stuff, but has like the worst fucking takes ever. Like, I just don't understand how this mindset exists.
You've got to know that, and all of us have to know that to some degree and operate accordingly.
All of us have to know this to some degree, that Donald Trump is coming after people for free speech, and we have to operate accordingly. We have to adjust ourselves. He spends minutes talking about how the crackdown on free speech is problematic. It's terrible. He's using the FCC in a way that is authoritarian. And what do? We capitulate. What do? We say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying bad things. I have to adjust. I have to I have to get ahead of it." It's fucking insane.
Certain severe critics of him. The man is coming. He's not playing around. He's unapologetic about the retribution he's willing to exact against anybody he deems harmful to his ego, his psyche, his presidency, in his own way that he may choose to materialize it.
But what does that mean then? Hold on, I want you to. But you said know this and operate accordingly. Describe though, because when you say operate accordingly, you can on the one hand know this, and the response can be, and I'm not going to lay down and take it. I'm not going to stand aside and allow and acquiesce. The other side is move accordingly, sort of under the radar in some way. How are you defining operate accordingly? Because I know from just hearing you and following your whole career, you are somebody who's been unapologetic about speaking your mind, having even unpopular opinions, and not pulling any punches. So is this different than that?
That's true.
Doesn't pull any punches. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because I'm fair and balanced. I'm not one-sided, and I'm not directing my eye at one individual consistently since 2015. That's not the kind of behavior I choose to engage in. Even people that I don't like, that I've been on the record stating I don't like, I still remain fair and balanced. When they deserve to be complimented, I say so. I don't avoid complimenting them just because I may not like them. And when they deserve to be criticized, I don't hesitate to do so. And their opponents or people that are on the opposite side of the aisle than other figures, I'll make sure to call them out too, under the same guise. If I agree with them, I'll say so. If I don't agree with them, I'll say so, and I'll say why. You have to remember that with Trump and the government itself, particularly as presently constructed, they're looking and accusing folks of being fair and partial. They're not being fair and balanced. That's the accusation that they're making. If you know that's what his fight is going to be, make sure that you don't hesitate to criticize others.
This is insane. This is fucking insane. This is the most deplorable fucking take that I can imagine. My man, he analyzes the situation. He says, okay, so we have an authoritarian leader in charge of the White House, right?
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
We got a man who is cracking down on free speech, who's coming after media personalities, right? And Stephen A's solution to this is you have to compliment people you don't like. You have to be fair and balanced, as he puts it. You have to be out there cheering on Donald Trump whenever he does anything good that you can point to. Okay, you have to make sure that you aren't being partial. Okay, you can't have a political leaning. Having a political leaning, like this is radical centrism from Stephen A. Smith. Comes out with, he's like, look, the only solution is for you to give up all of your ideological underpinnings. If you have a political ideology, throw it out. Throw it in the trash. Go fuck yourself. Okay? Being a partisan can and will, and maybe it should get you put in jail. That's basically what he's saying. He's supporting it. He's saying, look, if you're not giving both sides fair chances at all times, well, then maybe you should get sent to jail by the Trump administration.
Right to jail, right away.
It's fucking insane. It is fucking insane. Pitchforks Dragon with a sweet, sweet super chat. The fascist government takeover is nauseating. Is anyone not nauseous? Yeah.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Yeah, I think we're all a little bit nauseous, Pitchforks. I think that much is clear. Or that's enough from Stephen A. That encapsulates what Stephen A wants us to do. People like me, to stop being so partisan, stop being so partial. Oh, you gotta be a centrist. You gotta be a radical centrist. Otherwise, you deserve to go to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
It's like literally one of the worst takes I've heard on all of this. Like, you just have to be an obsequious little centrist bitch. Otherwise, maybe the Trump administration should crack down on you, says Stephen A. For fuck's sake. What an idiot. What a fucking idiot. You know, rather than fighting back, rather than actively pushing back against the authoritarian administration, Stephen A. thinks that we should capitulate in every way possible to them and point out all their best. Oh, if you're not pointing out all the best things that the Trump administration is doing, well, then you're not doing enough. You're not capitulating hard enough. You're not kowtowing to the supreme leader with enough veracity. Jesus fucking Christ. Give me a break. All right, let's go here. France 23 hours ago. Many of us knew that the second term of Donald Trump would be much more dangerous than the first.
Separately, the U.S. president has been praising the decision to remove Jimmy Kimmel's late-night talk show, claiming the move was made because of very bad ratings and a lack of talent. ABC axed the program after the host criticized Donald Trump and his allies for their response to the assassination of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. It's the latest display of the president's growing power over the American media landscape. Well, for more, we're joined now by Reed Brody, human rights lawyer and former New York Assistant Attorney General. Thanks so much for being with us on the program this evening, Reed. Firstly, if I can just ask you what your own reaction was to news of this show's axing. Trump, in the last couple of hours, also floating now the idea that broadcast licenses could be revoked if US networks are too negative in their coverage of him.
Well, this is just an unprecedented attack on freedom of expression. It's not surprising what happened to Jimmy Kimmel after what happened to CBS late night host Stephen Colbert, and now Donald Trump is talking about going after the remaining late night hosts. I think you have to see this, unfortunately, as part of a broad attack on all dissenting voices.
No more late night. I'm very old, very fragile man. I don't like people making jokes about me while I'm sleeping. Okay, it's very rude.
How rude.
Okay, I have an early bedtime because I'm an 80-year-old man slipping into dementia.
The United States, whether they be in the media, among lawyers, among NGOs, at universities, there's a systematic attempt to use all the levers of government and all the power of government to force people to obey Donald Trump and to silence criticism.
And remind us, what exactly did Jimmy Kimmel actually say? And would those kind of remarks not be protected by the First Amendment?
Well, so basically, Jimmy Kimmel, in the excerpt that is apparently at issue, he said that MAGA, that the Make America Great Again movement, was trying to make sure that people didn't think that the killer was part of MAGA, and that.
Yep, and that was a completely accurate statement, like honestly, like it was everything that they were doing was literally that. Like, let's not forget, Governor Scott of Utah came out at a press conference the day, I think it was like within 24 hours of the death of Charlie Kirk, and literally said verbatim that he was hoping that the person who killed Charlie Kirk was in fact not from Utah, right? Not from the country. They were literally espousing like these like very clearly partisan like attacks, like claiming that it was leftist, claiming that was their literally their desire, that this was a leftist, that this was not somebody within their own movement committing political violence. And it's ridiculous to claim anything else.
That MAGA was trying to utilize and weaponize the killing of Charlie Kirk, which is actually true. I mean, we have seen this really be taken up as a weapon. That anybody who tries to put Charlie Kirk in context. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel had a tweet in which he lamented the killing of Charlie Kirk, in which he talked about violence having no place in society, as have pretty much everybody on the left as well as on the right. Now, there are many people who have pointed out that Charlie Kirk was a racist, was a homophobe. He said that if he got on a plane, he would look to see if it was a black person as a pilot, and then he would get off the plane. I mean, things like that. So people are trying to contextualize this, but this has become a litmus test. And of course, what happened, the sequence of events, is that the head of the Federal Communications Commission, which distributes licenses to television stations, and which has enormous power over television stations, which in the past had been basically non-political, the head of the FCC said that he was appalled by Jimmy Kimmel's remarks. And basically, he said, look, we do it the easy way or we do it the hard way. And
the fact is, I don't even know how you get to the place of being appalled. Like, appalled? Maybe upset, but appalled by... I mean, like the fact is, he didn't say anything controversial. He just said something that was critical of Republicans. We're all appalled by this. Oh, God. How dare you be critical of us in this difficult time when we're all crying to ourselves over our favorite racist. It's not right. It's a crime, actually.
Illegal.
Right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Okay, let's go here. U.S. fallout continues after Charlie Kirk's assassination. France 24, 21 hours ago.
Friday saw a large vigil for Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, where he was shot and killed 10 days ago. Speakers decried the deep division in American society.
Can we bridge the chasms of the disagreement among us? Can we reclaim some semblance of peace ruptured by this one despicable act?
I've never heard anybody say it like
I'm
that.
only one voice, but the answer...
I've never heard anybody say chasm. Chasm. Right? Am I the only one who says chasm? Chasm, the chasm. Okay.
For me is yes.
Kirk's public funeral service will be held at a 64,000-seat stadium in Arizona on Sunday. President Donald Trump and other political leaders are expected to speak, as will the widowed Erica Kirk. Meanwhile, in New York City, film and TV writers hit the streets after talk show host Jimmy Kimmel was pulled from the air, ostensibly in response to his comments about Kirk.
You can waste a lot of time talking about the hypocrisy of MAGA, but you can't be a hypocrite if you don't have any values. They have one value, it's power.
Trump's Federal Communications Commission appointment, Brendan Carr, threatened action against broadcasters after Kimmel mocked Trump's response to the killing. Then, the ABC network suspended his show. Accused of suppressing free speech, Trump said he considers negative coverage of his actions illegal.
They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally.
I think it's illegal.
Illegal?
You take a story that we think is great and then you make it bad? That should be illegal. I mean, that's why it's insane. It's just basically literally all criticism of the Trump administration should be illegal, according to Donald Trump. Because everything that he does, he thinks is great. Seriously, think about that for 1 second. Donald Trump, is there anything that Donald Trump does that he doesn't think is great or won't defend as being great? Come on.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
This guy, this guy's never admitted to not doing something great. So if we can't take quote unquote great things and then turn them around into bad quote unquote bad things, then literally you might as well just shut it down. Just shut it down right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's go here. The Majority Report. 7 hours ago, Trump bungles revenge question on Fox News.
Trump trying to use this moment. And I think ultimately, again, we're not going to know until we know more about Charlie Kirk's killer, Tyler Robinson, as to like what his motivation was. But it is starting to look like the motivations are going to be very inconvenient for the story that the right wing has been trying to tell over the course of the past, whatever it is, 72 hours. And Donald Trump, his project right now is to try and exploit this as much as possible to stoke more violence, more polarization, more intrigue, and more distraction. And here he is, like, he can't help himself. If I ask you, what is the answer to bailing out this dinghy we're in that has a leak? And I say, this bucket, except for this bucket has a leak. What is the answer? Well, here is how Donald Trump answers the question. What is the response to this? What should it be?
Friends and families confirmed it. So is the message to the right, the people that are going to go, I want revenge, not to have revenge? Charlie Kirk would not want revenge.
You want revenge at the voter.
That's
He would want revenge.
But unfortunately,
Charlie would love revenge.
Kirk would not want revenge.
You want revenge at the voter.
That's
where to go. But unfortunately, we don't have so many ballot boxes because they have mail-in voting, which is totally rigged. You know, there are a lot of problems. I like ballot boxes where they do mail.
Well, Charlie, he would want revenge at the ballot box, but there's no ballot boxes anymore because all of the elections are rigged. So I guess we have to take revenge in other non-voting ways. I can't think of any particular ways.
In voting, which is totally rigged. You know, there are a lot of problems. I like ballot boxes where they do mail-in voting all over the place, which is rigged. Anytime, Jimmy Carter, they had a commission. He said, anytime you have mail-in voting, it's a crooked election, okay? And they got to stop. But I say, so I can't really say at the ballot box, because in some cases, like California doesn't have ballot boxes. They send out 38 million ballots.
All right, well, I think you get the point. What do you say to people who want revenge? Well, you got to get revenge at the ballot box. Of course, there are no ballot boxes, so I don't know. You come up with an answer. I mean, it is so clear, and I don't know if Donald Trump is, how calculating his brain is capable of being right now, but instinctually he knows that every answer he gives has to push his people to more violence.
Illegal.
He knows this. He knows that he has to stoke anger and has to create an enemy within the country. Otherwise, people start scrutinizing him. Otherwise, people start paying attention to the fact that grocery prices.
Scrutiny, that would be inconvenient.
Scrutinizing him. Otherwise, people start paying attention to the fact that grocery prices are at a 5-year, almost 4-year high.
That's too much,
that
man.
Job numbers are also almost 5 years of being in the number in terms of underperforming. That the economy in many states is already arguably in a recession. And so this is what he has.
We've been saying this, that he's going to.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's weird. I thought we were supposed to be against political violence, but now Trump seems to be saying that's the only answer? Because we can't vote? Because voting's rigged? But if voting is rigged, does that mean that he's not president? Is he trying to tell us something, that he's not actually president? Or is that just me reading too much into it? So while we're talking about political violence, should probably go here. Pix 11 News 2 days ago. Texas man accused of making death threats against Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Illegal.
And we begin with that chilling story of a man being charged with serious, repeated threats to the leading candidate for mayor of New York, Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani. Now the voicemail.
I wonder if this guy is...
And we begin with that chilling story.
I wonder if this guy making political threats against Zohran Mamdani is a right-winger. I'm not going to rush any conclusions. I'm not going to claim that he's a right-winger before I have evidence. But directing these, by the way, you get ready, because some of these attacks, these threats that he made, pretty wild.
Of a man being charged with serious, repeated threats to the leading candidate for mayor of New York, Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani. Yeah, the voicemails and emails in question reference car bombing, going to his home, and also targeting his wife. Let's go ahead and bring in our Henry Rossoff. He was in Queens Criminal Court as the district attorney's office shared just those jarring details.
Yeah, the man accused of these crimes is from Plano, Texas. Prosecutors say he admitted.
I think we need to send the National Guard to Texas and Utah. It seems like there's a lot of crimes going on in Utah and Texas right now. I mean, wow. Threatening to car bomb Zohran Mamdani. Now, I'm not sure he has a car. I'm fairly certain he walks and takes the subway, but I mean, I don't expect this idiot to know that. But wow, I mean, Texas, what's up? Why are you committing crimes across state lines? You're invading New York with crime. Texas is invading the country with crime. Criminals invading the rest of the states from Texas, committing crimes.
Illegal.
Police to leaving repeated voicemails that escalated over time at Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani's official state office. He also sent at least one threatening email, all while Mamdani was gaining popularity last June before eventually winning the Democratic primary for mayor.
Hey, Zohran, you should go back to Uganda before someone shoots you in the head and gets rid of your whole family too.
Wow.
44-year-old Jeremy Fistel sat silently at.
Hey, Zoran, you should go back to fucking Uganda before someone murders you and your whole family? Wow. Go back to Uganda. He says, of course, Zoran Mamdani is an American citizen, so this is a very racist, xenophobic sort of statement to make, but I'm not going to claim that only right-wingers are capable of making racist death threats.
Assistant District Attorney read transcripts of his repeated, obscenity-laced voicemails that he left for Democratic nominee for mayor Zoran Mamdani, referencing his family and his Muslim faith.
You're a terrorist piece of Go on and start your car.
Wow.
See what happens. Yeah, and keep an eye on your house and your family.
Fistel is facing 22 charges, including 4 top-line charges of making a terroristic threat as a hate crime. He's facing up to 60 years in prison. He pleaded not guilty. His brother, who lives locally, posted a combined $280,000 in cash and bond bail. When Fistel walked out of court with his black hoodie, he repeatedly refused to answer questions about his motivations. Did you ever intend to come to New York? But his attorney defended the actions as free speech and said he never meant to harm Mamdani, adding that the comments amounted to, at most, misdemeanor harassment.
We're not standing and asking for approval.
Well, this is just an incredibly disturbing time to live in, isn't it, people? And one would think that with the sort of rhetoric coming out of Republicans, like Donald Trump suggesting we need to take revenge on the left for the death of Charlie Kirk, could very well have led to things like this happening. You know, Republicans refuse to turn down the temperature, insist on jacking it up to 500 degrees. And I think, if anything, it's just incubating more and more would-be terrorists. Now, I intend to look more into this guy, figure out who the fuck he was, what his motivations were, but I have not yet had a time to do so. Okay, I think now is going to be a good time for us to take a quick break. But we'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so that you can get the latest notifications and ensure that you never miss a single episode of this podcast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for individuals like you to show your support. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. All great ways to show your support, but also Cash App and PayPal. If you'd prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than part of it going to fund the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way, get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, everybody. I am back. Which means it's time for us to get ourselves back in our seats, prepare for the third half of the stream, which is going to begin immediately, if not sooner, of course. Well, we ended the second half discussing political violence, specifically Charlie Kirk and the threats recently made against Zoran Mamdani. And we are going to pick it up talking about other things the U.S. government has been doing, legally speaking. Things like declaring ourselves as
I'm pleased to inform our many
anti-fascist.
USA patriots that I am designating Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization.
So 2 things on this. First of all, this is long overdue. It's not just an ideology. If you remember the Summer of Love, that was many of those people were Antifa.
And he talked about doing it then.
That's exactly right. And now he's back in the presidency to make it happen. They're domestic terrorists.
We don't even prosecute the Klan in this country. What are we talking about, dude? We don't even prosecute neo-Nazi groups. Like, think about that. We don't investigate these groups, but we're going to investigate something that's not even a group at all. Antifa, anti-fascism, is not an organized body. Anti-fascism is an ideology. Anti-fascism is an action. Anti-fascism does not have a disciplined formation. Fascism requires constant discipline. Anti-fascism does not. Anti-fascism could be anti-racism. All this talk, especially coming from this show, by the way, as far as violent language goes, is really interesting because Brian Kilme.
Yes, Brian has been saying some very questionable things lately. But yeah, that's the thing. We've designated being an anti-fascist as the same thing as being a terrorist. Which I guess makes every single World War II vet a terrorist.
Illegal.
Yeah, apparently we are pro-fascism now in this country, so write that down in case you're, one of the people like Stephen A. Smith planning to recapitulate.
There's more breaking news tonight. The U.S. attorney under heavy pressure from President Trump to charge a New York State official the president considers a political enemy is stepping down. Earlier today, the president said he wanted to get rid of Eric Siebert, head of the Eastern District of Virginia. That's Siebert there. The president has been demanding that he charge New York Attorney General Letitia James with mortgage fraud. Siebert's office does not have enough evidence, they say, to bring an indictment. The president is angry with Siebert because or with Letitia James because she won a business fraud case against him and his company. I'm joined now by Michael Moore, former U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Georgia. Michael, good to see you.
I mean, it's incredible. This guy, I mean, every single step of Donald Trump's administration has been turning every single organization and agency related to the federal government, or even not related to the federal government, or in the most tangential possible ways related to the federal government, into political wings of the fucking Trump administration. Like, if ABC, CBS, if you're not putting out content that's pro-Trump enough, illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
Illegal.
You know, like, if you are a judge who is not doing what Donald Trump wants, illegal.
Illegal.
If you are a college not doing what Trump wants, illegal.
Illegal.
Law firm, illegal.
Illegal.
Restaurant,
illegal.
I mean, whatever. I mean, seriously.
What is your reaction to the news of Mr. Siebert's apparent resignation?
Yeah, well, I'm glad to be with you. I'll tell you, I'm not surprised at all. And I think it's just more of sort of the same nonsense that we've seen out of the administration, whether they're pressuring networks, pressuring law firms, and now you're seeing where they are pressuring appointed U.S. attorneys, which is one of the most dangerous things they can do. You know, the U.S. attorney serves strictly at the pleasure of the president, so they can, in fact, the president can fire the person or ask that they leave. What we have not seen until we have really gotten into the Trump administration is a president so willing to take his hand and slam it down on one side of the scale and try to use a person's political position to threaten that they will lose their job if they don't do his bidding.
Immediately, if not sooner.
You know, the president during his first term was famously reported to.
Yep, we're living in troubled times. Pitchfork Dragon with the sweet super chat. We are anti-fascist. Well, that's just fascist with extra steps.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Said, you know, where's my Roy Cohn? I mean, what was Siebert supposed to do? Prosecute a case without enough evidence? I mean, I would think that would just waste time and money and probably annoy a federal judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's exactly what the Trump administration wants him to do. And the next step after that, Anderson, is, of course, if you've been paying any fucking attention, is for the judge to capitulate and do exactly what Donald Trump wants, right? He wants the lawyers, he wants the prosecutors to prosecute without evidence, and the judges to allow for conviction. You know, we might as well just get rid of the jury and just allow the judge to rule, you know, on all cases. You know, why have evidence? Why have a constitution? Why have a system of justice? You can just have political kangaroo courts that inflict penalties upon people who disagree with the administration, with the regime. If you do not stick with the party line of the Trump regime, then jail.
Right to jail, right away.
He really did the noble thing as a prosecutor, and that he was true to his oath both as a lawyer and as a prosecutor. And that is that you seek the truth and you seek justice, and you don't, you know, show favor or affection one way or another. You certainly are not a lackey of a president, and you are to exercise some independent judgment. You know, there's an old case that all the U.S. attorneys are familiar with that talks about our job is not to get convictions, but it's to seek the truth and it's to seek the right thing. And so if he didn't have enough evidence, then he was bound by his oath as a lawyer, and certainly the oath he took as U.S. attorney, to step back from that case and not just move forward as a way to save his job.
I mean, for people who aren't that familiar with the system.
Yeah, but the one thing I know is that with the Trump administration, they are gonna continue to push on this. You know, the next guy who's working there, they're gonna try and ensure that he is the most partisan, most loyal person possible who will prosecute people without evidence, and then they'll pressure the judge to, you know, throw out the jury and just rule unilaterally. I mean, that's really truly where we're heading. I mean, Donald Trump has waged a war against the judiciary from the very beginning of this. Every court does not matter aside from the Supreme Court. That is what the Trump administration's been doing. He's just an angry, petulant child who lashes out at anybody who upsets him.
Many of them. New Orleans. We have to save New Orleans. We're going to be going into New York too, and we're going to be going in quiet. You're really obnoxious.
How rude!
What about your plans? You are really obnoxious. I'm not obnoxious. I am asking, what are your plans for Memphis? I'm not going to talk to you until I call on you. What are your plans? So,
I'm not going to talk to you until I call on you, okay? The king does not take questions, all right, until I say so, right? Just fucking wild. He truly is a child who just cannot handle any fucking criticisms at all. Like, anytime anybody criticizes him, asks him a question he doesn't like he has a fucking mental breakdown. He's too fragile to deal with anything that challenges his worldview, especially these days because he's surrounded with so many sycophants. His entire cabinet is just filled with people constantly filleting him, like every fucking morning briefing. Well, while we're talking about the justice system, let's talk about justice not done. Justice deferred. Let's go back decades and talk really quickly about the Epstein plea deal given by Donald Trump's former Department of Labor, Alex Acosta.
The former U.S. attorney who gave Jeffrey Epstein that controversial sweetheart plea deal back in 2008 was on Capitol Hill tonight. Alex Acosta is his name. You may remember him also because he worked in the first Trump administration as the labor secretary for a while. He just finished up his closed-door testimony before the House Oversight Committee.
I've testified for 6 hours. I'll let the record speak for itself.
Okay, well, just to remind everybody, why is Alex Acosta important here? Well, because of that plea deal that he made, Epstein served only 13 months in a county jail when he had to register as a sex offender. He was allowed to leave almost every day for 12 hours a day. And it is important to emphasize that when you think about the context here of what he had done, to think about the abuse that such a deal could have knowingly allowed even while he was, quote unquote, serving his time. And that deal also gave Epstein and any potential co-conspirators immunity from further federal prosecution, which is pretty incredible because at the time, they had a lot of evidence and a lot of other names of potential victims, evidence that Epstein had sexually abused other teenage girls. So to give him immunity from anybody coming with other claims is stunning. Still, Acosta stood by his decision over the years.
There was value to getting a guilty plea. You can always look at a play after the fact and say, should it have been the safe play? What was the value? Or should you have gone for the big score?
Can anybody tell me what that was? Like, what was the value to getting the guilty plea? To who was that valuable? Who was it valuable to? To have him plead guilty, but only have this half-assed 1-year prison sentence where he got to hang out at home half the day. And like just go sleep in prison and then just go right back to his mansion in fucking Palm Beach. Like who was that valuable to exactly?
And say, should it have been the safe play or should you have gone for the big score?
And there's also do the right thing.
Well,
Trump stood by his side too.
Oh. Okay, Spike Burnett.
Even on the day Acosta was forced to resign from Trump's first administration when he was labor secretary, as I mentioned, the reason that he had to resign was because of growing questions about his role in that Epstein plea deal. At the time, Trump said this.
He made a deal that people were happy with, and then 12 years later, they're not happy.
They're not happy anymore.
You'll
it's
have
super
to figure
weird.
all of that.
What's up with that?
The fact is,
people were super happy about that deal, even literally nobody knew about it back then. And they were happy, and now they're not happy, and it's weird.
he has been a fantastic Secretary of Labor.
A Justice Department investigation later found that Acosta actually allowed that plea deal to happen while the FBI and Acosta's prosecutors were actually still investigating the case and identifying new victims. So they did a deal before they even knew the extent of any allegations. The report notes, and I quote, "The government did not know the full scope of Epstein's conduct, whether, given Epstein's other domestic and foreign residences, his criminal conduct had occurred in other locations, or whether the additional victims might implicate other offenders." That's really crucial, right? That's the whether it could implicate other men or co-conspirators.
Yeah, but why wait to do, well, you know, like, what's the point? What's the point of going through all of that trouble to investigate these predators? I mean, it's just a hassle, right? I mean, you got the guy, he's in jail for like a year. That's probably good enough, right? I mean, you have to go through the whole, you know, it's unnecessary. It's an unnecessary effort to have to hold everyone accountable. I mean, come on. Come on! That's too much.
That's too much, man!
And the report then concluded that Acosta exercised poor judgment. Out front now, someone who was inside that closed-door Acosta testimony today, the Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw, who sits on the House Oversight Committee. I appreciate your time very much, sir. What did you learn from Acosta's testimony today?
Well, I think we learned what we've seen from Donald Trump and his allies throughout this Epstein saga, which is, in my view, a very callous disregard for the victims, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. And I think Alex Acosta is in that category. The idea that Jeffrey Epstein, after the heinous crimes he committed, could receive an 18-month sentence, serve only 13 months, be released on a daily basis to continue his crimes, and then be released fully to commit more crimes is outrageous. It shouldn't happen in the United States of America. And the idea that Donald Trump then selected Alex Acosta to be his Secretary of Labor is also outrageous and raises a...
Yeah, but why wouldn't he? I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was one of Donald Trump's good friends, and Alex was just a great guy who rightfully went easy on his good friend Jeffrey. So why wouldn't he reward that with a sweet, sweet job of doing absolutely fucking nothing? Good old U.S. taxpayer-funded fuckery. Ay. Well, while the Trump administration goes after anti-fascists and targets media organizations and goes after its own prosecutors, the U.S. attorney, for not prosecuting someone else who they don't have evidence for, and continue to cover up Donald Trump's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein and the broader Epstein files. They are also continuing to crack down on the existence of black cities in America. Here's Democracy Now! From 3 days ago. Memphis Representative Justin Pearson. Trump uses quote-unquote black criminality myth to take over black-led cities.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we turn now to Memphis, Tennessee, after President Trump on Monday signed an order authorizing the deployment of National Guard and the creation of a so-called Safe Task Force, which Trump claims will address violent crime in the city. Trump's order came as Memphis Police Department reported crime is at a 25-year low, with robbery, larceny, burglary, all at record lows over the past 8 months. Tennessee Democrats gathered in Memphis Monday to condemn Trump's crackdown. We're joined by Justin J. Pearson, Democratic Tennessee State Representative. State Rep, thanks so much for being with us. If you were one of the people who spoke out against the National Guard deployment, why?
This is an abuse of power by the Trump administration. It is moving us from a democracy to an authoritarian regime led by a wannabe dictator. We cannot normalize the behavior of the nationalization of the federalization of the National Guard against our own citizens, against our own communities. If they really wanted to address the problems of crime, they would address billions of dollars of disinvestment as it relates to eradicating poverty. They would make sure that we do something about gun safety laws, but this is not about that. This is about taking away our power, targeting and attacking Black-led majority cities and destroying our democracy for their own political gain.
And Representative, on Monday, President Trump met with your governor, Bill Lee, with 2 U.S. senators, Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty. And Governor Lee said, I've been in office for 7 years. I'm tired of crime holding the great city of Memphis back. But this is really in contrast to the plummeting crime rate in Memphis at a 25-year low. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, the statistics do not net out for what they are articulating, but Governor Bill Lee has been governor for nearly 8 years and has never once presented a plan to reduce and eradicate poverty in Memphis, Tennessee, has not fought for any legislation.
Of course not, because that's because people like Donald Trump and Republicans blame the poor for being poor and for doing things like crimes to, in some cases, try and solve their impoverished situations. It's your fault for being poor and for living in a place that we've disinvested from time and time again. That's all your fault. Even if, I don't know, you were forced to live in a particular area by things like redlining or whatever else. All right, let's go from Tennessee now to Chicago, where activists are continuing to push back against the presence of ICE, federal assets in the city.
Community leaders and advocates for immigrants are pushing back against the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. ICE officers have been in the Chicago metro area for several days now, picking up suspected undocumented immigrants. Protesters held rallies outside an ICE facility in Broadview, just outside of Chicago, back on Friday. A federal agent pushed one protester to the ground. You saw it right there. She says agents also fired pepper balls at demonstrators. The mayor of Evanston, who was there alongside protesters, says federal agents tear gassed them. Mayor Daniel Biss says they will not be intimidated. Joining me now to discuss the public resistance to federal operations in Chicago is Alderman Byron Sigtro Lopez. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, sir, to talk about this. Let's start here. What are your constituents feeling right now as these ICE operations increase?
Good morning, Danny. Thank you for the invitation. It's being a terror unleashed on our streets. We saw in the beginning of the Midwest Bliss operation, we already have a neighbor who has been killed in these operations. Yesterday or 2 days ago, there was a neighbor that was tased. There was a U.S. citizen that was tased and hospitalized because of the barbaric nature of these operations. We have seen child endangerment, at least 2 operations, one in Cicero, one in Chicago, in Little Village, in my neighborhood, when a family was stopped. In one occasion, both parents were taken from the vehicle, dragged out of the vehicle in front of their minors. The children were minors, creating child endangerment. And yesterday, what we saw, the shameful actions of Gregory Bobino and his group of mercenaries, because that's how we got a call, people who were shooting rubber bullets. I was there with Mayor Biss and a few other elected officials, including Lieutenant Governor Julian Stratton, a few minutes before this happened. Rubber bullets and chemical weapons that were shot at protesters that were just expressing the discontent with all these shameful operations that are creating terror. We have kids right now that are walking alone to school in some of our districts, and we have schools that right now don't have enough staff. So these children are even vulnerable to not having even any kind of support for the trauma that's been inflicted on them. So we have been seeing terror, violence, escalation. that is really terrorizing many of our neighbors. We condemn and we reject these Gestapo tactics, and we want ICE out of our neighborhoods, out of our state, and we want these facilities like the Broadview facility, where we have multiple reports of inhumane conditions, to be shut down.
Alderman, Governor J.B. Pritzker, he's been speaking out also against these ICE raids and pushing back on the Trump administration's plans, or I guess we'll see if.
Yeah, people continuing to fight back in Chicago. I've got some footage of that here. This is from Forbes Breaking News 16 hours ago, showing these protests.
On their gas mask, so if you want to put any protective gear on in case there's use of chemical weapons.
Repeat after me.
Repeat after me.
Agents are putting on their gas masks.
Agents are putting on their gas masks.
Repeat after me.
Repeat after me.
Agents are putting on their gas masks.
Agents are putting on their gas masks.
Repeat after me.
Repeat after me.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
We shall not be moved. All of us together, we shall not be moved. All of us together, we shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the water, we shall not be moved. We shall not be moved. Because we love our neighbors. Because we love our neighbors, we shall not be moved. Because we love our neighbors, we shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the water, we shall not be moved. Even when they pepper spray us, when they pepper spray us, we shall not be moved. I know now. When they pepper spray us, we shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's planted by the water.
Somebody before you push them. So try that for a couple minutes. We'll walk around and make sure everything's feeling good.
Yeah, give it to me. I know, but I can take it. So I gotta get lower. So much strength, but I stayed up at least. That's the point, right? I hate everything. I love Nazis.
I love Nazis, he says. Jesus fucking Christ, it's hilarious.
Is it winning?
Little role play,
Because they worry
little
more about
practicing.
dollars and profit than they do about people. It is what keeps people broke. It is why they put borders and pay 10 cents to build you iPhones.
By the way, I don't know if anybody knows, but that's Kat Apogazala right there. The woman who's running for Congress in is it Minnesota or is it Illinois? Is she from Illinois? I can't remember what state she's in now.
It is what keeps people broke. It is why they put up borders and pay people 10 cents to build you iPhones and charge you $1,000 for them. That's the system we're fighting against. So we all know we're here on the right side of history. At the end of the day, we stay.
Santa María de Dios, ruega por nosotros pecadores, ahora y en la hora de nuestra muerte. Amén.
Dios te salve María, llena eres de gracia, el Señor es contigo. Bendita tú eres entre todas las mujeres y bendito el fruto de tu vientre Jesús.
Santa María, Madre de Dios, ruega por nosotros pecadores.
Look at these fucking losers up here with paintball guns pointed at just people, just like civilians. Like, think about that. Your job is to point paintball guns at just people minding their own business in public. If you did this in public, you'd probably go to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Back up, back up. You're not an American. You're a fucking
Get these guys under control. Get them under control. Get them under control. Get these guys under control. Get these pieces of shit under control. Yeah, point your finger, you piece of shit. Point your finger, you piece of shit.
Shame on you, Rickett! Shame on you, Rickett! Fuck you! Trigger happy! Trigger happy! Trigger happy!
Get back in your hole, you piece of shit. Fall back on your rock. Fall back on your rock, you piece of shit. You fucking wait, Chris.
Quit your job! Quit your job, you fascist shit! No honor in this mission! No honor in this mission! From fascist politicians! From fascist politicians! Join us, change your position! Join us, change your position! Fight for humane conditions! Fight for humane conditions! We'll all back your decision! We'll all back your decision! We'll build our coalition! We'll build our coalition! To stop this imposition! To stop this imposition! And fight for abolition! And fight for abolition!
Remember earlier, lock your hands, touch your thumbs, stay together. Don't let folks get taken.
Yes, yes.
If they come.
Yeah.
They love the company. No one else. We're not leaving that outside. They want us to leave before we get them out.
And next week there'll be more of us. Fuck you!
Our friend was taken at 6 a.m. with Justine through this gate 5 minutes ago in chains. Everyone needs to understand what that means. They claimed that person would be let out shortly.
Governor, if you could talk to us a little bit about the events that have been unfolding so far this morning. We've been here since about 4:30. We've seen some very tense moments with some protesters who are being dragged. Some of them, one of them actually taken into custody. Even someone also who was pushed to the ground. Talk to us about what's been happening, what's been going on.
Well, first of all, what's going on is people are here to peacefully protest. Look what we've been seeing over the last several weeks right here in Chicago. People being snatched off the streets, stuffed into the parking lot.
The United States Department of Homeland Security, Immigration, and Customs
We are seeing
collaboration. It is hereby declared that you are violating federal law enforcement officers who performance of their official duties in violation of federal law.
I love how the Forbes breaking news guy doesn't even get what she's saying. Just sort of like has got like no interest in what she's saying. Oh, it's a black woman talking. Oh, let's see what's going on over here. Great job. Great job, Forbes. Great job. Good journalism.
We shall not be moved. We shall not be moved, just like a tree that's planted by the water.
one more clip from the protest. You know, there are things that I think when I watch videos like this. Crazy things. Crazy things like, I don't know. You know, if they're going to shoot people with non-lethals, maybe protesters should show up with non-lethals and start shooting fucking ICE agents. I don't know. But of course, that would be seen as violence. Whereas when they do it, it's just, they're just upholding the law. They're just brutally upholding the law. You do it. Oh, it's a crime.
Illegal.
Straight to jail. You might bruise one of the ICE agents.
How rude.
Let's talk about freedom. Huh?
In these very troubling times, we hear a lot of talk about freedom. So let's say a word about freedom. We now have a president of the United States who just the other day said, and I quote, "I have read someplace that the networks were 97% against me. I would think maybe their license should be taken away." End of quote. Really? Mr. President, that's not freedom. That's authoritarianism. Last I heard, under our Constitution, which you swore to uphold, the American people are allowed to criticize the president. The media is allowed to criticize the president or anybody else. We now have a Trump-appointed Federal Communications Commissioner, FCC, named Mr. Carr, who celebrated getting Jimmy Kimmel taken off the air and then threatened other shows saying, "We're not done yet." Hey, Mr. Carr, that's not freedom. That's precisely what happens in authoritarian societies. So let us be honest, let's be clear about what is going on. Trump has sued and tried to intimidate ABC, CBS, the Associated Press, PBS, cut their funding, NPR, cut their funding, anybody who covers him critically. And just the other day, he filed a $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times. They got Stephen Colbert off the air. They got Jimmy Kimmel off the air. And we are seeing Trump's friends now take over CBS and maybe CNN. Freedom of the press and our First Amendment is what sets us apart from tin pot dictatorships. That's what our kids learn in the 4th grade. But apparently that is not the case anymore. What's going on right now sounds more like Vladimir Putin's Russia. It sounds more like Mohammed bin Salman's Saudi Arabia. Under Trump, we are seeing a very strong movement in this country toward authoritarianism, and his attacks against the media are part of that process. So, let me make a simple request of my Republican colleagues. If you don't have the guts to stand up to Donald Trump and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, please just stop using the word freedom. Freedom is not just saying nice things or agreeing with those in power.
Aren't I a good guy?
Freedom is not just flattering the President of the United States and telling them how great he is.
He looks good, and he looks
Freedom
hard.
is the right to express your point of view, no matter what that may be, without government interference. Maybe what you're saying is right. Maybe what you're saying is wrong. Maybe what you're saying is brilliant. Maybe what you're saying is dumb. But in the United States of America, what our Constitution is about is having the right to say it. And we must not allow anybody to take away that basic freedom, that most important freedom, away from us. There is a reason why freedom of speech is the First Amendment to our Constitution, not the Fifth, not the 10th. It is the First Amendment because the founders of this country, correctly, in their wisdom, knew that you cannot maintain a free society without the right to speak openly without fear of intimidation. That's what they understood then. It was true then. It is true today. So let me conclude by saying this. I don't care what your political point of view is. If you're a progressive, great. If you're a moderate, great. If you're a conservative, great. You're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're independent. It doesn't matter what your political point of view may be. This is the moment, no matter what our politics may be, for us to stand together and protect our Constitution and the fundamental freedoms that make us a great country.
Thank you for your attention to this message. But absolutely, Bernie is right. And the First Amendment is being eroded right in front of our eyes by the Trump regime. And, you know, while they're doing this, they are essentially, you know, engaging in martial law in multiple places around the country. And going by Bernie's own logic, the First Amendment is first because of its great importance. And when that gets eroded, when it's no longer an option, what comes next? That's my question. What comes next? What's the Second Amendment?
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
And I don't think that's the thing right now. We don't want to be relying on the Second Amendment because we know what that means. It means all-out political violence, which is not what we want. You know, but this crackdown on the First Amendment, if that's no longer an option, if we just go down the list of amendments, the next thing available to us is the second, supposedly there to defend us. All Republicans I've ever heard talk about the Second Amendment have brought up the fact that this is necessary to protect the Constitution, protect our liberties, to protect our freedom, protect our government from becoming an authoritarian dictatorship. And it's I think in many ways why we are seeing more and more political violence cropping up right now. It's because people don't feel like they can say what they're thinking. And it's not good. It's not good. It's not a good direction for us to go in. The more and more of our constitutional rights that get taken away, the more that we are going to be living in a state of anarchy. A lawless society where, you know, violence is in fact, you know, like, a determining factor, right? Or that's not even necessarily the way to say it, but that it will pervade through society. Which is why we have to insist on continuing to assert the First Amendment, continuing to say what's on our mind, to continue to criticize the Trump administration without restraining ourselves. All right, let's talk about our democracy. As, of course, the Republicans are still on a, what do you call it? They're going through with the strategy of gerrymandering throughout the country to try and to rig the 2026 elections to keep themselves in power, even though their policies are incredibly unpopular. What's the Third Amendment? The Third Amendment is the right to not house soldiers, right? To not be like that you don't have to provide housing for soldiers. It was like it's like a, what do you call it? It's like an artifice from the Revolutionary War. Because of course redcoats would come in and take over people's properties and do all sorts of terrible things, steal their shit, among others. Let's go here. CNN from yesterday. Texas Democrats say their voices have been silenced by partisan redistricting.
There's got to be some sort of a change.
Manny Rizzo is a Democrat in Texas, on the losing side. Again.
Intentional gerrymandering in order to control the vote. And are we really represented by the proper representative? I think it's just a way so they can keep control and power and continue on with the next 2 years as to what they're doing now.
Rizzo maintains private jets. His office, a hangar at this private airport in Pflugerville, about 15 miles south of Austin. Business is good.
This airplane came in for some big inspections. We found a lot of issues, but that's what we do. That's what they pay us to do, is to find issues on the ground rather than they find them in the air.
Most clients are longtime customers. Of late, a few tough conversations about the bill when critical parts come from Mexico or Canada.
Tariffs cost more money to stay in business, cost more money to buy parts.
The local congressman for this airport is a Democrat, like Rizzo. He listens if Rizzo has concerns about how Washington impacts his business. Listens, too, on the issue that is now Rizzo's passion, gun violence. His 9-year-old niece, Jackie, was among the students killed in Uvalde.
That's where it's really important, to us and our family. We, our values, our morals, and
sadness every time he thinks of his niece. Anger every time he thinks about a new Texas map that moves Pflugerville and other Austin suburbs.
Especially during a change in the midterms. I don't agree with that.
This is Kyle, Texas, about 20 miles down Interstate 35 south of Austin. As of today, this is the 35th Congressional District, one of 2 solidly blue seats in the Austin area. But when Texans vote in next year's midterm elections, the map will be dramatically different. The 35th moved south, east of San Antonio, to Republican country. The 37th made more compact, right there in Austin. The result? 2 Democratic districts become 1, and tens of thousands of Texans, now represented by Democrats in Congress, dispersed into more rural and Republican districts. Gretchen Pruitt is one of those Democrats. Then this winery just outside of Kyle is one of her favorite places. Pruitt moved to Texas 30 years ago, likes her wine red and her politics blue.
I wanted to live near Austin, and I was looking for a place that would be a community that I would feel at home in.
The new map puts Pruitt in a district represented by a Republican. That isn't her only objection.
It's also a district that is heavily farming and industrial, and that is not the same kind of industry and ecosystem that we're in here in the Austin suburbs.
Pruitt was a library director who first became politically active fighting Texas Republicans trying to books. Now she's embraced.
Yeah, they're intentionally taking Democrats who have nothing in common with people in these Republican districts, putting them in there, and trying to make their votes irrelevant. And it would appear that that's going to wind up working. Unless something dramatically changes, and a lot of Republicans choose to either not vote or to vote blue instead of red in these districts, you're almost definitely going to see 5 more Republican seats in the House once it's all over. And ahead of the midterm elections, if I'm not mistaken, and even with California looking to do its own redistricting, it's not going to be enough, I don't think, because Republican states are all clamoring now to do this. Will it come back and bite them in the future? I don't know. But for now, what it's going to do is it's going to wind up making it easier for Republicans to stay in control, to stay in power, determining what the government does for longer. And so it's just an incredibly undemocratic thing to do in my estimation, and I'm honestly sick of it. I don't even want to justify what California is doing. Like, I have no other choice because it literally wasn't even started by California. Like, if this was completely like in a vacuum and California had just chosen to do it, I'd be criticizing that. I think that would have been not good, because I think gerrymandering is dumb, and we should have districts that actually, I don't know, make sense, that have populations that actually at least have some things in common together, not people, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. And in some ways, I think there should be like a federally mandated districting, which, you know, technically, I think, you know, some people would certainly argue against. And the fact is, I think it's constitutionally mandated as such, because they believe that they needed the states needed the rights to do elections as they see fit. And I see the arguments for that too. But it's just, the fact is like this sort of gerrymandering arms race, if you will, is just, I feel like it's just massively problematic. And everyone who's doing it knows intrinsically that it's disenfranchising people. That's like the espoused reason to do it, is to literally disenfranchise people so that you can win a political election. And I just find it to be crass and disgusting. Like, I find it so hard to justify any, to, like, you know, like give any credence to this. Like, I think there should be like some sort of body or some, I don't know what to, I can't like think it all through, but to some degree there needs to be some sort of like legalized process, like that you can't go this far. Like you gotta, at least, you have to be trying to create sensible districts. Like, you can't be actively, like, you shouldn't be redistricting with the idea of getting yourself more votes, elected longer, or whatever else. Okay, the only reason for redistricting should be the change in populations, right? The changes in demographics. Speaking of elections, there is one election that is coming up very quickly, less than a month and a half away. And that is the New York mayoral race. Here's Zoran Mamdani's YouTube channel yesterday. The home stretch starts now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Life in this city doesn't need to be this hard. We all want more money in our pocket, more dignity in our lives, more rest and joy in this wild, beautiful city.
We've been running this race for 3 months, and at every single turn, we have surprised people.
He's up 8% with 76% supported. That's right.
We're at 81%.
Holy shit.
We're running this campaign to surprise this city. Because this is a campaign that is going to win on June 24th.
Cuomo just conceded!
Cuomo just conceded!
What's happening?
When I look out at this room and out onto the midnight skyline, that is what I see.
Anybody else? Hand warmers is on, that's right.
Canvas launches that continued in the pouring rain, strangers who care about those they will never meet.
It is you climbing
floor after floor of the 6th floor walk-up, in the rain, in the sun, in the snow, that took us from a campaign that was considered at best an interesting idea to beating a former governor by 13 points.
The former New York governor says he's staying in the race.
The best way to prepare for January is by winning a mandate in November.
I don't know, Zoran, if it's a world record or not, but having 50,000 volunteers in a mayor's election, pretty good to me.
We are going to get to 90,000 volunteers in the general.
Arabic language and Spanish.
There are people across the world who are looking at this. They don't just see themselves in me, they see themselves in you. They see themselves.
His campaign is just so much better than everybody else's. like these videos are just like, and it's not just about the production, right? Like you can just see the obvious ground like swelling, the grassroots of support that he has. They're just going through picture after picture after picture after picture of people posing with him, just hanging out with Zoran. Whereas, you know, Andrew Cuomo can barely get people to talk to him on the fucking street.
Someone who could also knock doors in their city. Take that little step that could lead to a big one. And understanding that, in fact, the future we deserve, it's in our hands if we're ready to fight for it. So we are going back to the doors.
There you go, the big fall canvas weekend. I believe that's today. People are hitting the streets, hitting the pavement, knocking on doors. Getting the good word out there about Zoran in New York. Okay. Now, while Zoran's out there trying to make life more affordable for New Yorkers, Donald Trump is continuing to enrich himself and his biggest supporters. And this very strange statue appeared on the National Mall a few days ago. And then disappeared, like, within hours, which I found to be very strange. And seemed to be like a complete, like, op, like some sort of, like, marketing
Well,
gimmick.
President Trump has a new statue,
Like,
and
I
it's
don't
standing
even, like,
along
it's not even clear
Street
who,
North.
It's not even entirely clear to me who it is that was behind this. But here we go.
Well, President Trump has a new statue, and it's standing along 3rd Street Northwest across from the U.S. Capitol. Students from Liberty University drove it into town. They came up with the idea for the 12-foot Bitcoin-themed statue, which took about 5 weeks to complete.
You know, this is a statement. You know, this is to show to everybody that without the president, we could never have had this mass adoption of Bitcoin, of the cryptocurrencies, of all these big institutions buying Bitcoin. And it shows that's the future, and this is our thank you, our statement to the president.
The statue's arrival coincides with this afternoon's announcement regarding.
So a bunch of Bitcoin investors did it? So like a bunch of like dudes, like crypto bros, for some sort of like marketing gimmick, brought this fucking thing out here and then took it down like 3 hours later. Oh my god, we are living in such a fucking dystopia right now. It is insane. It is fucking insane. All right. Let's go now here. Go from talking crypto to talking tech. But this next tech story is also has an environmental element to it. Let's talk about what it's like living next to Amazon's largest data center.
I don't cry anymore.
temperature. I'm just exhausted from it. Every house requirement that they plot is leveled.
Joy and Jean Van Loo are a fifth-generation farming family in New Carlisle, Indiana, a small town with around 2,000 people in the northwestern part of the state. This is where Amazon is building their largest data center in America.
How's your water situation here?
Tainted. It tastes weird. It's just not the same.
Do you think it has to do with the data center, the construction?
Well, yeah, they have them two 24-inch pipes pumping water across the street over here. They're dewatering, as they call it, so they can put the foundations in.
They went through this process called dewatering because of Amazon's data center construction, where they were actually removing groundwater that people rely on here for their drinking water. And this pond normally would be full up, but now you can see it's been vastly depleted. The Van Loo family owns over 200 acres. But their new neighbor will consume as much power as 1 million homes, guzzling millions of gallons of water from the Kankakee Aquifer to cool hundreds of thousands of computer chips. It will serve the AI startup Anthropic, which is working to create an AI system that matches the human brain. And Amazon is its largest financial backer.
You don't think you can win?
No, you can't, man. They got better lawyers than we can get hold of, and then the town of New Carlisle threw us under the bus.
Still a lot of dewatering going on, even though they've been told they're in violation.
But, like I say, we're a little fish in a big pond.
Little fish in a pond that's been sucked dry by Amazon.
Indiana is experiencing a data center invasion. 30 minutes away, another data center fight is unfolding.
I asked for you to show More Perfect Union's wasteland tonight so that people can see with their eyes.
At this city council meeting in Michigan City, Indiana, resident Eileen Mark is asking city officials to play a More Perfect Union video we made a few months ago about Musk's XAI data center in Memphis.
Now, Ron Tucker went to XAI to see that they had 35 gas turbines operating and polluting our air.
Why isn't this video being shown tonight?
The reason? The developers behind that XAI facility, Phoenix Investors, is now trying to secure a tax break for a new data center in this small Indiana town.
What is going on in Memphis? What Phoenix Investors has done in Memphis with their end user, tenant, Elon Musk. I didn't get even a response from you.
I came here in the middle of a fight between residents and local officials to witness it all play out in real time. The end user, who would control the data center, would also receive a massive tax break. Their identity is a secret.
This vote is about the future of Michigan City. And so we've just been pounding pavement, hitting every door we could. Have you heard about the data center coming?
Yeah, everybody concerned about it.
To alert residents.
If the data center gets built here, you want to move away?
We would want to move. I'm reading some of the effects with like the diabetes, the lack of sleep, how it can lead to all these different health effects.
And how much are you paying in your electric bills now compared to before?
My electric and gas bill was more than my car payment. I mean, it's insane.
Everything is coming down to tonight and whether or not the city is going to put the profit motive, put big tech over people.
The evidence is out there, and residents that live nearby these hyperscale data centers are sharing their stories. You can find them if you care to look.
These are just two of the data center battles taking place in Indiana.
What we're seeing in Indiana is a lot of data center development, over 30, maybe over 40.
This shit is so fucking disturbing. Because when you think about this, all this stuff, all these negative effects that are coming from these data centers, whether it's increased prices of electricity for regular Americans, negative health effects, or any other things, we're doing it. It's all being done in the name of replacing humanity with computers, right? With AI, right? Like replacing your jobs and your life's existence, like your purpose in life, whatever it might be, you know, replacing that with a fucking computer program, you know, that at this time don't even actually do the things that they claim it's one day going to do. Oh, it's going to be incredible. The fact is like all of this is being done in the name of that, right? Of corporate profits, of finding a way to completely X out human inputs in capitalist enterprises so that they can maximize profits and never have to worry about, I don't know, OSHA or healthcare or, you know, like payroll taxes or like whatever else. or unions.
Some stage of development throughout our state for a variety of reasons.
Meta, Google, Microsoft, CoreWeave, and QTS, owned by Blackstone, are in the state too. I wanted to know why Indiana became such a hotspot for big tech and how billionaires and the shell corporations they hide behind seem to be winning so big in the Hoosier state.
Number one, we have an incredibly supportive policy at the state level. We have leadership, we have a supermajority, we have regulators who are all very, very supportive of attracting business in the state of Indiana.
Republicans hold 40 out of 50 seats in the state Senate and 70 out of 100 seats in the Indiana House of Representatives, including Senators Eric Koch and Edmund Soliday, who authored a bill allowing utility companies to pass along some of the cost of small modular nuclear reactors to its customers and keep coal plants online, all in support of AI data centers. We reached out to both lawmakers to ask for an on-camera interview, but received no response. But it was another bill, House Bill 1405, introduced in 2019 by Representative Martin Carbo, that laid the groundwork for the data center boom, providing sales and use tax exemptions for equipment purchased to build. And there's another reason why Indiana's towns and cities are feeling pressure to welcome data centers.
They're losing federal funding for certain programs and certain support. They're losing state funding for certain programs and certain support. Some of these local leaders are very concerned about the financial health and well-being of their local communities.
But many residents and community organizers are adamant that data centers are not the answer to their economic woes. Organizers canvassed Michigan City neighborhoods just before the city council was about to meet for a final vote.
There are 9 counselors, so we are trying to play the numbers game and work as hard as we can, even within these final hours.
Yeah, this is why right now, especially in this time where we have authoritarianism, not just creeping, but just leaping and bounding into our lives, and this is why we need activism. We need people to be able to speak out, to criticize, right? To go to leaders and say, look, I think that this is wrong, and if you vote for this, you are an asshole. You know, like, and not have any consequences for doing so, right? This is, you know, like you need to be able to try and fight back in every way possible. Not that it's always successful, but the fact is like, it's tantamount. It's fucking foundational to our way of life.
Community has long suffered the impacts of coal pollution, of being able to endure a century of this coal plant in their backyards.
Ashley Williams lives in Michigan City and runs a grassroots.
You can't think of any reason to use AI. Like, yeah, like that's the thing. Like there's been a bunch of times where I've been like tempted to use AI, like involve, like integrate it into my life, because like I can clearly see like the personal benefits you could potentially get from it, right? Like Anthropic, you know, like this Claude AI that can just be your life's fucking, you know, it can be a little robot slave that'll get all your stuff done for you while you're doing other work, you know? But it's like when you know the implications of all this stuff, when you know like just how bad it is, not just for the environment or what the implications are for the labor market or anything else, like, and just people, like, it just, you know, I still have just decided to not get into it, because it's just, I feel like it's going to be, it's just, first off, it's just a slippery slope, right? You start introducing it into different little parts of your life, and then all of a sudden, you know, you find yourself, oh, well, I mean, here's a new application. Maybe I should try that one. And each time that they train one of these new models, it is using up a vast amount of data, let alone the housing of and like the running of the, like, these prompts over and over and over again. Like, there's a serious cost to this stuff.
organization focused on a transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Long before she found out about the secretive data center project this summer, she's been fighting to shut down the coal-fired power plant owned by the monopoly electric utility company called NIPSCO, which she fears could end up staying open to support data center energy demands.
We just really don't know whether or not the coal plant will ultimately come down, or if it does, it's just going to be a reinvention of a different injustice at that site or across our community.
And the energy monopoly is in the midst of an effort to create a spin-off sister company called GenCo to put all data center load growth under a new separate company.
As we covered before, you are president of both NIPSCO and GenCo, as well as CEO, correct? And COO.
That's correct.
Were you involved in the decision to create GenCo?
I was.
But consumer advocates warn GenCo.
Wow. That's special. That is special.
Decision to create GenCo?
I was.
But consumer advocates warn GenCo is just a way to have an unregulated cash cow energy company with no plans for cost control, cost allocation, or guarantees for how it will ultimately impact residential customers.
NIPSCO said that they do not intend to raise rates. Can ratepayers trust that with a deal like this, their rates aren't going to go up?
Absolutely not. No, you'll always hear when these proposals are presented to the public, don't worry, they'll pay their fair share. It's very easy for a utility CEO or utility representative to say, trust us, nothing to see here.
All right, so just to clarify this, okay, because it may have not been entirely clear to everybody by listening to that. Like they listed two different companies just now, GenCo and NIPSCO. Now NIPSCO is the parent company that guy is COO, founder of, which is a energy provider in the state of Indiana. Now what they want to do is spin off a part of their business into a different company, which they want to call GenCo, which would deal only with large customers, right? And that they would serve data centers and things like that. People with very large energy needs. They would not take in any retail customers whatsoever. This does create potentially big time problem for people who get regular consumer electric from this NIPSCO company, because now these big companies won't be even what's the word, contributing to so what they could basically do is jack up costs on all of the residential customers, right? And lower prices for these major consumers' electricity, power them through the same turbines and whatever other means of electricity generation they may be using, right? But then essentially be like, oh, we're not favoring one or another. This is a completely different company that just happened to share literally everything.
Your bills aren't going up.
If people choose to look to the actual people living near them and stop just trusting the developers and the big corporations coming in here, you could actually go talk to the people living there.
You better not come here and pollute our children, our homeowners, stomp all over our small businesses and think that there won't be backlash. Even if they vote this through tonight, it's just the beginning of a fight, and people are not going to stop here.
I'm standing inside the City Hall in Michigan City, Indiana right now, and you can see that so many people have come out here for this vote tonight that they've actually had to put chairs outside of the City Hall Council chamber room because of the overflow. People are signing up to be able to speak about their feelings on this project, whether they're for or against it. And we're going to find out tonight whether this project is going to get those tax breaks or not.
And if you pass this resolution, I can promise you afterwards, it's that private equity that will tell you what it is you're allowed to vote on. They want to own all of us through you, and the decision as to whether or not they're going to be able to do that happens here, it happens now, it happens with you. For the love of God, do your duty.
The time for voting finally came.
May I entertain a motion for approval?
Dr. Cora.
Aye.
Mr. Beatrice.
Aye.
And Mr. Coulter.
Aye.
We have 7 in favor and 2 opposed.
And this resolution has passed.
Weak. In a 7-2 decision, the City Council voted to grant the data center tax abatements for the next 10 years in exchange for 30 full-time jobs and some $26 million in economic development incentives over the next 40 years.
30 whole
Another
jobs.
big win.
Wow. Oh my gosh. 30 whole jobs. What a benefit to the community.
Tech companies who seem to be getting their way.
They're probably going to need 30 whole jobs, like at least they're probably going to need 10 times as many jobs to make up for how much more people are going to wind up paying for electricity.
In Indiana,
We were not shocked by the sort of lure of the money and the millions of dollars and the predatory tactics that this company has pulled on our community and has pulled on the council. Just the fact that they gave in so quickly is really disheartening.
And one of the council members just said, we just gave away all the leverage. So now we have no leverage with a bad deal, like a terrible financial deal they accepted at the risk of all of us.
20 miles away, back where we began our journey in New Carlisle, Amazon has said that its data center project will be a case study and will use lessons learned here from this multi-year project to improve as they build data centers elsewhere. But this is little comfort to the residents who live here.
Yeah, it's also not comforting to people who don't live there. You can say that as a person who's not from Indiana. It sounds incredibly troubling to me. Incredibly troubling. We're going to learn from all the mistakes that we make here in Indiana. And we'll improve in all the other places we plan to bring terrible projects like this. Incrementally. Yeah, great. One by one, you'll figure out some problem that you're creating. And then let society pay for the costs of that problem in perpetuity. That sounds good. Because it's not like when these guys make mistakes, they try and fix them. They try and sweep them under the rug, do whatever they can to not pay for the consequences. Time and time again. Socialize the costs, privatize the profits. And that's the entire business model of AI when you think about it, right? Like, who cares how many jobs may or may not be lost because of AI? That's society's problem. That is the people who are losing their jobs' problem. All right? We're trying to make money over here. All right. Now let's go to a place where there was actually too much water. That would be the West Coast, where rains brought floods, which brought landslides. Here's ABC News from yesterday.
This morning, about 80 miles east of Los Angeles, people are digging out after mudslides damaged homes, closed roads, and downed power lines.
It kind of sounded like an earthquake was coming.
The rain so heavy, in 1 hour, more than 1 3/4 of an inch fell, triggering massive mudslides that swept through the communities of Forest Falls and Oak Glen. Crews using bulldozers to dig through mud that was several feet high.
When I opened my kitchen window,
that is not mud. Describing that as mud is ridiculous. That is not mud. That is I would guess like a 700-pound boulder and a bucket, an entire dozer bucket full of just rocks, just massive rocks. Like that one back there's got to be a couple 100 pounds. Like all of these rocks are just huge. That is not a mudslide. That is a landslide. This is a fucking rock slide. You get in the way of that, you are dead. You are done. GG.
To dig through mud that was several feet high.
When I open my kitchen window, I just see the first wave of mud, and it.
I mean, it looks terrifying enough thinking about it as mud, but when you know it's just littered with gigantic rocks.
Already had trees and mailboxes, a bunch of debris.
Some told to shelter in place as rescue teams were activated to help those who were trapped. Homes crushed by the force of the mud. Cars buried. One man breaking his leg in the debris. Drivers stranded on State Route 38, cut off by damage. And in New Mexico, the Ruidoso River once again swelling into the village of...
Again, this happened already. We already covered this earlier this year. Am I having deja vu? What's going on?
The Ruidoso River once again swelling into the village of Ruidoso, the same spot that has seen damaging and deadly flooding multiple times this year thanks to a burn scar from last year's wildfire. Some were told to seek higher ground.
And this morning, Ruidoso in a flood watch again. We also have the flood watch focus from Palmdale through Mammoth Lake, so right there into the Sierra Nevada. You could see up to a 1.5 inch per hour rainfall rates on burn scars that could cause mudslides, debris flows. And so we have that.
Yeesh. All right, let's go here. KTLA5 from yesterday. Flash floods and mudslides in San Bernardino County. San Bernardino County, here we come.
Yesterday's storm has left several Inland Empire neighborhoods with a big mess to clean up. KTLA's Carlos Herrera reports from Oak Glen.
Well, the cleanup efforts now underway here. There's a lot of work to be done here. You can see the heavy machine over my shoulder. This is yet another spot that was impacted overnight here in Oak Glen. This is Oak Glen Road, just past Glen Road, now impassable after mud and debris came rushing down last night. Just on the other side of this pile of mud, there are two homes that are surrounded by muck. Residents there are unable to leave. You can see a car there that also got stuck trying to go through the mess. The driver now laughing about it, but says it was no laughing matter when it was happening.
I got scared and I was thought the boulders were going to hit my car, and actually I'm thank God everything's all right. And there was another car that was trying to come by and he stopped. I should have listened. This rain came all of a sudden and look at all the mud and all the debris going by.
Many Oak Glen residents waking up to this. Sky 5 giving us a look from overhead. Black walls of mud and debris that came rushing down those hillsides, sweeping up anything in their paths after that heavy downpour. It appears that communities along the Potato Canyon Road got the worst of it, prompting several road closures, trapped cars, and down power lines. Emergency efforts now underway as several homes also became surrounded by mud. CAL FIRE says these mudslides are linked to debris runoff from the 2020 El Dorado burn scar. And cleanup crews have been busy, also removing tons of mud and debris from neighborhoods in Forest Falls. The muck there leaving several homes inundated and roads impassable. Video showing Caltrans crews also clearing one of many mudslides on Highway 30.
They keep calling them the mudslides and then turning to pictures where it's just boulders as far as the eye can see. Nobody wants that. No, nobody wants that. It's just horrifying. Rock slide. Terrifying. Okay. Destructive flash floods wash away part of California's desert road. K-Back. Eyewitness News, Bakersfield Now, from 2 days ago. It's quite a name. Payback Eyewitness News Bakersfield now. Jesus Christ. That seems bad. Wow, Nightbot is not being very welcome to our avian chatters. Jesus. That is racist.
How rude.
The amount of water. I mean, I assume this looks like it's supposed to be a road. Am I losing my mind, or is that pavement? Hell, it's not a road anymore. It's a road. That is a road. Turns out I was right. That is, in fact, supposed to be a road, not a river. And sometimes a sudden river happens, I guess. All right, let's go here. AB7 SoCal. ABC7 SoCal. Yesterday. SoCal residents face a muddy mess after flash flooding causes damage.
Meanwhile, dozens of people now cleaning up the destructive mess in the San Bernardino Mountains.
Flash flooding and mudslides causing extensive damage to several homes. Inland Empire reporter Leticia Juan has caught up with people in the Oak Glen and Forest Falls areas who have gone through all of this before.
All the pine trees, we planted most of them. They're all gone. Everything's gone.
Susan Novoscosi Bennett surveyed her 2-acre property in Oak Glen. The once idyllic setting is now under several feet of mud. She and her husband, a retired Navy commander, don't know how they'll dig out.
We really need help, and so if there's, anyone who can hear my voice, who has a heart for a veteran, this is a time a veteran really needs help.
In Forest Falls, Olin Ritchie and his family were also surveying the damage. It's something they've lived through before. 3 years ago, when another mudslide came tearing through.
It's terrifying. You hear the freight train, and we had less than 10 seconds to get out between the time we understood that the creek had blown and getting safely out of the house.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time. 10 seconds, you say. That's really not enough time to do anything.
This was the scene Thursday afternoon. A flash flood unleashed boulders, logs, and a raging river of water into Forest Falls.
It sounded like thunder, but I know thunder doesn't constantly roar, and so I realized that it was another mudslide coming down.
His home was safe, but his neighbor's was destroyed. Giant logs smashed into the front of the house, crushing a truck in the debris.
The owner and his friend were inside, and so when the water burst through their front door, they almost got washed away. The friend had to hang on for dear life.
But one bright spot in the devastation.
Can you imagine having to cling for dear life? In that moment, debris-ridden water rushing all around. Fucking insane. Now, this next story is quite difficult, I'm afraid, but this mudslide, this series of mudslides in Southern California, took a life. A young child was killed. Let's go here. This is from 18 hours ago.
This morning, a grim ending to the search for the toddler in this white sedan who was swept away by powerful floodwaters Thursday night. Officials in Barstow say they found the body of 2-year-old Xavier Padilla Aguilera. Authorities rescuing the boy's father, who had also been in the car, and after a more than 20-hour-long search, the young boy's body was found. Up to 2 inches an hour of rain falling in and around Oak Glen, a neighborhood along the San Bernardino Mountains, about 80 miles east of Los Angeles. The
speed that it's moving at, like when it runs into objects, just you can see it all just go flying into the air. It's insane. What happened? What did the duck say now? What did the duck do? I don't even see. Well, I see no offending messages here from the duck. I think this is all in good faith. Good faith duck arguments, if you will.
rain causing mudslides. Our Los Angeles station, KABC, capturing the devastation from above.
A wall of mud came flowing down, and you could see as many as 8 homes were damaged. Some may have been destroyed. They may not be repairable.
In the community of Forest Falls, entire neighborhoods buried in mud. First responders are working to clear the roadways filled with rocks and debris, but they also have this major problem: downed power lines that are not just only blocking roadways, but leaving residents with no electricity.
It was pretty scary because I know we've some bad floods and people have died.
Homeowner Eileen Hay telling me how she and her husband watched as the rising waters encroached their home.
We couldn't open the door because as soon as you open the door, all the water is going to come in because the water was about that high.
Jesus Christ. Horrible. And you're all making my job very difficult because this is a terrible story. But now we're talking about ducks and all these other things. Getting me sidetracked. Ducks are always offensive, says Joe. Wow. I just felt like in this moment where we're talking about the First Amendment so much, I had to come to the aid of this duck making good faith arguments about something about bikes or something. It's not even clear to me what you were banned for. Not banned, but timed out for a whole 5 seconds. It's honestly not clear. It's not clear to me. There's a lot of there's so many messages always coming through the chat. It's hard for me to keep track. That's why we have the mods. So I'll say this much. You know, if the mods felt it necessary to time you out, well, then there must have been something contained in one of those messages that were just unacceptable, apparently. All right. What next? What next? Oh, good. This story. Yeah, good. Great. Let's talk about China.
China! I have to have my China.
Let's talk about China and the worst plan I've heard coming out of China in a while. TRT World from yesterday. China launches alternative express shipping route to Europe. Huh, a new alternative express shipping route. Where could they be possibly planning to go? That's new. We've been shipping things for so long as a species. Trying to think of what would be the new option.
The Arctic is opening, and global warming and geopolitics has everything to do with it. Traditionally, goods from China to Europe sail through the Strait of Malacca shipping route via the Suez Canal. This voyage takes around 30 to 40 days. But the Arctic Express service will connect 3 ports in China through Russia's northern sea route to 4 destinations in Western Europe. This will take a mere 18 days.
This will have the overall impact of increasing the density of trade. As long as the cost is being reduced and as long as it becomes more efficient for them to reach the markets, I do not see why producers would not elect this route.
The new
Yeah, what's most disturbing about this for me when you hear a guy, like when that guy talking about it, like as long as it remains economically efficient, it'll be a good plan. It's like, I just want you to think about what that means, right? Like this route is opening up because Arctic sea ice is melting, right? And is going to lead to an absolute environmental catastrophe for everyone on the planet, right? And now businesses are literally creating reasons for why we need to keep that ice melted. Think about that. Now there's an economic incentive to keep the ice melted in the Arctic because we can ship things for cheaper. Oh, yay. Yay.
China!
Terrible.
Arctic routing will be 40% faster. It will provide less congestion with fewer vessels operating and has lower emissions and fuel use due to reduced fuel consumption and carbon output. China unveiled the Arctic project in 2017.
Thank you very much.
It's been an area of cooperation between Beijing and Russia.
It allows the Chinese and the Russians to skip the geopolitical hotspots in the Middle East. It also allows to bypass if they use the northern route. It also allows them to...
I don't think we should call it the northern route. I think what we should call it is the global warming route. That's what we're going to call it. This is the global warming route of China. It's the one that only exists as long as global warming continues to exacerbate, get worse. But hey, as long as Chinese shipping companies and businesses and whomever else involved in this can make more money, oh God, be damned, environment.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Lessen their dependency on the Straits of Malacca, because these are choke points whereby the Americans actually have much strategic advantage over the trade routes because of the presence of their allies.
Rising temperatures in the Arctic are playing a part in this dynamic.
Because the North Pole is affected by global warming, the ice would melt even more quickly. So in the future, it becomes more viable to have all year round.
Oh my God! Do you hear it? Do you hear what this man is saying? He's like, once all the ice is gone, like even in the Arctic winter, we'll be able to. It's insane. Oh my God!
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
He's like, in the future, like in the apocalypse times, when all the ice is gone in the Arctic, we'll be able to ship things for so cheap. It's gonna be great. Oh my God, this is some full, like, capitalist delusion shit right here. Like, when the entire Earth is either underwater or on fire, it's gonna be great for shipping companies, because they'll be able to... It's the worst thing I've ever... It is the fucking worst. Swear to God. Oh my God, it's just... Wow. This is the world we... every fucking day I feel like I'm losing my mind just a little bit more. And it's things like that drive me closer to the fucking precipice. I'm like, okay, 1% closer to losing my ever-loving mind. Just ejecting myself out of the goddamn airlock of this spaceship. Speaking of space, let's go here to NHK World Japan and talk about space exploration and research on a shoestring budget. This one really comes really close to home.
Research in space is often carried on board the International Space Station as it provides conditions not found on Earth. Now, a Japanese startup is developing a way to offer these conditions at a much lower cost without the need for astronauts. And believe it or not, the first corporate partner is a sake brewery.
This sake brewery in the western city of Kobe is over 360 years old. The company has announced it is undertaking an experiment that could shape the future of sake brewing.
By doing experiments in space, we may discover new and exciting possibilities.
But what on earth is it sending into space? It's one of the most basic elements in sake, yeast. The brewer wants to see how yeast behaves under microgravity. If the yeast changes, it could lead to entirely new strains. That could ultimately result in a new type of sake, born in space.
As a luxury product, sake faces intense development competition. So the story behind it is key to making it stand out.
There you go. Crazy sake space experiments? Is that what? About to have space sake in the near future?
We don't know yet what space can offer, but we want to find out without spending too much money.
All of this is being made possible by a startup. It's developing a platform to carry out unmanned experiments in space at a low cost. By using satellites rather than the space station, it plans to offer services starting at around 10 million yen, or $67,000. This is an experimental device now under development.
There you have it. One Japanese startup taking all the space jobs, doing unmanned space research, using compact engineering techniques and other stuff to make shit happen. Honestly, though, space sake, that's a pretty interesting possibility for the future. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. If they do wind up making space sake, I might have to be one of the people to try it. Of anybody out there in the world, I think it would be my duty to attempt, depending on how much they're gonna charge for that space sake. Might have to give that a shot. Get it? A shot. Okay. Enough space alcohol jokes. Let's keep this puppy moving. No, I think now probably a good time for us to take a break. Since we just went from talking U.S. politics through the environment and to space news, probably a good moment for us to take a quick break. We're 5 hours, 40 minutes into this puppy. Quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so that you can make sure that you never miss an episode of this show. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as I am completely funded, and we are completely funded, by viewers like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, rather having part of it go to funding the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 US, you can get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. You get an avatar on one of the break screens. That's right, you could be stunning by the galactic pool, hanging out at the bar, the lake, or the street. But that's not all. You get a shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel in the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. I think you know what that sound means. It means, of course, that it's time now for us to get back to the stream. That's right. Fourth half. Incoming. Break is over, Space Fams. Get back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss the beginning of the fourth half. Can't say it any more clearly than you right now. I really can't. Really can't. I've been very explicit about what's about to happen.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
There's a lot of duck / mammal talk going on in chat today. More than usual. I mean, it's not unusual that we talk about ducks and mammals and seemingly the ancient war between bird and man, but just an abundance of duck and mammal talk happening today, which is fine. I support that. That's fine. You know, you talk about what you want to talk about in chat. You know, I do my thing over here, you do your thing over there. Sometimes we cross paths, but you know, I'm just noticing it out loud that wow.
That's too much, man!
It's not unusual to talk about mammals in the chat. I'm getting incredibly granular. I'm sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Won't be doing that again. All right. Let's move on to the Earth news. A lot of stuff happening geopolitically on the planet, including undeclared war against Venezuela that the Trump administration has been waging. And literally last night, around the time, I thought I was losing my mind last night, like while we were talking about the second strike on a boat, like coming out of Venezuelan waters into international waters, getting blown up by the U.S. Navy. Another story dropped saying the same thing, and I was like, wait, is this the same story? But no, actually, the Trump administration last night did a third fucking strike on another boat that they've once again not provided any evidence for their being involved in any sort of illicit activity. But that, of course, has not stopped the Trump administration from continuing to claim that this is drug traffickers. Here's France 24, 21 hours ago. Venezuela accuses the United States of waging an undeclared war in strikes on alleged drug traffickers.
Illegal.
This is the third time this month that the American president has released footage like it.
In a post online, Donald Trump said the Pentagon carried out a strike on a boat in international waters, killing 3 drug traffickers.
Intelligence confirmed the vessel was trafficking illicit narcotics and was transit.
Will we ever get access to any of this fucking intelligence? Anybody? Remember when a long time ago people were making a big deal about getting evidence for those WMDs? It's like sort of a microcosm, I feel like, of the same thing. Like, we keep getting told, oh, the crimes happened. Oh, you wouldn't believe the kind of crimes that are happening in international waters. Oh my gosh, drugs, so many drugs. You wouldn't believe how many drugs. The most drugs anybody has ever seen before. The very most drugs you would not believe it. We can't even show you how many drugs because we're concerned that it would blow your minds. But seriously, like, where's the evidence? Can we get the evidence for this all these drugs that are supposedly in these boats? Or are we just gonna keep blowing them up without providing anything even close to that?
Along a known narco-trafficking passage en route to poison Americans.
Airstriking drug boats.
Oh my god, this is reminding me of yesterday. Does everybody remember that fucking troll who was in here yesterday? Like going, oh, but what about all the people dying in the United States from drugs? Do you just not care about those people? And then when I addressed that, I was like, look, even if people are dying in the United States from drugs, that doesn't justify just blowing up random people, right? Because of the way this has all been going about, these people aren't being given any rights at all, right? Like, being completely stripped of their rights and just blown up before anybody even figures out if a crime happened, right? And then he was like, oh, but actually, I don't care about the drugs. I just like seeing people get blown up. It was ridiculous. But that is kind of it, though, isn't it? Like, people, I don't think that people actually care. They just know that these are brown people from South America, allegedly, in boats just, getting blown up by their favorite guy. And they think that that's good. They just think that that's good. They actually, for some people, this really, it's like a pick me up for them. They see a boat of what's probably like fishermen or, people going to the Caribbean just getting blasted out of the fucking ocean. Like, and somehow that's like makes their day better. I don't understand how that's possible.
Other than seizing them is highly unusual, and the attacks have now killed 17 people. Unlike the previous 2, Trump did not say the boat had come from Venezuela. But the US Navy has deployed in strength near Venezuelan waters, and Caracas has told its population to prepare for war.
Es una guerra no de...
Absolutely, Violet. No, this is exactly what he did. At one point, he even conceded there was no evidence that they had any drugs. I mean, the fact is once I started breaking it down, his argument just fell apart, and he just, I think he just sort of silently, slinked off into the night, never to be seen again, because he was like, fuck it. I've admitted that I only am interested in this for the cruelty, and just, I don't actually care about the drugs, and or if there's any evidence for it. Like, as long as it's Trump doing it, I love it.
It is an undeclared war, and you can already see how people, whether or not they are drug traffickers, have been executed in the Caribbean Sea. Executed, without the right to defense.
The Venezuelan military has wrapped up 3 days of exercises around the Caribbean island of La Orchila, and
yeah, we're on, this shit is so disturbing to me. I've already mentioned my feelings about this, but the more I think about it, the more, this right here is, adding to this World War III precipice that we've been talking about us being on. And, at this moment, with this going on, with a third fucking strike, Donald Trump has brought us so much closer to World War III than we've ever been at it, right? And that does not bring me any pleasure to say that. It's actually quite frustrating. Because I feel like around here, we're constantly pushing for peace and things of that nature. But it just seems like the entire world is now heading towards this and hurtling towards it in a way that gives me great pause and concern. Because like if you just look at all these conflicts right now that are happening, and potential new conflicts that could come up, that where the tensions are already high, whether it's, you know, like Taiwan or the Philippines, you just add them all together, you start looking at these things like on a map, like it gets real troubling really quickly. And with some of the developments recently in Eastern Europe, in like Romania and Poland and Estonia, it doesn't feel, it's not good vibes out there right now. Sort of real shitty ones. All right, let's go here. What's this? The Majority Report with Samuel Cedar. 20 hours ago. Are Trump's Venezuela strikes just an Epstein distraction? If so, just ugh.
And I think this
like really, like this is the, like, and we've asked this question on a number of things, but like if the answer is yes on stuff like this, it really is gotta make you think. Like what isn't Donald Trump willing to do to just to shift like the focus on his least popular sort of, what do you call it? Oh, my brain is fucking broken. It's getting too late. Whatever. I'm going to let Sam go. You take this over. I can't.
And I think this was very disappointing to Trump, who was hoping that it would help the Epstein files go away. And understand, by the end of this month, when another Democratic congressman is seated, I think there's one more special election. I'm not exactly sure what the timing of this is. You're going to see the discharge petition work, and the legislation that would require the Epstein files to be released is going to pass.
Yeah, I know exactly, bad lefty nothing, and that's why it's so scary. It is. That's the thing. It's like, if Donald Trump is like willing to commit an international fucking crime, right? A fucking war crime, and start a potential war with another country just to get people to fucking stop talking about the nasty, very nasty Epstein files, then what are the implications of that? It's horrifying.
We'll be talking about those again. But back in an attempt back a couple of weeks ago, our War Department decided to bomb a ship that was in international waters, had 11 Venezuelans on it, was headed to Trinidad from Venezuela. Apparently, they saw the drones overhead and turned back to Venezuela in a panic. We bombed them, burned them all alive, 11 people.
Smoked the boat, as Pete Hegseth said.
Smoked the boat. And the Venezuelan government has said these people were not tren de agua. They have subsequently said they had no drugs on board.
What?
We have no authority whatsoever to take out, even if we thought they were tren de agua, even if we thought they were drug running.
Every time Sam says tren de agua, it gets funnier. I don't know why. I do not know why. There's no scientific explanation to it.
Tren de agua. Even if we thought they were drug running, there is no authority for us to summarily assassinate people in this way.
What you talking about?
You could say it's political violence.
Illegal.
Donald Trump was asked about it, and this was his response.
Are you going with us? Huh? Are you going with us, Maggie?
Not with you.
Good.
Just one more on Venezuela. The president of Venezuela called the strike on the boat illegal. Are you concerned that Maduro might escalate something?
No, what's illegal are the drugs that were on the boat, and the drugs that are being sent into our country, and the fact that 300 million people died last year from drugs. That's what's illegal.
Do you think he's not telling the truth when he's...
Oh my god. I think Donald Trump's like constantly in this like whataboutist like gear. Every question is like, what about Epstein? Why are you talking about Jeffrey Epstein right now? You know, like what illegal? What about the drugs? They're illegal. Why don't you want to talk about the drugs? Why is everybody always taking good stories and then making them bad? We're solving a crime and then you're saying that we're committing a crime? That's not fair.
How rude.
That's not fair. You can't do that. It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
He must mean worldwide.
I mean, okay. 300 million people died from drugs last year. I looked everywhere. Does he mean worldwide? No. Does he mean 30 million?
No. In the whole universe.
Does it
Ever
mean
throughout history.
30
You know, as a galactic representative, I can say that at least even in the entire Milky Way galaxy, I don't think that 300 million people or organisms died from drugs. I just saying. I don't have the latest statistics in front of me, but last year, I think it was far less than that.
The whole universe.
Does it
Ever
mean
throughout history.
30 million over, like in the past 20 years? No.
At this rate.
3 million in the last 10 years? No. There's just no derivation of like 3 million. Maybe he means 300,000, not last year. Like, I can't even come up with what what.
Look, what Sam does not understand is that the numbers are a lie, even though there was far, far less than 300 million deaths. Like 99.98% less deaths than 300 recorded in the fake liberal statistics. Actually, that is the correct number. 300 million died, and then the Democrats, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, replaced them all with illegal immigrants, okay? 300 million American patriots all died, and then they were replaced with it's like a theory I have. I've been kicking it around. I've heard other people talking about it. It's a great theory, they say, and it talks a lot about replacing things, especially great American patriots.
Possible number he was talking about. I have no idea. The guy just says crap, and let's say 300 million people did die last year in this country of drugs, and we have only 60 million left. What are we at now in terms of huh? You would
342 million.
Okay, so we have 42 million people left in the country. Why are we not seeing rent go down?
Yeah.
Why are we not seeing the price of everything go down?
Wages should go up like they did after was it the Black Death? In the Middle Ages?
Yes, exactly. He just lies. He's just like it's just something that comes out of his mouth.
The Daily News said headline, the president has upped the figure he wrongly claims was killed by drugs in the U.S. from massively wrong to impossibly wrong.
Impossibly wrong.
These guys just lie.
It's actually 1 billion people.
10 trillion people. Oh, God.
Missing billion.
My God. Wow, autumn leaves coming for Donald Trump. Bloviating fool, you say? Wow. There's today's vocab word. Bloviating. All right, let's move on from Venezuela to talking about Old Blighty. That's right, the United Kingdom, where Donald Trump spent a portion of this weekend sort of flitting about the royal grounds with King Charles, among others, Melania, being her best self, of course, hanging out with Queen Camilla and Catherine, the princess. What a time. What a great time. To talk about all that, let's go here to the one and only I've Had It podcast.
Trump is in England and he is being trolled mercilessly by the Brits, and I love it. Let's watch this.
We see that tower behind me there, Tom, currently white. Just a few moments ago, protesters, anti-Trump protesters from the hotel opposite, we think, managed to project some images on there. And what were they of? As you can probably see from some of these pictures, Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, Prince Andrew, and Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, that could not be a little more tricky and difficult just moments after Donald Trump arrived here. So, yeah, you couldn't really call it a security breach necessarily, but in terms of the diplomacy and laying on the charm, I'd say that was a bit of a massive failure. Let's just talk about tomorrow.
Okay, so they're putting up the picture that Donald Trump drew of the girl where he was talking about their secret and the enigma.
I mean, I don't know in what way he means that it was a failure in terms of putting on the charm. I think they did a pretty impressive job in terms of sucking up. If we're just measuring the effectiveness of the brown nosing, which was being done by the royal family and others like Keir Starmer, I think that they turned up the brown nosing big time. I mean, they showed Donald Trump all of the goldest things that they could find over at Windsor Castle. You know, they brought out all the gilded objects for Donald Trump to see. Told him how great he was over and over again, and how close of a relationship they have. And I think it really massaged his ego a great deal. Now, whether or not it actually accomplished anything good for Britain or for the UK more broadly, that's another question. But certainly Donald Trump's ego was stroked magnificently. I think he really enjoyed his trip.
About how Epstein said in 2019 Trump was his best friend. So Trump thinks he's getting away from this, but he's not, because the UK just fired the ambassador to the United States over his connection with Epstein. So,
I believe in this context it would be sacking. He was sacked. That would be the technical term, I think, in Britain.
they are taking action while we're running around and Kash Patel saying no evidence exists. They're taking it to the next level. And I say, good. And before he left, Trump basically told John Carl he wanted him to be arrested, who, you know, John Carl is an ABC News reporter. He's also a weekend anchor. And he asked a question, and here was the response.
And what do you make of Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
You'll probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech.
Criticizing me is the same thing as using a racial slur.
Maybe they'll have to go after you. Look, we want everything to be fair. It hasn't been fair. And the radical left has done tremendous damage to the country. But we're fixing it. We have right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. And remember, 1 year...
So incredibly hot. All right, we covered that. We covered this part of it, this clip already earlier. I just want to get the Britain stuff. God damn it. God damn it, ladies. Let me stay focused.
There was a question that he's asked regarding genocide in Gaza, and he doesn't know.
Israel is guilty of...
Yeah. I just want to talk about Britain right now. Is that too much to ask?
Kirk's Washington, D.C. vigil. And Hyde and Watch, I'm going to make a prediction right here. They're going to have that big funeral for Kirk in Arizona. Hyde and Watch This MFer will get out there and start speaking, and it will turn into a 1 to 2 hour campaign style rambling of his grievances. He will go off prompter and it will be the same shit. And not one person will say, well, that was disrespectful. Not one person will say, well, that's weird. And interestingly, I read today that Eric Trump said, yeah, Charlie Kirk was like a second son to my dad. And it's like, dipshit, you have.
All right, ladies, you're killing me right now. I love the hip ladies, but this video, I just snuck this in here. This is one of the only videos in this list that I didn't watch, and I am being punished for it right now because I cannot find the spot where they're actually talking about Britain. The fact is Donald Trump stumbled around the UK, traipsing around the royal grounds, hanging out with King Charles, and I think one of the princes was there. Can't remember. I think though. I think so. But it was just a ridiculous display, and honestly, very unpopular, from my understanding. We saw a lot of protests out there. People very upset that the royal family would choose to invite Donald Trump back to the UK for a second time in a month. And at the same time, like, somebody made the very cogent criticism that they, have chastised Prince Andrew for his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Meanwhile, they literally roll out the royal red carpet for Donald Trump. It does seem rather contradictory, if you ask me. Anyway, let's go here to the EU, where a technological kerfuffle happened, causing airports in the European Union to experience significant delays. Here's BBC from 22 hours ago.
Heathrow Airport is warning of delays because of technical problems with its check-in and boarding systems. The cause hasn't been given, but cyber attacks have caused major issues at other European airports. Officials in Belgium say at least 9 flights were cancelled at Brussels Airport and many others were delayed. Berlin Airport said the attackers targeted the check-in system, causing long delays to departure.
All right, I guess I technically misspoke. They're not all in the EU because, of course, Heathrow is in the UK.
Well, we can speak to Simon Calder, travel correspondent. Thank you for joining us, Simon. I can see that you're in the Czech Republic. Tell us, how serious do you think this cyber attack is?
Well, it's extremely worrying. And of course, there will be tens of thousands of passengers affected. And I can spin through what is happening where. But the fact that this is happening on a busy late summer's day across Europe is very, very worrying. And of course, the airlines will want to know what went wrong and what's being done to stop it in the future. Piecing together the information we have from various airports across Europe, it seems clear that this is software that is operated by a company called Collins Aerospace. They sort out the check-in and the baggage registration for a large number of airlines at various airports. Exactly as you say, Brussels in Belgium appears to be worst affected. Berlin also hit. London Heathrow delays there. And crucially, well, at Brussels, they're saying, as well as the flight cancellations, that you shouldn't even go to the airport unless you know for certain that your flight is going to be departing. Berlin is saying, expect delays. I've got a couple of cancellations going in and out of there.
Well, there you have it. A cyber attack causing delays. 3 different European airports, throwing people into chaos, their travel plans scuttled. And I think in many cases, people were not being compensated, I think, because it's not technically like the fault of the airlines or something like that. It's not entirely clear to me. Heathrow is still running off of MS-DOS. Okay, let's go here. Actually, a more apt... You know, I never use this one. There's some sound shots on here that I just don't use as much as the other ones. All right, let's go to the Mediterranean. Get a quick update on the Gaza aid flotilla.
For Gaza, the Global Samud is the latest flotilla to embark on the journey, with the aim of delivering aid to those in the enclave.
Immediately, if
With
not
48
sooner.
boats having joined in so far, it's the largest to have set off for Gaza. Organisers say that 2 of its boats were targeted by drone attacks last week after a stop in Tunisia, from where it left on Monday. And among the several hundred people on board is the grandson of South Africa's anti-apartheid icon Nelson Mandela. Speaking to France 24 on Wednesday, Mandla Mandela said that his country's past was intertwined with the Palestinian struggle.
We drew immense inspiration from the Palestinians during our darkest days in the fight for our liberation. And many, like my grandfather, were inspired by the Palestinians. We have been able to turn the tide and the propaganda that has been perpetuated by apartheid Israel and its partners in the West. In this regard, we are witnessing major protests in every town and in every city across the globe.
The Global Samud has passed Italy.
Yeah, big names on this iteration of the Gaza aid flotilla. 42 boats in total, I believe, all heading towards Gaza, with people like the grandson of Nelson Mandela. You got Greta Thunberg, and you've even got representation from Britain. Navarra Media's own, oh shit, I always forget this guy's name. My brain just broke. My guy. Kieran Andrew.
Good afternoon from the Global Samud Flotilla. This is the 3rd time I've recorded this video diary update, which gives you an idea of how quickly information is changing and how difficult it is to get a sense of all of the moving parts. Where are we? We're just off the southeastern tip of Sicily, and I am very happy. The good news is that all of our boats, Barcelona, Tunis, and Italian boats, have all met for the first time, bringing the total of boats to, I think, 42. The bad news is that because of a storm last night, we were initially separated from some of the Barcelona boats, which have now caught up. But in the course of that delay, some of the Italian boats, 4 to be precise, or at least we think at the time of recording 4, have decided that they're going to go ahead at 8 p.m. this evening. So a decision has been taken that from here on, if a boat or boats can't make it through the storm, they will be left behind. There's a real renewed sense of urgency about getting to Gaza and opening a humanitarian corridor and delivering that aid, partly because of the general condition, but also because of the intensifying violence in northern Gaza and in Gaza City in particular. So 4 Italian boats, 4 from the Italian fleet, are going to go ahead, and those of us that have made it to the southeast tip, just south of Syracuse in Sicily, are going to leave tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the rest of the Italian fleet. I will update you as soon as there's anything more to update on.
Okay. Got one more on the Gaza aid, the Samud flotilla. I feel like I'm always saying this guy's name wrong, but Todd Hickey from Ireland Whoops, don't do that. No.
For Gaza, the
No.
global summit.
Why would you do that?
Guys, a lot of people saying that I haven't posted an update for a while. I haven't had time, guys. I'm lifting water. I'm cleaning my clothes with a toilet brush. I'm down cleaning out bunkers. I'm pulling and dragging and everything. And I'd say when I get home, my partner will be like, who is this intruder? Who's this useful intruder in my home? But no, it is all go, and we're getting into our final leg. Now, I know I'm saying that for a while, guys, but you've got to be patient. We're at sea. There's a lot of complications at sea. There's been a few drone strikes. But we are unbowed and unbroken, and we will be in Gaza, all going well, inside a week, I would say. Now, don't trust me on that, because I'm an idiot. But no, people who know a lot more about it than I do would say that we're definitely in the latter stages. Now, one of the things I was hoping to mention in this update was the bold Greta Thunberg. I've had the pleasure and the privilege of spending some time with her on this mission. When we were on land there recently, she trolled me furiously because I was pretending to be upset that nobody was looking for a photo with me as soon as she came along. And then when a couple of women were asking for a photo with her, she sent them in my direction, and they obviously didn't know who I was, and they stood for a photo with me anyway. And I said, why are you here? And they said, well, Greta told us to come over and get a photo with you. Like, top level trolling. And it really, having spent a little bit of time with her, it's all the more pathetic, I think, when you hear largely middle-aged, middle-class white men who are so furious at this young powerhouse of a woman. And I get it now. They are so intimidated and their minds are blown by her authenticity. They say it's a vanity project for her, she's jumping on the next thing. Well, my goodness, I've never seen somebody involved in a vanity project before, cleaning toilets, insisting on sleeping where everyone else sleeps, not having a room to herself, not getting any privileges at all for being one of the most famous people on earth. There is an integrity there, an authenticity there, as I say, that I would say just terrifies most of the Western media class, who have no humanity and have no soul, actually. And when they encounter somebody with a particularly bright soul and a particularly beautiful humanity, they have to get into a zero-sum game mentality. They have to try and take her down, lest they be exposed for what they are, which is inhuman stenographers for a genocide. So that's my little thoughts on her. And I mean, just the cherry on the cake, if you can wrap your head around this, is that her dog is from Cork. I'm from Cork. Me and her dog were reared, possibly in the same kennel. Who knows? So
Her dog is from Cork. I like how that gets the most points. All right, let's go here to Zateo. 3 days ago, Mehdi called out Israel to 12,000 people.
With the violence that's happening in Gaza, there's a real responsibility to bear witness to the full story. To tell us about the challenges of that, please welcome an award-winning British-American journalist, CEO and editor-in-chief of the new media company Zato, Mehdi Hasan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Wembley.
Look at Mehdi all dressed down over here with his Air Force Ones and his little hoodie. I think those are custom.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Wembley. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, friends, for the past 23 months, we have been lied to, manipulated, misled, gaslit, and not just by Israel, but by our own mainstream media. When it comes to the genocide in Gaza, Western journalism has spectacularly failed us. And so it infuriates me when people say Israel needs to allow journalists into Gaza. Yes, Israel does. But Western media must stop acting as if there aren't any journalists in Gaza. The bravest journalists in the world are in Gaza right now. Palestinian journalists. 270. That's how many Palestinian journalists Israel has killed in Gaza. More than were killed in the First World War, the Second World War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Iraq War combined. Combined! 270 Palestinian journalists killed on the streets, in their homes, with their families. Killed not in spite of the fact that they were wearing a vest marked press, but because they were wearing a vest marked press.
Illegal.
They were not killed by accident as collateral damage. No, they were killed as part of Israel's deliberate campaign to blind the world, to erase all evidence of their crimes. Because to the genociders, there is nothing more dangerous than a camera lens or a microphone. And so they murdered Anas al-Sharif, Hossam Shabbat, Mariam Abu Daqqa, Roshdi Siraj, Muhammad Abu Hattab with 11 members of his family, Bilal Jaddallah, and hundreds more whose names will never be read aloud on CNN or the BBC. And by the way, shame on those Western journalists who have said not a word about the mass killing of their Palestinian counterparts.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Shame on them. As a Western journalist myself, I can tell you all this. The Palestinian journalists, they are the best of us. They are the best of us because they are not just documenting a war or a genocide, they're documenting their own annihilation, their own starvation in real time. And so they have shown the world that you can't bomb the truth away. Say it with me. Say it with me. Say it together. You can't bomb the truth away. I can't hear you, Wembley. Louder. Let's do it again. You can't bomb the truth away. Every fallen journalist leaves behind their footage, their words, their examples. And so it's up to each and every one of us to carry their work forward. Let us honor their sacrifice, not with fear, but with courage, not with silence, but with our loudest voices, not with despair, but with open defiance. To the fallen journalists in Gaza, to the murdered journalists in Gaza, we say your voices are our voices. Your struggle is our struggle. And your truth will not die. And to Israel and to its allies in the media, to those who think they can censor us with violence, with threats, with smears, hear us tonight. Hear us from Wembley. You will not silence Gaza. You will not silence Palestine. You will not silence the truth. And one day, one day soon, Palestine will be free.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, at this moment, Israel is doing everything it possibly can, aside from the blockade, aside from the the mass starvation of Palestinians, the continuous bombing and murder of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, or the intention to annex the West Bank and the brutalization of Palestinians there. They are stepping it up on making that reality much, much harder. with things like this next story. Talk about Bezalel Smotrich, far-right Israeli finance minister who is calling for a real estate bonanza in Israel. Jesus Christ. In Gaza. Jesus.
Into the city had begun.
Reuters is reporting that internet and phone lines have been cut across Gaza. This as Israel continues its aerial bombardment. Palestinian officials say more than 100 people were killed across Gaza in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, tens of thousands of Palestinians are heeding Israel's warning and streaming out of Gaza City any which way they can as intense international criticism mounts. Some new comments by Israel's far-right finance minister could fuel tensions as well.
Bezalel Smotrich says negotiations are currently underway to divide Gaza and describes the battered enclave as, quote, a real estate bonanza. Listen to Smotrich describe the plan in his own words.
I admit, I didn't expect this. Just so you know, it's not funny. There is a business plan. Listen to me carefully. There's a business plan set by the most professional people there is, and is on President Trump's table, and how this thing turns into a real estate bonanza. I'm not kidding, it pays off. I have started negotiations with the Americans. I say this not jokingly now, because I also demand. We paid a lot of money for this war, so we need to divide how we make a percentage on the land marketing later in Gaza. And now, no kidding, we've done the demolition phase, which is always the first phase of urban renewal. Now we need to build.
How this guy over here can chuckle and smile at what he's saying is fucking insane to me. It is fucking mind-boggling. But this is honestly what Donald Trump, the president of the United States, has been saying he wants, too. He wants there to be a real estate bonanza in Gaza. He wants to reshape it, build it himself. Ethnically cleanse all the people from the territory. And, you know, maybe they can come back. I don't know, depending on how Israel feels later. But, you know, that's basically, this is the plan. This is their plan, is to sell Gaza to willing buyers and, you know, involve international builders and things. We finished the demolition phase. Now is the time for construction. It's fucking... It is sick and twisted, these fucking plans. Let's go here. Democracy Now! 2 days ago. Amnesty International. On the complicity of multinational companies and arms manufacturers in the genocide in Gaza.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. The Israeli military is escalating its attack on Gaza City in an effort to erase the city and forcibly remove the city's entire population. Over the past 24 hours, Israel killed at least 79 Palestinians, but the toll could be far higher. Much of Gaza has been in a communications blackout since Wednesday. This comes as the heads of more than 20 aid groups have called on world leaders to urgently intervene in Gaza after a UN commission concluded for the first time that Israel is committing genocide. The aid groups wrote, quote, "We are on the precipice of an even deadlier period in Gaza's story if action is not taken. Gaza has been deliberately made uninhabitable," they wrote. Meanwhile, Amnesty International has just released a major report on the state's public institutions and companies that have enabled and profited from Israel's genocide and occupation. Companies named in the report include U.S. military contractors, Boeing and Lockheed Martin, the Israeli arms companies, Elbit Systems, Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, and Israel Aerospace Industries, the South Korean conglomerate Hyundai, and the U.S. tech company Palantir Technologies.
The Amnesty report is headlined, "Pull the Plug on the Political Economy Enabling Israel's Crimes." To talk about the report and much more, we're joined here in our New York studio by Agnes Calamar. Amnesty International Secretary General. Thank you so much for joining us. What we are seeing in Gaza right now, Israeli troops moving deeper into Gaza City as Israel continues its full-fledged military ground invasion. The Israeli defense minister saying Gaza is burning. International condemnation. Hundreds of thousands of people have been forced to flee the city. What is Amnesty International calling for right now, Agnès?
Well, immediately, a ceasefire. No, what we need is to end the suffering. So anything that can allow for the Palestinians some respite, the mother to be able to feed their kids, the wounded to be taken care of. That must be the priority. It's not a priority for Amnesty. It must be a priority for all those states coming to New York. It must be the priority for anyone in this world with a little bit of conscience, with still a little bit of love for humanity. Please, that must stop.
I mean, the report...
That's the immediate demand.
Of course, and we'll get into the other demands that you list specifically in this report. I mean, we gave an outline of the companies that you've named. In particular, let's talk about the U.S. military companies. You talk about Boeing and Lockheed Martin in particular, which is, as the report says, the, quote, backbone of the Israeli Air Force, which has been used extensively during the bombardment of the occupied Gaza Strip. So if you could talk about the number of companies, military companies in particular, which are, of course, the most immediately destructive, the companies who are involved, and what responses you've received from any of them.
Okay. So I think the first message must be very clear. 50, more than, years of unlawful occupation, decades of apartheid, 24 months of genocide. That cannot happen in a vacuum. That cannot happen without the support of many actors, hundreds of actors, thousands of actors, powerful actors that are sustaining an economy grounded, based on international crimes. When it comes to the genocide, we all know that Israel's bombing, eradication of Gaza has been made possible through weapons manufactured outside Israel against international law, by the way, including the Genocide Convention. We, in the report that you are mentioning, are naming two of those companies. I want to be very clear. They are illustrative of a global trend. They are illustrative of a global political economy of oppression and of killings. Those two companies are Boeing and are Lockheed Martin. We are also naming three Israeli companies that are at the heart of Israel's military operations. We are naming them because...
I like the fact that she sort of pushed back on the desire to just talk about the military-industrial complex, because more broadly, there's an entire group of companies that are allowing for this to happen. It's not just the military, producers, right? It's not just them. Sure, they are the ones who are most immediately causing casualties, but there's plenty of other people who's turning the other way. Plenty of other multinational companies whose continued decision to engage with Israel and do business with Israel and Israeli contractors and whomever else that are also facilitating this fucking human travesty.
We have the evidence of their contribution to, of their link to the genocide. Others have named other companies. I want to be very clear, we're just part of a global movement that want to denounce all of these economic complicity that are sustaining the worst possible crimes.
Well, I mean, of the companies that you've named, what's striking in the report, there are many things, but there are very few that have responded to the report, despite the fact that Amnesty is, of course, the biggest human rights organization in the world. One of the Israeli companies, Elbit Systems, responded, one of the few to respond, said that their sales to the government, to the Israeli government, were, quote, they were lawfully selling because Israel is a sovereign, unsanctioned government recognized by the international community and that there is, quote, no legal basis for restricting our sales. Is there any response?
There's no legal basis for restricting our sales. Just because Western governments, who are also complicit in the genocide, haven't yet sanctioned Israel. Wow, what a great argument.
Correct. Yeah. But is there any company, any response that you've received where they have said that they will at least minimally investigate?
If they are named, no. There are companies that may have been withdrawn from our original list, okay? But if the 15 companies that are named have taken no actions and have committed to no actions that we believe will allow for them not to contribute profit link or to be linked to any of those crimes. Just to highlight again the fact that under international law there are at least a large number of provisions which demonstrate that those companies are violating the laws, and the state that allows those companies to do so are also violating the law. The genocide convention.
Exactly. Just because Israel hasn't been sanctioned does not mean that providing assistance is not a violation of international law. And that's coming directly from someone involved with the international aid organization, which are, of course, fully aware of the laws around these sorts of things. Now, I noticed a lot of people in the chat talking about the numbers, specifically as it relates to the number of people who have been killed in the last 2 years. As we approach this second anniversary of October 7th, I think we all have a lot of different numbers floating through our heads because there's so little information on the actual numbers, because of the fact that only certain people are being counted. We already know that to be a fact. And then you add on top of it the massive difficulties in front of the Palestinian Health Organization to actually monitor and track these things. You add these things together and you start thinking, well, what are the numbers we've been hearing must be high, much higher than that. And I tend to agree with that. I don't know what number I have in my head. I mean, I do to some degree, but it floats or it changes, honestly. But it's like, I think we all know that the numbers that have been coming out publicly are almost definitely lower, almost absolutely, definitely lower than what the actual death toll is. But new numbers have come out in the last day, and supposedly over 65,000 is now the newest number. Here's France 24 English.
Large plumes of smoke rising into the sky have been filmed from the Israeli border. The offensive on northern Gaza continues with ground troops and armored vehicles. In this footage they provided, the Israeli Defense Forces claim they are combing through the rubble and hunting down Hamas members who may be hiding there. The army also reiterated its call for civilians to leave the area.
The military will continue to operate with unprecedented force against Hamas and other terrorist organizations. Take this opportunity and join the hundreds of thousands of city residents who have moved south to the humanitarian area.
According to the IDF, more than 480,000 people have fled Gaza City and its surroundings since the end of August, a figure even higher than that of the Gaza Civil Defense, who announced that 450,000 had fled. nearly half the population of the area. The exodus has created chaos. The Israeli army has closed one of the escape routes to deploy its tanks, leaving only the Al-Rashid coastal road open. This man and his family are part of the convoy fleeing the city.
I'm coming from the Tel Al-Hawa neighborhood in Gaza City. By God, they did not leave a single house or neighborhood without bombing it. The shelling continues, and they drop leaflets ordering us to evacuate. We've been walking for 6 hours because we couldn't find a car or any means of transport. Up to now, it's been 6 hours walking.
The forced displacement of the population has been widely condemned by the international community, with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres describing the situation in Gaza as the worst level of death and destruction witnessed in his time as Secretary General and even his life. The Palestinian death toll has risen to over 65,000 people, according to the Gaza health authorities.
This is the moment an Israeli strike brought down Mushtaha Tower, a 15-story residential building in one of Gaza City's prime neighborhoods. It marked the start of an intensified Israeli military demolition campaign targeting high-rise buildings, ahead of a ground assault towards the heart of the densely populated city. Mushtaha Tower was home to Palestinian bank worker Shadi Salama El-Reyes, who paid almost $93,000 in mortgage payments for his apartment in the high-rise, where he and his family lived and made memories. But now, the family...
That shit really, I mean, like, I don't know why, but like, ugh. It just really makes me personally, like, think, like, about, like, just the normal lives to some degree, even though that, like, people were living in what was essentially a prison, an open-air prison. There was an economy inside of Gaza. There was, you know, like, people were just trying to live normal lives, spending money, $100,000 on an apartment. You know, people were just, and now it's just all of it's just getting deleted by Israel illegally. Because this is all a civilian infrastructure. No matter how many times they want to claim it's Hamas, Hamas has taken over this apartment building. Like this or that apartment building, this or that fucking school, this or that hospital, this or like it's all still civilian infrastructure. And since they've never provided evidence for any of it, it's all fucking, each one is a fucking separate crime. Now this family's living in a tent instead.
has been left destitute and among most of the population displaced by Israel's war in Gaza. Life in this camp in central Gaza is a far cry from his old building.
This tower honestly represents to me a life journey. It represents to me beautiful memories. It represents to me the birth of my son, Adam, my only son. It represents to me the effort of a young man who got this house not by simple work. In fact, I bought this house through the bank in installments.
Many residents have found themselves picking through the rubble of destroyed buildings in search of personal belongings. Over the past 2 weeks, Israel's armed forces say they have demolished up to 20 Gaza City tower blocks they say are used by Hamas.
I love how Reuters does not pepper in the fact that Israel has provided zero evidence for it. Or do they? You know, I can't remember. Do they?
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said 50...
Nope. Nope, just go continue repeating the Hasbra from Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, cool. Cool, dude. But don't worry, you know, while they're blasting all these apartment buildings and all this other stuff, they're still warning everyone, okay? They're in the most humane military on the planet. They dropped evacuation order leaflets again. Isn't that's so humanitarian? I love when they do this. The leaflets, they're so great. Ugh. So kind.
Aren't I a good guy?
Israel drops more evacuation leaflets over Gaza City, urging people to
تحذير
leave.
عاجل إلى سكان مدينة غزة وأحيائها معظم المدينة قد تم.
So humane. So humane. Terror from the sky. Everyone leave. Everyone ethnically cleanse yourself before you die. All of you children. Look, all this dozen children right here. Grasp for the leaflets falling from the sky so that you can be aware of your impending doom. Now, some countries are ramping up to recognize the state of Palestine. Countries like France. This is from 22 hours ago. Out of France 24 English.
France is all set to recognise a Palestinian state, but who will it actually engage with diplomatically? Among Emmanuel Macron's demands of Mahmoud Abbas and the Palestinian Authority, the renewal of governance in a territory that has not seen an election in 20 years.
How can you expect Palestinians to vote freely when there are weapons that may force them to vote for one side or the other?
Another issue is a state must have a clearly defined territory. What are the boundaries of Palestinian land today? Gaza is cut off from the West Bank, which is itself fragmented by numerous Israeli settlements.
I think France wants recognition of a Palestinian state that would roughly cover the 1967 borders.
That would be fascinating. That would be fascinating. The 67 borders, you say? I've been effectively calling for the 67 borders with a slight amendment to that because I do feel there needs to be some sort of land connection between Gaza Strip and the West Bank. But even the 67 borders would be a massive change from where we're at right now. The number of settlers who would have to move is quite dramatic. I don't know the exact number, but it's quite high. It's in the hundreds of thousands. And I've been calling for that. I think that that's what needs to happen because they're all illegal. All of those settlers are illegally where they are, according to international law. You showed up in the genocide half of the show, Tom. Okay, that's actually kind of an accurate statement. This is sort of the genocide half. Because every Earth half, whenever we get to this part of the show, we have to talk about Palestine. It's one of the main reasons why I started the show. That, environmental issues back during the Biden administration were two of my biggest... The two things that I felt we needed to be focusing on most. And it really was the Palestine that drove me to start this. And so, yeah, I mean, yes, whenever we get to the Earth half, we have to talk about the genocide, even though it's not all that enjoyable, palatable, valutaining. I do find it to be a necessity until Palestine is free. This stream will cover this travesty. There we go. All right, let's keep it going. Staying in the Middle East, talking Israel. This is, of course, on the thumbnail and in the title. The $6.4 billion that Donald Trump would like to give to Israel. Here's BBC News from 22 hours ago, detailing all the armaments that we're going to be giving Israel.
Illegal. Reports in the US media say President Trump's administration is seeking approval from lawmakers in Congress to sell Israel around $6 billion worth of military equipment. The planned package is reported to include 30 Apache attack helicopters.
Aren't there a number of ongoing genocides? Well, I mean, it depends on how you want to define that. Like Myanmar, we talk about from time to time, but that genocide is, in a way, is complete. I mean, not entirely, but like, all right, I'm saying that the wrong way. But like 90, I think like over 95%. I can't remember the exact number, but like the vast majority of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar have been completely like expunged from Myanmar. But no, I mean technically you're right. There's still some stuff going down out there in the world.
The cost of $3.6 billion, nearly doubling Israel's current stocks. The sale also includes 3,200 assault vehicles for the Israeli Defense Forces, with a price tag of $1.9 billion. The reported deal comes ahead of the annual United Nations General Assembly next week, where the situation in Gaza is high on the agenda. The UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, called on the international community to end the fighting.
What we are witnessing in Gaza is horrendous. It is the worst level of death and destruction that I've seen in my time as Secretary General, probably in my life.
Meanwhile, Israel says it will operate with what it called unprecedented...
Okay, hold on. I don't need this whole thing. Where do they do this? Where do they get talking about what the weapons are that we were planning to send them? Somewhere in here, isn't it? Was I not paying attention? Was that all they did on the... I could have sworn they get deeper into that situation. But okay, all right, let's just go back here. Just to clarify, we're giving 30 Apache attack helicopters to Israel. As well as 3,250 infantry assault vehicles. Totaling over actually $4.7 billion. There's I guess $2 billion missing here from this list. I don't know what that is. It's just money. We're just gonna give them $2 billion, I guess. Go on a shopping spree.
Went back north, we stayed for a month, and then they bombed us, so we escaped.
We're extremely burned out and tired of displacement. 4 whole days on the road. We went all over Gaza. We don't have the money to rent or money to eat. Hunger is killing us. We have nothing.
Well, let's talk to Stephen Zunes, who is Professor of Politics and Director of Middle East Studies at the University of San Francisco. Thank you very much for joining us on BBC News. Can I ask you, first of all, what you make of these reports that the Trump administration is seeking Congress to approve the sale to Israel of around $6 billion worth of military equipment?
It's something that the Trump administration has done before, and the Biden administration before that, asking for additional arms transfers on top of the $3.3 billion annual military aid and the $17 billion of supplemental military aid that has gone to Israel since the start of the war nearly 2 years ago. It is certainly controversial with the American people. Close to 2/3 of Americans, according to public opinion polls, oppose additional military aid to Israel. But you know, the leadership of both the Republicans and the Democrats in Congress seem to be supporting it, and there will be some left-wing Democrats who will probably be voting against it.
Really? Which left-wing Democrats are going to be voting against it? Who is this guy talking about? Like one guy? I think maybe Senator Van Hollen might be the one Democrat senator not to vote for this thing. I'm trying to think of who's not going to vote for it. I'm fascinated to see the list that this guy's got over here of who he thinks is going to vote for the weapons package. I mean, Bernie's not, but he's not a Democrat. He's an independent. Bad Lefty takes offense to the use of the word sale.
Precision of language, please.
Which is fair. It's really not a sale. Israel's not buying these weapons. We're just giving them. to them. We're buying them from ourselves. And then just sending them over there to do unknown atrocities. Wasn't Van Hollen the only one not to vote for that? I think so. That's, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he was like one of the only Democrats to have voted against any of it. AOC is going to vote for it? No, I don't think so. But we were talking about, he was talking about in the Senate. He wasn't talking about the House. I wasn't talking about the House. I wasn't talking about the House of Representatives. That would be a longer list. Undoubtedly, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. Number of Democrats in that case wouldn't vote for it. But this is just, I mean, it's infuriating. I mean, more of our tax dollars going to fund this war that Donald Trump said he was going to end on the first day. We are now day 240 something, I think. Right? Am I doing that math right? Something like that. Still no end to the genocide, and we're just funding it more and more. Haven't heard a peep about the plans for the coming out of the Israeli government to start selling land in Gaza. Haven't heard a single objection from the Trump government on that one. Really, it's disturbing. And I hate that I was right about how Donald Trump was actually going to be worse than Kamala Harris. But I don't know. I don't think that the Harris, the hypothetical, the theoretical Harris government would have been just completely silent on Israel just sort of deciding to annex the West Bank and Gaza Strip. I don't think that they would be talking about turning it into some sort of, luxury manufacturing zone of tech manufacturing zone or some shit for and Kamala Harris putting her own hotel, the Harris Gaza Hotel. But still, I mean, Democrats are not even. I mean, the fact is there's just the fact is, it's so impossible to actually defend Democrats or say they would be good on this in any way, even if Democrats were in power right now, because you look at their voting records and it's just oh, okay. So it's not like this weapons transfer wouldn't happen, under a Democratic leadership. I don't think that would change it all. I mean, the only way that's going to change is for Democratic voters to force this issue in one way or another. The Harris Hilton Hotel. Yeah. Either way, I'm disgusted that our government's just giving more money to this when it's a clear violation of international law. Every fucking bullet that we send to Israel is a violation of international law. And yet we just continue to go about it as if international law doesn't exist. If you don't recognize international law, does it exist? I don't know. Trump administration kind of proving that is in fact no, doesn't exist unless you actually recognize its existence. The Democrats would just look slightly less gleeful as they sent it. Yeah, they would have mournful faces on. Yeah, that's why we need to get money out of politics and force this issue, because they're completely unresponsive to the voters. Because if you just go based upon Democratic voters rather than elected Democratic politicians at this time, there's a massive, as that one dude said earlier today, chasm. Huge gap between voters and their representatives on this issue. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Because it's been like an hour and a half or so since we took the last break. Feels like a good time to do it. Honestly, I'm just trying to extend the stream a little bit for everybody. You know, give you a little bit longer of galactic streaming. Because we are getting through these videos pretty quickly. It was a slightly shorter list than normal today. Only 80 videos. I mean, think about that. For a galactic stream, that's quite meager. We got a little bit more in the Middle East to talk, and then broadly with Asia. Some other things there as well. In the fifth and final half. But first, brief space messages. Okay, everybody, hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Almost done, but one more break and one more half until we get there. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell icon too so that you can make sure you get all the notifications, ensuring that you do not miss a single episode of the Galactic Spacecast. While you're at it, don't forget that we are completely funded by space fams like yourself. Thankfully, we have just a whole bunch of ways for you to show your support and help keep us alive. Keep me producing this show, which apparently you enjoy, since your ears are hearing these words right now. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to supporting the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. Or for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, you can get yourself an avatar on the stream. A shout out at the end. Secret Discord channel in the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. I am back. Time for us to get to the final half of the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
You're going to want to get back to those seat space fams, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of the fifth and final half of the Galactic Saturday stream. Okay, sorry, I had to switch something over here. Okay, fix that. Okay, here we go. Final half of the stream, staying with the discussion of the Middle East, but moving from Israel, talking about Iran. Where at the UN Security Council, a vote to reimpose nuclear sanctions on Iran passed and resulted in Tehran.
It was the expected outcome.
This was an illegal move.
Illegal.
It was the expected outcome, but still a huge blow to Tehran. On Friday, the UN Security Council moved to reimpose crippling sanctions on Iran over its nuclear program. This after Britain, France and Germany accused the country of failing to uphold commitments made under a 2015 deal. Officials, however, still have 8 days to try to suspend the penalties. The European powers want Iran to meet certain conditions, like allowing access for UN nuclear inspectors.
We regret that Iran has so far failed to take these steps. The United Kingdom remains committed.
I think it's kind of incredible that the UN is still trying to uphold the JCPOA, which is the deal that they're talking about. It was negotiated in 2015. Then the United States pulled out of the deal, essentially scuttling it. The entire, like, it is so ridiculous that the UN wants to try and uphold this thing when the United States, one of the main members of the group of nations who were involved in the JCPOA, withdrew from the JCPOA already. Like, you can give us crazy eyes as much as you want, United Kingdom. Doesn't change reality.
I don't want reality.
Seriously though, what is up? Why is this lady looking at me right now like this? It's very rude. Settle down.
How rude. To a diplomatic solution. We are ready for further engagements diplomatically in the next week and beyond to seek to resolve differences.
The E3 say Tehran is building up enriched uranium stock to more than 40 times the permitted level and has rolled back monitoring measures by the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency. Tensions have been particularly high since the 12-day war between Iran and Israel in June, which saw Israel and the US bomb Iranian nuclear installations. This derailed Tehran's nuclear negotiations with Washington and prompted Iran to suspend cooperation with the IAEA. Last week, though, Iran agreed on a new framework for working with the watchdog, and on Friday, Iran's foreign minister said he put forward a fair proposal to prevent the return of UN sanctions.
Yeah, I think it's just, like, if the United States hadn't pulled out, I'd be like, yeah, sanction Iran. They're not living up to their end of the JCPOA agreement. But it's over. I just don't understand why we're still trying to push it as being still functional with the United States having pulled out, all thanks to Donald Trump 3 years later, right? Because in 2018, I think it was the year when Donald Trump ripped up the JCPOA and said, fuck that, I don't like this deal because because Obama did the deal. Let me redo the deal and get I want the Nobel Peace Prize too. And it's fucking ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, I don't think that Iran should make nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have them. I think that we should force Israel to dismantle their nuclear program. By we, I mean just the broader global community. Israel, United States, Russia, North Korea. Who else has got them? The UK's got some. France? I think, can't remember. I think France might have a few. Pakistan, India, of course. Should have no more. Just none. Just end it. But how do you bring that about? That's the question. And certainly not by tearing up agreements. That's absolutely not the way to get us there. We need an incredible amount of global diplomacy and, like, you know, people getting along for that to happen. We need like an unprecedented amount of that for us to get anywhere near what I'm talking about. Oh, in China. Thank you. Someone reminded me.
China!
China's got them. That's right. That's right. All right, let's quickly talk about Afghanistan, because, of course, earlier this week, Donald Trump suggested the United States was going to get back Bagram Air Base, whatever that means.
Mr. President, you say that President Putin has let you down. Have negotiations run out of road, and what are your next steps to compel an end to this war?
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. Yeah. I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But, yeah, he said, let me down. I don't like to see. It's death. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. We have, other than unless you end up in a world war over this thing, you could. This was a thing that would have never happened had I been president. If I were president, it would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Most people agree it didn't happen, nor was it close to happening. And I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. I've said that many times. It was. But he would have never done what he did, except that he didn't respect the leadership of the United States. They just went through the Afghanistan total disaster for no reason whatsoever. We're going to leave Afghanistan, but we're going to leave it with strength and dignity. And,
you're going to leave it with dignity.
We're going to keep Bagram, the big air base, one of the biggest air.
We were going to leave it, but we were going to keep a peace. That's how you leave. You leave by staying. We were going to leave Afghanistan by staying there. Do you get it? I said all along I was going to leave, but what I meant was we were going to stay. Leave by staying. It's you don't get it because you're too stupid, all right? But you can leave by staying in a place. It's like it's very ethereal, sort of high-level philosophy type shit.
Strength and dignity, and we were going to keep Bagram, the big air base, one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back. But one of the reasons we want the base is, as you know, it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons.
It's right there next to China.
A lot of things are happening.
China!
Gotta have it. It's right next to China. But, I mean, if we take back the base, I mean, I think everyone understands that would mean that we'd be occupying Afghanistan once again militarily. Completely, I mean, there's no way the Taliban is going to be like, yes, please come, move in, take back Bagram. That sounds good to us. We would like the military back in Afghanistan, please. Like, that's not going to happen. So it's going to be an illegal military occupation. And effectively just returning us to where we were before. right? Like and that's what's fascinating is like about this, because rather than ending wars like Donald Trump keeps claiming he's been doing, he seems to be just restarting old wars, or getting new ones going, like in Venezuela. It's really kind of incredible when you think about it. Like, we're going to give more bombs to Israel, right? We're going to give more bombs, more tanks, more Humvees, more helicopters, more Blackhawks and whatever else, bombs, bullets, I don't know. And we're going to keep blasting Venezuelan shipping, like fishing boats in the Caribbean Sea. And now we're going to re-invade Afghanistan? I mean, let's not forget that we also bombed Iran earlier this year. Or that U.S. military contractors were on the ground committing war crimes alongside Israeli troops in Gaza. It does seem like the anti-war president's really getting us involved in a lot of conflicts in ways that I was told he was not going to do. In fact, a lot of people were saying this, especially Republicans, saying, oh, Donald Trump, he would have gotten us out of Afghanistan so much better. Maybe that's what he's doing. He's going to get us back in Afghanistan so we can get us out again? Maybe that's what it is. I get it. I've come up with it now. Donald Trump, he's going back to Afghanistan so that we can get ourselves out of Afghanistan in a better way than we did previously, right? Just like a redo. It's going to be like a redo. And that will in some way be good. You can't leave Afghanistan in the right way if you're not already there. So you have to go there and invade again, restart the Afghanistan war, and then pull out in a much better way than, of course, the Biden administration would have done.
I'm staying in the race.
Oh my God, it's fucking ridiculous. It's the same sort of thing as the Iran situation, right? Whereas with Iran and the JCPOA, it was Obama, and anything Obama did was bad, and so we had to get ourselves out of that. Now it's, Biden got us out of Afghanistan, but in the wrong way. So we have to redo it all. We have to re-invade Afghanistan. That makes sense. Okay. That's not crazy at all.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Let's go here. BBC News from yesterday. If you didn't hear about it, we covered it yesterday. The third sort of infraction on NATO airspace in the last week by Russian drones and or warplanes, causing a lot of concern.
An extremely dangerous provocation. The European Union has condemned Friday's violation of Estonian airspace by 3 Russian fighter jets. Estonia has requested urgent talks with its NATO military alliance allies after the incident. Estonia's defence minister called the 12-minute incursion unprecedented. The Russian aircraft were intercepted by NATO pilots. The Swedish military published these photos of the Russian aircraft taken after they had left the Estonian airspace. Russia's defence ministry denied it had violated Estonia's airspace. It said 3 fighter jets completed a scheduled flight over what it called the neutral waters of the Baltic Sea. The EU's foreign policy chief said Russia was testing the West's resolve and it must not show weakness. President Trump said it could mean big trouble. Joe Inwood has the latest.
On NATO's eastern flank, a ceremony to mark 10 years of the alliance's Southeast Command Centre in Romania, on the day it was once again tested by Russia. It was near the island of Vangelu in the Gulf of Finland that today's incursion took place. Italian jets were scrambled. 3 Russian MiG-31s spent 12 minutes in Estonian airspace before leaving. Now, it was the 4th time this year that something like this has happened in Estonia, although this was the most serious incident. And it comes just days after Russian drones flew over Romania and Poland. Some of them were shot down by NATO jets. The incursion was met with an angry response from Estonia, who invoked NATO's Article 4, calling a consultation with the rest of the alliance.
We had the situation under the control, but yes, it is unprecedented that for 12 minutes the Russians were in our airspace. But there was a very good coordination among different countries.
There are British troops based in Estonia who were recently visited by Prince William. Today.
Okay, there we go. The Gulf of Finland. Gulf of Tonkin 2 Electric Boogaloo. Yes, well, you know, no war has been started yet. Not get ahead of ourselves. But this caused a great deal of concern across NATO countries. This report of a 3rd violation of NATO airspace in such a short period. Let's keep talking about this a little bit. France 24 English from yesterday. Estonia, NATO slam, quote-unquote, brazen Russian air incursion. Moscow denies claim.
These photographs show the Russian MiG-31 warplanes said to have violated Estonian airspace on Friday. They were taken by the Swedish Armed Forces. An incursion lasting around 12 minutes, the 3 jets entered without permission into the Vainlu Island area, about 100 kilometers from the capital, Tallinn, before being intercepted by NATO's air defense. Estonian authorities have blasted the move as unprecedentedly brazen and are seeking NATO Article 4 consultations with the alliance.
NATO air defenses worked, forcing the Russian planes to flee. But being in Estonian airspace for so long is still at least malicious intent, if not a planned operation. Our request is to trigger Article 4, which would mean such political consultations between the allies, and then a NATO assembly would meet to discuss and decide what is additionally needed.
The Russian warplanes were intercepted by Italian F-35 fighter jets based in Estonia as part of NATO's air police over the Baltic Sea. Russian jets routinely fly between mainland Russia and its exclave of Kaliningrad, and the Russian Ministry of Defense denied any wrongdoing on Telegram, saying that the flight path did not violate Estonian airspace. Meanwhile, Ukraine condemned the incursion as a new provocation tactic, a sentiment echoed by the European Union.
It is clear that Russia is testing how far they can go. On our side, we see that we must show no weakness, because weakness is something that invites Russia to do more, and they are increasingly more dangerous, not only to Ukraine but also to all the countries around Russia.
This airspace violation comes over a week since around 20 Russian drones entered Polish airspace before being shot down by Poland's military. And several days later, Romania too detected a Russian drone breach. Both incidents prompted NATO to beef up defenses on the alliance's eastern flank.
And they have been doing just that. Seen a number of videos recently showing that buildup of defenses and what's been dubbed the eastern flank. Let's all right, let's move on from talking about this incursion into NATO airspace to talking about the latest in what is going on, of course, between Russia and Ukraine. As Russia struck Ukraine once again yesterday in Kyiv.
In the past 3.5 years of war...
Wait, I almost skipped this one. This is discussing... Oh, right. Okay, this is... I'm sorry. Before we get to talking about the Russian strike in Kyiv, let's talk about Ukraine's drone industry. as they are working very hard to increase production, as drones have become intrinsic to the Ukrainian war effort.
In the past 3.5 years of war, it's innovation, namely when it comes to drones, that have been one of the saving graces for the Ukrainian army. It says that drones now account for 70% of Russia's losses on the front line. This one, a quadricopter, can evade Russian jamming systems and drop up to 6 kilos of guided explosives. Others, like the deep strike drones, can travel far. With a reach of over 1,000 kilometers, they can fly deep into Russian territory. Faced with fewer soldiers and a defense budget of $64 billion last year, which is less than half of Russia's, Ukraine has had to rely on the US and the EU for weapons. But they've also been boosting their own industry to be less reliant on changing political views.
Our best, guarantee is not relying on somebody's will to protect us, but rather our ability to protect ourselves.
Its own industry now produces nearly 60% of its needs, according to Ukraine's defense ministry. Manufactured locally, this decreases spending in Ukraine's already stretched war budget.
Well, there you go. Low-cost drone technology in Ukraine's effort to fight back against Russia. Something they're trying to increase the production of drastically. Supposedly by 300% is what they're looking to increase it by. And with drones being the #1 cause of Russian casualties, which Donald Trump is constantly reminding us is thousands every week, it is, well, it seems to be their top priority. Now let's go to the strike that happened in Kyiv yesterday. Here is Reuters from 23 hours ago. Russia has launched another major drone and missile attack across Ukraine, according to Kyiv.
I woke up to a loud explosion and was covered in shattered glass from the broken windows. I grabbed my child, who was also covered in glass.
Now, I believe a separate strike happened like 12 hours later, which caused Poland to scramble jets in the latest wave of attacks coming from Russia. Here is CNN from 11 hours ago.
New tonight, Poland and NATO scrambling military jets as Russia launches a massive assault on Ukraine from the air. The Russian strikes hit several locations across Ukraine, including close to Poland's border. Just a day earlier, NATO intercepted 3 Russian fighter jets that flew into Estonia's airspace for 12 minutes. That's according to that country's foreign ministry. Let's get some analysis now from CNN senior military analyst and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Admiral James Stavridis. He's also a partner at the investment firm, the Carlyle Group. Admiral, always great to see you. The Estonian Prime Minister says his country is...
Sorry, this is not the part that I want. Hold on. Where does this start up? After this, I think.
You go, the closer you are to Russia, the more likely you are to want those Article 4 consultations to say, let's put up a pretty stern response to Russia that goes beyond just a memo. Let's get some jets in the air and get ready for action.
You wrote in a piece, an op-ed piece for Bloomberg this week, that these brazen incursions demand a NATO response in the skies. What are you hoping to see?
Number one, the alliance increase its air defense posture. They're doing that. It's going to be called Operation Eastern Century. Number two, get our air defenses up along NATO borders and in NATO capitals, but also continue to strengthen the Ukrainians. And third, tell.
Okay, I can't stand to listen to this whole fucking CNN shit. Like, I can't not remember where they actually talked about the strike on Ukraine, and I can't listen to all of it. Just can't stand these people. Just can't stand. God. So, just, ugh. I listen to too much CNN. That's part of the problem. Is that, like, I'm just, like, oversaturated on CNN's garbage. Columbia, Rican, New York, yo, yo, yo. Yo to you. Yo to you, sir. Haven't seen you in a while. You've been missing from our sweet, sweet space chats. I've lost track. There we are. Okay, let's go here. Forbes breaking news 10 hours ago. Ukrainian air defenses deployed as Russia fires hundreds of drones and missiles. Jesus Christ.
Let's do it.
We are living in the worst time. And honestly, when I see videos like this, I realize, you know, we're basically in World War III. We're just in the early years right now. See stuff like this, it's like, oh, right. That's right, the front lines just aren't where I'm at right now. Jesus Christ. This timeline is just getting worse and worse by the day. More and more violence, more death and destruction. More creeping authoritarianism. It's not good. It's not good vibes. Not good vibes at all. Some say the worst vibes. Let's go here down to Thailand. In what's been dubbed Little Burma, a refuge for the exiles of Myanmar's civil war. France 24.
A narrow, shallow river is all that separates Burma, now known as Myanmar, from Thailand. All of the children at this school on the Thai side of the border are Burmese refugees.
What color is this?
It's black. Their school is illegal, opened by Burmese teachers who don't have Thai teaching qualifications.
We're sometimes raided and forced to close. These kids have been deprived of their rights and are unfairly marginalized. That's all I can say.
The teachers are regularly forced to move their school. These Burmese children are permitted to attend Thai public schools, but their parents must submit a birth certificate. That's impossible for people who left everything behind when they fled their war-torn country. In addition, refugees who are accepted into a Thai school must restart their education from kindergarten level, even if, like Tut, they are 15 years old.
These schools are not legal, and we might get deported if we're found out. But wandering around the
Deported
streets...
for learning.
Right to jail, right away.
Jesus Christ. Who deports kids for learning?
This is ridiculous!
It's a lot riskier.
After class, Tut has to rush home. The 2021 military coup in Myanmar reignited a civil war in a country that had already endured decades of fighting. The number of Burmese seeking refuge in Thailand has soared and is now estimated at more than 4 million, including illegal migrants.
Hey, illegal.
Tut lives with his mother and sister.
No, that's a good point. I just thought of the same thing. As I saw you type the message, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Donald Trump would do it. I mean, that's kind of literally what he's trying to do with, you know, people like Romesa Azturk and Mahmoud Khalil.
The three of them share a single room. His father works in Bangkok. He studies hard to catch up on his education.
After the pandemic, General Min Aung Hlaing staged a coup. Because of the coup and COVID, I stayed at home for almost 5 years. We would get together at a neighbor's house to hang out, play video games and chat. So this year I decided to make a fresh start and study. It's like going back to square one.
Despite the challenges, his mother believes life in Thailand is an opportunity.
Yes, there is some discrimination, but all of the Thai people in this area are nice. Sometimes they come and offer us fruit from their garden.
Thai society tolerates Burmese immigrants because they're needed to address a severe labour shortage. But life is hard for recent undocumented arrivals who live near the border in overcrowded camps with no proper sanitation.
Yeah, these people have been here now for years, right? This has been ongoing now for 4 years, since I think it was 2021 was when the military junta did the coup, and now they've been sitting here just trying to, you know, live, but are kind of being treated like second-class citizens in Thailand. And it's pretty fucked, if you ask me. These people have already gone through enough. Why can't Thailand be more accepting of people from Myanmar? You're literally next-door neighbors.
Their plight has worsened since the US cut off aid in January this year, according to...
Which is, of course, another thing where the second I say it, I'm like, oh, right, we're doing the exact same thing in the United States.
This Thai doctor, who works at one of the few hospitals still open.
The first problem is the heavier workload caused by more patients. When NGOs had to end their activities, closing down their camp clinics, people didn't know where to go. The situation is especially difficult for those with contagious diseases or during an outbreak of illness. They could infect others living nearby, migrants and Thais.
Yeah, that's right. You know, and if Thailand doesn't do something to help these people, it could become a bigger problem for Thailand. So maybe stop marginalizing them and help with providing services rather than leaving them deprived. Seems like the way to go, if you ask me. All right, let's do one quick story in China.
China!
Talk about the TikTok ban, which has been put on hold once again for a third time since Donald Trump took office. I mean, it's been one of the overarching themes since Donald Trump, like literally, it was like day one. He paused the TikTok ban. Here we go. France 24 English from yesterday. Donald Trump, Xi Jinping. The complicated sale of TikTok to American investors.
Video sharing app TikTok's future in the US has long hung in the balance. But Donald Trump says his Chinese counterpart approved a deal over the phone as they plan to meet at the APEC Regional Summit next month.
And as you know, we approved the TikTok deal, and we're in the process. We have some great investors, some of the biggest in the world. We have to get it signed, I guess.
Due to security and surveillance concerns over American users' data, Washington passed a law last year mandating that TikTok, run by Chinese parent company ByteDance, must sell its US operations or risk going offline. ByteDance has expressed its willingness to negotiate and keep its estimated 170 million users in the US.
Jesus.
We thank
Half of the country has TikTok.
President Xi Jinping and President Donald J. Trump for their efforts to preserve TikTok in the United States. ByteDance will work in accordance with applicable laws to ensure TikTok remains available to American users through TikTok US.
According to the Wall Street Journal, the deal could involve the US government receiving a multi-billion-dollar fee from TikTok in exchange for facilitating negotiations with China. Trump's stance on TikTok has changed since returning to office, and he credits the app with helping him win a second term via young voters.
I have to have my China.
There you go, Donald Trump pausing the TikTok ban another 30 days or 90 days. I don't know. I can't remember how many days it was paused. I think it's 90 days. That would make the most sense. And this is the story continues. What will happen? I don't know. One thing that we talked about yesterday, which was mentioned in, I think it BBC or CNN, I can't remember who it was, that did the story, was surrounding the people and potential companies that might, that are most likely to wind up acquiring this TikTok stake. And we were talking about companies like either Oracle or Andreessen Horowitz, who are both run by billionaire Trump donors, Larry Ellison and Mark Andreessen. So it's kind of incredible just how, how direct the line of benefits that these billionaires are getting from their donations, potentially. Seems to be a theme in this administration. All right, final story of the night. Great job, everyone. We got 2 clips for this last story. Final half only took an hour. Faster than I thought it was going to be. Let's go to the Philippines, where protests have broken out over corruption.
Illegal.
And I think what I find so, this, just broke. This literally broke during the stream. I've barely had any time to look into this. Literally almost no time. I had, a second to look at this during the break. I got this recommended to me in my videos. The first one's from Associated Press from 4 hours ago. But what I find most fascinating about this is the fact that there is a serious trend in South Asian countries right now of people protesting their governments over corruption and inequality. Philippines is now one of 5 on the list. If you go back over the last year, right? Because you got Bangladesh, the first one, right? You got Indonesia, you got Nepal. There's been protests in Myanmar as well, although they haven't been quite as big. But Philippines as well. It's interesting. It's an interesting trend, if you ask me. One thing that's been, I've noticed at almost at literally every one of the protests in these South Asian countries is this meme we've been talking about of the pirate flag, the one from One Piece, the popular anime series many may be familiar with. There it is. Look, bam. Look at it. It's right there. And like that's what I saw immediately after clicking the video. I'm like, oh my god, another One Piece flag. Where are people getting all these flags? And every single one of these protests seem to be getting led by young people. Not exclusively, but they seem to be the majority of those out there in the streets right now. Look at these guys. Jesus Christ, they're getting into a goddamn Roman phalanx. This is ridiculous. Where's the spears, boys? Come on. Come on! This is wild. What are these fucking police officers about to do? What is the plan here exactly? Oh my god, how many do they have? And why does this guy have a shopping bag but no shield? Okay, that was hilarious to me. Okay. I gotta watch that one more time. Everybody's prepared, ready to go. They got the shields. They're ready to bust a bunch of civilians protesting here. And then one dude shows up, no shield, just a shopping bag filled with something. It's hard, it's unclear. he just got this lime green shopping bag. Okay, bro, I'm here. I got it. I got the groceries. What? Are we supposed to be? Are we doing this? I thought that was a joke. I guess I'll stay, but it feels weird without the shield. What's going on? Damn, this dude's chucking shit at a lightning fast speed. My guy with the checkered shorts is going in right now. This dude's a professional rock thrower. these fucking guys over here. I gotta say, the fact that the protesters managed to get this big rig to block this entire road is kind of incredible. We got this giant trailer. Who knows how many tons that thing weighs? We're trying to get that out of the way is going to be tough. That's a very formidable barricade if I've ever seen one. Oh shit. The AP reporters decided to go to the other side. He's like, you know what? I think I'm safer over here. Yeah, there's a lot of young people you see out here. Wow. Nadia Yvette Chambers using her hard-earned money to correct my verbiage.
Precision of language, please.
Precision of language, please. Phalanxes are Greek. These cops are doing Roman testudos. Okay. I'm sorry. I got my military formations of antiquity wrong or mixed up. Wow, I should be ashamed of myself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
God damn, I didn't even notice the massive burning trailer right next to it somehow. I must be blind. Okay, I'm gonna scoop us a little bit ahead, see what transpires here. Look, more freaking One Piece flags. What have I been saying about this? These One Piece flags keep popping up at every single one of these protests in the South Asian region. It's pretty crazy. They are all over the place. GSL has a sound drop for every occasion. You know, I appreciate that, Bad Lefty. I appreciate that. I have worked hard to cultivate a soundboard of great variety. Although I am running out of space on this thing. I've got like 5 open spots out of 256 spots. GNNU Phil Epstein. I assume that's a pun. Do you know what's maybe the most challenging thing about the sound drops is being able to pepper them in at the right time and to remember where they are. Because I have 8 groups of 16. I'm just realizing, is that 256? How many is that actually? Wait, is that less than 50? Am I doing the math wrong? It's 128. I'm sorry, it's half of that. It's not 256, it's 128. I just realized that doesn't make sense. I have 8 groups, 16, that's 128. 5 left out of that. We have 123 sound shots. And remembering where they all are within those 8 groups can be difficult. They're color-coded, but beyond that, there's like no other clue as to what I'm clicking, aside from just brute force memorizing every single one. I love how they have the giant, what was it? It wasn't the phalanx. Well, we could call it a phalanx. We'd have to refer to it as a Greek phalanx, according to Nadia. But I love how they have the phalanx back there, and yet these two guys are walking around one shield, like everything's fine. I think it seems like they may be overreacting. This guy's waving. He's like, everybody chill. Truce. Testudo. Okay. The testudo, you know. That's actually, I think it's the first time I've ever heard the word testudo before. So I'm trying to remember. It's difficult. Okay, just to immediately remember that word. It's you know, it's just not the first thing that comes to mind for me. Is huge. There we go. The cop showed up and then they left immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And then it looks like they arrested a bunch of people.
Right to jail, right away.
Okay, last clip of the night. Also with this protest. AP, 2 hours ago. Youths and police square off in the Philippines during protest over corruption.
Illegal.
Kid looks like he is 12 years old. Holy shit, look at him. He's like, it's like an 11-year-old child right there that they're manhandling right now. Look at him. He's a prepubescent boy. Oh my god. The youths The youths are angry. The youths are upset about their futures being deprived. This is a wild scene. And that's the same thing I said yesterday in Nepal. There was like a bunch of like really young kids out there. Like some were clearly adults. Or at least older than that kid. But like goddamn. That was a literal child. He's being arrested because he's easy to rough up. Yeah, honestly, yeah, he was probably very easy to pick off. You know, little kid running around. Looks like he weighs like 75 pounds. Eesh. Well, it would seem that we got through another stream. It was quite long and a bit arduous, I suppose, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me today. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmeckley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noeb, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. But wait, there's more. Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D. Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, and Carl Gaslightocracy. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. All right, I see a couple of ones in the chat. Suppose that's enough to get the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream started.
you.